Reincarnated as an energy with a system. Chapter 201, Grave. So what now? The knowledge says I am now awakened as an invoker or an enchanter. Which one am I? Ning asked. He looked into more information regarding that. The way to tell apart an invoker from enchanter was to use ether itself and try to do something with it. Either create stuff or manipulate what already exists. Hey! Let's try, creating water. See if that works, Ning thought. He closed his eyes and started visualizing flowing water inside of his mind. As the image started forming inside of his mind, ether started bubbling inside his sea of ether. The ether was burning. Ning could physically feel something changing in his body. Slowly, droplets started forming in front of him and got together to form water. He tried to concentrate as much as he could on flowing water when suddenly, his body lost all energy and he fell onto the ground. The drops of water that were forming in front of him dropped onto the back of his head, letting him know that at the very least, he was successful. What happened? He asked as he got back up. The feeling of lack of energy had now disappeared. Why did I fall? He tried to figure out. Oh, he said when he remembered a bit of information from the knowledge regarding ether and ether users. When one's ether in their body completely disappears, their body stops functioning until they get their ether back. Thank God I had the automatic collection one, or I would have had to spend many minutes trying to collect ether, Ning thought. At least, I know I am an invoker now, Ning thought. As the ether slowly filled his sea of ether, it also increased the size of the sea of ether. I want to see how far I can go with my current size of the sea of ether, Ning thought, and without hesitation, jumped into the crater. Immediately, he opened up a barrier and put all of his focus into using his divine sense to check the sea of ether. Within seconds, he was blasted out of the crater and was thrown quite far away from the crater this time. He landed on a piece of wood and rolled down onto the fresh snow. He only got to check his sea of ether for mere seconds, but that was enough. With the current size of my sea of ether, I should be able to become ether student and be halfway along the way to become an ether master. After getting fully acclimated to the ether, maybe I can increase the rate at which I can absorb and reach up there quite fast, Ning thought. Suddenly, he slapped himself. No, stop getting sidetracked. You need to leave this place first. You can come back here years later. Until then, you have people you care about, Ning said to himself. After that, he decided to go back up to the top of the crater and restart the routine. REOL.C. Crack. Hey! Ning thought and looked at what he had stepped on. It was the wood that he landed on. The wood was fully covered in frost, and when he stepped on it, the outer frost had cracked. What's this? He thought and looked at it. It was a thick, rectangular wood with some carvings on it. The sun still wasn't up, and Ning knew that was because he was in the south pole of the continent. So, he turned towards the aurora to get some more light. Is this a writing? Ning wondered. He only had basic language skills, so the most he could do was communicate verbally. If he wanted to do anything else, he would either have to ask the system for higher level knowledge of that particular language or just learn the language as everyone else did. System, can you translate this? Ning asked. Faroe? Is that a name? Ning wondered. He then looked around him and wondered, is this a headstone of a grave? He tried to search for more and soon found many similar headstones buried here. I don't see any graves though. Is it perhaps buried really deep? Ning wondered. He tried for a bit, but then gave up and walked back up to the edge of the crater. He was going to restart the routine all over again. He jumped back into his spear and took his body inside him and went back to sleep. After 3 months of collecting energy, he now had a little less than 8 billion kinetic energy. In the next 10 iterations, he had about 8.6 billion kinetic energy. In the next 10 iterations, he had about 9.2 billion kinetic energy. In the next 10 iterations, he had about 9.8 billion kinetic energy. Ning looked at his status and made a big grin. Just a few more days and he could increase the cap with his kinetic energy as well. So, happily, he went back to the spear and took back his body. Then, he asked the system to put him to sleep. As soon as Ning fell asleep, he was awakened as well. He slowly got back into consciousness and suddenly, he felt something. Movement, he thought. He could feel the spear moving in a general direction. Sigh, it was an unfortunate event, but you need to stop thinking about your father's death now, Famir. It was not your fault. He went inside the forbidden forest to find the beast cores on his own. A voice came from near Ning. He looked around and saw a group of people walking around barren land. The spear was being held by a rather elderly person. The youth in front of Ning, who was around 18 years old, had a red face with teary-eyed. Did his father die? Ning wondered and started to feel sad for him. So, he is an orphan now, huh? It's certainly going to be hard for him. Chapter 202, Famir. I know Grand-uncle, but, if I hadn't told him that there might have been a way to heal my sister, he would have never went to the forest at all, the young boy said as he started crying once again. SHH. Don't cry. You have to be strong now. Your sister needs you. Here, take this. This spear is yours now, the old man said. Bulletin, but Grand-uncle, you found this. You should take it, the boy replied. Just shut up and take it. What need is there for an old man like me to take it, huh? If you don't want to use it, then sell it or something. You should be able to earn a few rops with this, the old man said. Thank you, Grand-uncle, the young said and took the spear. All the while, Ning was trying to figure out where exactly he was. He looked to the right of him and saw a massive forest, and on the left was a massive, empty expanse of barren land. After the old man handed the spear away, Ning finally got to see more behind him. Far away, away from where the group was walking, he could see the mountain he had been all this time there. Wow, that's so far away. Did these people carry me back here in under a day? I wonder how, he thought. He didn't immediately come out of the spear. There were a lot of people around him and he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble for himself. The group finally entered a small village and all the men walked away from the group to their own home. Famir, I am going back. If you need anything, come to this old man. Don't hesitate to ask us for anything, okay? The old man asked. Yes, Grand-uncle, Famir said and walked away as well. The village consisted of around 20 homes made up of stones and mud. Thankfully, it was green all around, and they were out of the barren lands. Famir walked through the village until he reached a house next to the forest. He walked inside and dropped the spear. Ning was curious about what he was doing until he saw him run into a room and sounds of sobbing appeared again. Sigh, I guess that's fine. The kid should cry a little more, holding emotions in isn't really good for the body, Ning thought. Ning waited for half an hour, but the kid didn't stop crying at all. I can't believe I'm about to do this, Ning thought and threw out his body. As soon as his body was out, he switched bodies and took back his spear. He walked to the room with the kid in it and entered. The room was very small, barely 3 meters in length all around. Inside was a small bed, on top of which was a girl with a white cloth covering all but her face. She looked barely 13 years old. The kid named Famir was crying right next to her. This is the sister he was talking about, hey? Ning thought. Hey kid, get yourself together. You have a sister to take care of, Ning said. Who? Famir turned to the side and saw Ning's unfamiliar face. When he realized he didn't know the person, he looked around to find a suitable weapon. He ran up to a small stick by the side and held it in front of him. Sigh, I'm not here to do anything bad to you kid. I'm here to help you, Ning said. Who are you? Famir asked with a quivering voice. Ning had a sense of déjà vu. He smiled a bit, and said, God. What? Famir looked confused for a second and then immediately got more scared. Someone who would call themselves a god was likely never a good person. Ha ha ha, I guess that answer only works on high C. I was joking, don't mind my answer. I'm just a wandering nobody who saw you crying and came to help. I will leave once I help you, Ning said. Who are you? Why should I trust you? Famir asked. Ning shook his head. Suddenly, the stick in Famir's hand slipped out and fell onto Ning's arms. Famir suddenly started floating in the air. Ning put him down and said, if I was here to do something bad to you, I would have done so already. So you can be sure that I am not here to harm you, Alex said. Why you are? You are an enchanter, Famir said in surprise. An enchanter? Ning was a little confused. But then he remembered that enchanters could manipulate existing objects. I see. Telekinesis is in some way an enchanter's ability, Ning thought. I am an ether user, but that's not something you have to worry about right now. Have you eaten yet? Ning asked. Famir shook his head. Ning took out a fruit from his storage and handed it to him. Famir's eyes went wide as he looked at the yellow fruit in front of him. He tried to search for storage rings in Ning's finger but couldn't find any. However, just the fact that Ning owned a storage device showed that he was not a random nobody. Take it, Ning said. Famir finally got out of his shock and quickly took the fruit and started eating it. Ning looked at him very closely as the fruit he had just given was an emerald mango. The mango should have healing properties, but that was only when it had chi. But what about in a world that did not have chi? Surprisingly, the answer was simple and in some ways, very unexpected. Even though Ning brought the mango out of a world of chi, the chi was still in the mango. So when Famir ate the mango, he also acquired a bit of the chi in it. Suddenly, bits of black waste started leaving Famir's body. What is happening to me? He screamed in terror. Ning on the other hand watched in absolute shock. He entered the first chi condensation realm. He is a cultivator now. Chapter 203, Coma. The kid started to freak out. Seeing black, disgusting goo ooze out of every single patch of his skin was a very disturbing scene for him. Don't worry. It's helping you. It's throwing out all that was bad inside of you, Ning explained. Famir heard it but still didn't stop freaking out. It slowly started to stink in the room, so Ning picked him up and threw him out of the room. Go take a bath, he ordered. There was a well behind Famir's house, and Famir quickly took a bath from that water. Once all of the gunk was washed away, it revealed a well-built body hidden underneath. What? How is my body so good? Famir asked in surprise. He had never had a body like this and now surprisingly, there it was. All right, come back kid. Finish your food, Ning said from the side. Famir slowly walked back into the home while looking at Ning with a weird face. What? Ning asked curiously. I'm not a kid, you know? I'm already 17, Famir said as he walked inside. Well, I am around 24 years old now, so you are still a kid in my eyes, Ning said. What? No way. Famir said in surprise. You barely look 19. Ning was a little surprised. Nobody ever really commented on his age in Kumia, but that was because they were all used to people looking out of their age. But here, where age could be told by how a person looked, he was considered much younger than he actually was. Ning smiled and said, thank you. I do look young, don't I? Anyway, go finish your food. Then we can heal your sister. Famir's eyes widened when he heard that. You can heal my sister? He asked with tears in his eyes. Ning rubbed his head and said, yes, I can. Famir got down on his knees and started shouting, thank you. Thank you so much. He bowed onto the ground until his head touched the floor. Hey, hey, hey. Get up. Don't say thank you until I've healed her, Ning said. Now, go eat your food and I will see what is wrong with your sister, Ning said. Famir nodded and went to go finish his emerald mango. Ning sighed as he saw that Famir had become a cultivator, but he didn't know of it yet, and would likely never know since he would never get any chi to begin with. Sigh, at least his body is healthy now. He will probably go on to live for hundreds of years, Ning thought. Now, let's see what's wrong with his sister. He looked at the little girl that was around the age of Heisi when he first met him. He checked her pulse, skin color, eye movements, everything that a doctor would. Can you heal her? Famir asked from the side. Ning was stumped. He would be able to tell what was wrong if it was a mortal problem, but surprisingly he couldn't, which meant, this was likely an ether-related problem. He couldn't see any option other than to ask the system for the problem. Wait a second. Famir, you said you knew what her problem was, right? Can you tell me what you know? He asked. I said that. Famir asked in surprise. I heard it when you were coming down the mountain, Ning said. Why yes. I went to the library and saw that there have been cases of people falling into a coma after awakening. The book said it was because the newly awakened person uses ether without learning an absorption technique first, Famir said. Ether, no wonder. I assumed she was immortal, but if she is an ether user, that would explain a lot. Tell me, how exactly did she fall into a coma? Ning asked. One day around a year ago, she suddenly awakened after eating a fruit she found in the forest. I later learned that the fruit had contained ether and was the cause behind her awakening. After she awakened, Mavana tried to help father with a little work but ended up straining her body too badly. She fell onto the ground unable to move. For the first few days, she was only paralyzed, but after a few months, she went into a coma. I've been trying to find a way to cure her ever since and, only if I hadn't said something so stupid, father would have still been alive, Famir started sobbing again. What did you tell your father, Famir? Ning asked. I told him that, sister would be fine as long as, she got some ether in her body. So the most likely way, would be to find that fruit from before, Famir said. Ning contemplated on that information and realized there was nothing wrong there. He had done his fair share of research before coming to this conclusion. Let me just check if it is all true. System, what is wrong with the sister? Ning asked. After spending a few million energy, the system gave him all the answers he wanted. When Ning read the answer, he was really surprised. It was exactly what the kid had said. The only thing different was that there was more than one treatment. However, the fruit was the easiest one of all. System, can I create the fruit? Ning asked. Well, I guess there is nothing you can do about that then. Ning turned to look at Famir. Alright, you stay here. I will go get your fruit from the forest, Ning said. And no. Famir shouted. You will get hurt. Ning stopped. Are there monsters in the forest? He asked. Monsters? No, well maybe, but that's not the problem. The fruit is ridiculously high up in the tree. You will die if you fall from there, just like my father, Famir said with tears in his eyes. Ning smiled and said, you just worry about your sister. I can take care of myself just fine. Chapter 204, Bonus Peach-like Fruit. Ning put up a hand to block the sun that was far away at the horizon. Well, at least I am far enough from the mountain that there is sunlight now, albeit in the form of a perpetual morning sun, Ning thought. Then, he walked into the forbidden forest that was right next to Famir's house. As soon as he walked into the forest, he couldn't help but get shocked. Holy sh*t! He wasn't lying when he said the trees were tall. No wonder his father died after falling from such height, Ning thought. The trees were not just tall, but also very dense. Just 10 meters into the forest, the light inside had reduced by half in terms of brightness. This is dozens of times more scary looking than the forest outside of Starsight City, Ning thought. He had gotten an idea of what the fruit looked like from the system, as well as learned what the tree looked like too. So, he kept an open eye for the fruit along the way. Well, fortunately, there are no monsters here. I would have had to waste my time if there were, Ning thought. Also, how the hell did Famir's father even make his way through this forest? More than that, how did anyone even find Famir's father's body? Ning wondered. As far as he could see, not a single sign of humans were in the vicinity. People truly didn't like going into the forest. After nearly an hour of trekking, Ning finally found the tree that resembled his image in his mind. The tree was very tall, at around nearly 100 meters tall, and was about 5 meters in diameter. It was a straight tree with no branches at all. Instead, the trunk of the tree was covered with tangled vines that started from the top of the tree. At the very top of the tree was a single fruit that was floating towards the sky, tethered only by the small vine it was attached to. Ning grabbed the cluster of vines and walked up. As soon as he placed his hands on the tree, the vines moved to give Ning a better grasp. Hey! Ning thought in confusion. He then placed his left foot on the vine, and it too opened up to give him a better foothold. That's not bad, Ning thought and started climbing. He hadn't even climbed 10 meters up when he realized it was a very comfortable climb until now. However, in the back of his head, he could tell that this was too easy. Why would the tree make it too easy for me to climb? Ning wondered. Could it be that this tree is going to let me go halfway to the top and then throw me down? That was a definite possibility. After all, Famir's father did die from falling too, he thought. Still, he wanted to see what the tree was going to do. The entire way through, he expected the vine he was stepping on to loosen up suddenly and have him fall 50 meters onto the ground. However, rather surprisingly, nothing happened. The entire way through, the tree was very supportive of his climb. What the hell? Ning thought. He then saw the fruit in front of him. It was a large peach-like fruit that was about the size of dried coconut. So this is it, hey! He thought and grabbed the fruit. Just as he was about to pull it out, suddenly, 2 green flaps appeared from either side of the tree and caught him there. What the hell? Ning was surprised. What is this? He shouted. Suddenly, the walls started secreting a pungent-smelling viscous liquid. They slowly slid down the wall and made their way to the center where Ning was. Could it be? This is a carnivorous plant. Ning thought in surprise. However, he wasn't scared. The fruit was still in his hands. He ripped the fruit and immediately told the system to teleport him back to Famir's house. Without delay, Ning disappeared. He appeared outside Famir's house and dusted himself. What was that? No wonder it helped me climb so far up. It wanted to eat me, Ning thought. Did Famir's father really die by falling from such a tree? Ning thought. System, give me information on that tree just now. Information flooded Ning's mind and he started to learn about the tree. The tree was a carnivorous tree that liked to kill humans and animals to gain their nutrients, as well as their minute amount of ether. It provided a fruit as a lure and helped everything get to the top just so it could eat it. That's interesting. There is no way Famir's father should have fallen from such a tree, Ning thought. He could sense some sort of hidden plot of someone. Ning decided to ignore that thought for now. He looked at the fruit in his hand. He walked into the house and found Famir asleep next to his sister's bed. Even as he fell asleep, he didn't leave her alone. Famir, wake up, he said. Hey! Famir slowly opened his eyes and started rubbing them. What is it, father? He said as he stood up. Only then did he realize who was standing in front of him. Oh, he thought when he remembered everything. Sadness welled up inside him once more. Hey, kid. You can cry or do whatever you want to, but do it after you've healed your sister, Ning said. Famir's body shivered a little. Did you get the fruit? He asked. Ning threw the peach towards Famir. This is it. This is the fruit from the book, the one that sister ate, Famir said. Thank you so much, senior. Famir started thanking him relentlessly. All right, do that later. First, let's help your sister. Bring me a bowl, Ning said. Yes, Famir said and ran out to the kitchen before bringing back a wooden bowl. Ning took the bowl and placed it on the ground. Let's start. Chapter 205, Feeding the Juice. Famir stood up. All ready. What do I need to do? He asked. He was unable to hold himself still when his hopes of getting his sister back from a year-old coma were rising again. He was very excited. You don't have to do much. Just sit back and watch, Ning said and took the fruit. He caught the top and bottom of the peach horizontally and twisted it so that it split vertically along where the natural line in the peach was. He took the seed and threw it outside the window. Do you have a clean cloth? He asked. Famir immediately ran to the other room and brought back a single shirt. The shirt looked dirty, but that was just because of its bland color. This is my shirt, will this work? Famir asked. This is clean, right? Ning asked just to make sure. Yes, yes. I cleaned it myself a week ago, Famir replied. Very well then. Ning took the cloth and put the peach inside of it. Then, he closed the cloth around the peach and started crushing it. Juices seeped out of the shirt and flowed onto the bowl. Ning crushed it multiple times before he managed to extract every single bit of juice that was in the fruit. The resulting liquid was a light brown colored juice that reflecting quite a bit of light back. There is ether there, Ning said as he looked at it. Ning tossed the fruit to Famir and walked next to the sleeping sister. The bowl of juice flew up next to him without any assistance. Famir couldn't help but be shocked when he saw such an impressive usage of ether. Ning supported the sister's body by the neck and opened up her esophagus. He then pulled her jaw back and slowly started pouring the juice onto her mouth. He did that in batches and waited for the juices to be swallowed before putting in more. Once he was halfway done, he stopped. He put her down and pulled up her bedsheet. That should be enough, Ning said. Senior, shouldn't you feed her all of it? Famir asked. No, need. As soon as she absorbs the ether in the juice, she will wake up. Once she wakes up, you can just teach her an ether absorption method, and it will all be fine, Ning said. I see. So, my sister will be okay. Famir's eyes started tearing up again. Ning smiled. Yes, she will. Good job on finding the fruit on your own. That helped your sister a lot. Thank you, senior. Thank you very much. Famir started bawling out in tears. Ning wanted to ask him to stop crying but didn't see any problems with him crying right now. Hey, Famir, he said. Yes, senior. He asked as he sniffed a little. Drink the rest of the juice, Ning said with a wink. I'll see you later. Good luck. Ning walked out of the house and went around the small village to see what the daily life here was like. No matter where he went, he only found people staring at him. Why are they staring? My skin is the same color as them, same for the hair, Ning thought. If it were Clavies, he could understand being stared at, but not right now. A big buff man suddenly walked in front of him. This was a tall dude with rough beards and a body that would make a bear cower in fear. Visitor, can you tell us the purpose of your visit? He asked. Ning looked at the man and couldn't see any wrong intentions in his eyes. I'm just walking around to see what this village was like. You don't have to worry about me, Ning said with a smile and tried to go around the man. The man instead walked again and blocked him. That is not going to cut it here. This is a peaceful village, and I can't have city folks come here and do whatever they want. Please state your intentions here, the man asked. City folk? Why do you think I'm from the city? Ning asked. Why else? Your clothes obviously. Nobody could wear such colorful clothes other than the city folks, the man said. Ah, Ning said as he realized. He was wearing the blue robe from the Blue Dragon sect and had forgotten about it. I see. Well, I wasn't lying about my intentions. I just want to look around the village. Please tell me the truth, visitor, the big man said. Sigh. Ning suddenly pointed a finger towards the man and flicked the finger upwards. Immediately, the man was thrown some 50 meters in the sky, before falling down. People around the town screamed when they saw that. People closed their eyes and looked aside just as the man was about to fall down. Ning stopped him in midair and gently landed him on the ground. The man had the fear of God put into him. As I said, I am not here with any bad intentions. I would have done something bad by now if I wanted to, Ning said. The man was still in shock and didn't hear most of what Ning said. However, the villagers heard him and that was enough for him. He tapped the man and woke him out of the shock. What's your name? He asked. My name? It's Jangar, he said. Jangar, what do you do? Ning asked. I am a carpenter, he said. Oh, you made such a big body by carpentering? Ning asked in surprise. I also cut trees on the site, he added. Oh, a carpenter and a lumberjack. No wonder, you are this huge, Ning said. He then patted Jangar on the shoulders and said, you are doing a good job, but tone it down a little. Even good men will get angry if you annoy them, Ning said. He then walked away, leaving the crowd and Jangar behind in shock. It took them about 5 minutes before they went back to doing their own things, but news of Ning soon spread through the whole village. Chapter 206, Seal. Ning looked around the village and realized that it wasn't that great of a village. It barely had maybe 100 people living in it, and most of them just did what they could to make a living. Sigh, this is a very poor village, Ning thought. The sun was already down, but the light from the aurora still hit the village and make it light up quite a bit. Let's go back, Ning thought and returned back to Famir's house. When he walked in, he found Famir huddled up in a corner next to the bed. The bowl was empty, so he seemed to have drunk all of the juice. All right, while he is asleep, let me go and collect some energy from the mountain top, Ning thought. System, teleport. There is a seal? How come I never saw that? Ning asked. So can you teleport me to the base of the mountain? Ning asked. All right, let's go. Ning immediately disappeared from where he stood and appeared on the base of the mountain. From here, he could see that the mountain was around 5 kilometers tall. Is there really a seal here? Ning thought. He picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it as far as he could. Instead of flying far away, however, the stone struck an invisible wall and in a flash of purple light was destroyed to smithereens. Geez, there really is one. Is it that hard to get across? Ning asked and placed his palms on the seal's barrier. Another flash of purple appeared and Ning's right arm was blown to smithereens as well. Arg! What the f***ck? He couldn't help but scream. He hadn't expected the seal to be this strong. Damn, I still don't understand why I can't just teleport inside. Isn't this just a barrier? Why can't I go inside? Damn, so I can never go back there? Ning asked. First, gather a lot of energy to break the seal on your own and enter. Second, find the key to the seal and open it. Since you said a lot, it's probably not even in the billions anymore. Let's go with option 2. Where is the key to the seal? Ning asked. Hey? So there is more than one? What is this key then? Ning asked. Whoa, that's... I can't find those sorts of keys. What sort of psychopath makes this sort of seal? Ning asked angrily. Fwovom. Gosh, so I don't even have anyone to blame for me not getting to go in? Damn, that sucks. Now I will have to wait until someone dies before I can go in. In the meantime, this barrier will do, I guess, Ning thought. When he had placed his palm on the barrier, there was so much energy output from there that not only had it filled its cap, it had exceeded far beyond anything he had felt yet and destroyed his arms completely. Very well. I shall come back daily to gather energy from here, he thought, and teleport back to Famir's house. Famir was still sleeping, so he decided to go and try some ether arts. I'm an invoker, right? I should see how much water I can create with the ether in my body, Ning thought. He took out the bowl from the room and kept it in front of him before starting to visualize water in his mind. The image of water flowing felt very real to him, and at the same time, inside his sea of ether, the few ethers that he had gathered had started to boil once again. They disappeared from the sea of ether, and suddenly, in front of him, droplets of water started forming. Ning opened his eyes to see it. There were about a dozen or so droplets of water formed in front of him. He was about to slowly place those droplets on the bowl, but suddenly, his whole body froze and he fell to the ground. This happened due to him overusing his ether and drying out the sea. If it were someone without any absorption technique, they would be unable to move right now until they somehow got ether or ended up in a coma. Those that did have an absorption technique, would use the technique and gather some ether before standing back up. Ning didn't even have to do that, as his body automatically absorbed enough ether right now to go from ether starter to ether student in just 10 days. He stood up and looked at the bowl in front of him. He weighed the drops of water and found out it was around 13 milligrams. He then waited for him to go back to being full with ether and started forming more water once again. He continued doing that for the rest of the night. By the time morning arrived, he was starting to make around 30 drops of water. That's a good enough progress for a day, I guess, Ning thought. He let the water fall from the bowl and stood up to go back into the house. Just then, he saw Famir rubbing his eyes as he looked at him. Yan Senior, what are you doing so early in the morning? He asked. Also, why are you so dirty? Ning looked down and realized that falling onto the ground for so long had in fact made him quite dirty. Oh, never mind this, Ning said and snapped. All the dirt in his clothes fell to the ground. Let's go back in. Chapter 207, Grand Uncle. Famir was surprised to see Ning's usage of enchantments. He still believed that everything Ning was doing was ether arts. Do you feel any different? Ning asked. Different? No, not really. I think it failed, Famir said. Try using it. Try invoking or enchanting. If you did become an ether user, you will know then, Ning said. Famir stopped walking and hesitated a bit. Should I really try it, Senior? He asked. Of course. How else will we know? Ning said. No, I mean. Famir slowly turned towards his sister and pointed towards her. Won't I end up like Mavana? He asked. Oh, **T. You're right. Nearly forgot about that, Ning said with an embarrassed smile. I still need to learn more, Ning said. Famir was a little confused as to what a senior with so much knowledge could mean, but didn't say anything. Should I get a random one from the system? Although, I am still quite unknown about the situation of this world. I don't know what would happen if I hand over the gold to these kids and leave. Bad people might come after him, Ning thought. Thinking along those lines, he thought of something and decided to ask. Famir, what's inside that mountain? Ning asked while pointing south. The peak of afterlife? It's where we send off our departed to the stars, Famir said. That reminded Ning of a question that he was a little confused about. Oh, by the way, who found your dad? Ning asked. It was one of Noble Cannon's men. He found my dad on the ground after he had fallen from the tree, Famir said with a sad voice. Noble? There is a noble in this village? Ning asked. No, he's in the next town over. It's an hour's walk from here, Famir said. I see, and does this town have the library too? Ning asked. Yes, Famir said with bright eyes. It's where I read all of the books. It's honestly an amazing place. I see. Let's go there, Ning said. He needed to learn more about ether and this world. And to learn that, he first needed to learn what topics there were to learn. A place like a library that had different types of books would be a good way to get ideas on what to learn about. Senior, I need to look after my sister. I can't leave her all alone, Famir said. Ugh, wait for a second, Ning said and walked over to the room with the sister. Aegis, can you come out? He asked. Aegis flew out of the beast's space and landed inside the room. He was cramped and could barely fit in the room while sitting down. Turn around and put your back to the door. Protect the girl over there, okay? I will return in a few hours, Ning said and left Aegis alone to look after the girl. All right, we are all set, Ning said as he walked back outside. Let's go. The two of them walked along the road and the people started whispering quietly when they saw Ning. I guess it's not surprising seeing how big of a show I put on yesterday, Ning thought as he facepalmed himself. When the villagers saw Famir, they walked up to talk to him, give him their condolences and tell them that if they needed anything then he could let them know. The entire village was like a big family. It reminded him about the people back in Clovis. Famir. Where are you going? An old man walked up to him. Ah, granduncle, I am going to the town with Senior here. I will be back in a few hours, Famir said. Senior. The old man looked at Ning up and down. Tisk. I should have changed my clothes, Ning thought. It wasn't like he didn't have the clothes. He was just being lazy. Who might you be, visitor? The old man said. I'm a nobody. You don't have to worry about me. I needed help for something from Famir, so I was taking him to the town, Ning said. The granduncle got a little alert when he heard that. Only that we need to worry about tell us that we don't need to worry about them, the granduncle said. This is going to be troublesome, Ning said as he scratched his head. Jangar! Jangar! The old man shouted. What is it, father? Jangar walked out of the house. However, the moment he saw Ning on the street, he started getting scared. This man here is what's wrong with you? Why is your leg shaking? The granduncle asked. No reason, Jangar said. His father liked staying inside the house due to his old age, so he didn't know what Jangar had gone through. This outsider here is trying to take Famir here with him. Go with him and make sure the kid is okay, the granduncle said. Ning's face got better when he realized he wouldn't have to spend another half an hour trying to prove his innocence to the old man. But Fath. Brother Jangar, let's go to the town together. I would be quite happy to have someone so reliable with me as well, Ning said with a massive fake smile. Jangar wanted to deny him but seeing his father's annoyed face and Ning's smiling face, he knew he had no choice. Arino.cm. Reluctantly, he agreed. That settles it then, doesn't it, Senior? I can have Famir here take me to the town, right? Ning asked. Humph. It's okay now. Jangar, make sure to beat him to a pulp if he tries anything funny with your nephew, the granduncle said and walked back into the house. Ning looked towards Famir and asked, that old man cares quite a lot about you. Are you guys related? Famir shook his head. According to my father, after grandfather died, granduncle basically looked after him, until he was old enough to live on his own. He kept on calling him uncle, and after me and my sister were born, we followed our father and called him grand-uncle as well. Chapter 208, Library. I see, Ning said. He turned to look at Jangar and asked, so his father lived with you guys? Yes, Brother Yun lived with us for a few years, Jangar said. Oh, then you guys must have been quite close to each other, Ning asked. Oh no. I was maybe 6 years old when Brother Yun came to live with us. He was around the same age as my late brother Nasi. Those two hit it off quite well, Jangar said with a melancholic voice. Late brother? How did he die? Ning asked. He was cutting a tree and the tree fell on him, Jangar said. Oh, that's quite sad. You have my condolences. Did you find your brother? Ning asked. No, it was some other people who found him and carried his body back home. That was 3 years ago, Jangar said. Let's stop talking about this. You guys want to go to the town, right? Let's go, Jangar said and started walking. Famir too would rather stop talking about the depressing talk, so he decided to start walking too. Ning followed behind then, but a thought kept on running in his mind. A lumberjack dying from a tree crushing him. Another person falling from a tree that doesn't let you fall? These are too much of a coincidence for there to not be anything sinister behind them, Ning thought. But he just couldn't pinpoint the motive. Then he thought. The seal. What seal? Famir turned around to ask. The seal in the mountain, the peak of afterlife. How often does it open? Ning asked. I don't know, once a month. Famir said and looked towards Jangar for confirmation. Yes. Honestly, the village is cursed. Every month or two, someone dies here. I just want to leave the village already so I'm not the next one, Jangar said. There is definitely something going on here, Ning thought. After an hour of walking, and crossing a 10-meter-long wooden bridge, they finally reached the town. Ning was quite surprised to see that the town was actually quite developed when compared to the village. There were a lot more people, and the buildings were a little more modern looking. They were still not very different from the residential areas in Deep Skull Island. The place was just way too far away from the whole continent, so it was understandable it wasn't as developed. He wanted to change his clothes, but turned out there were way too many people with color dresses here, so he was fine for now. Famir took him to a small shop, which turned out to be the library. When Ning walked in, he was shocked. It's not even as big as my volunteer room, he thought. The room was around 10 meters long and 6 meters wide, and it was the only floor. There were a few desks inside and about 10 shelves with books on them. Ning approached the shelves and looked at the books. The cover and binding are so good. This world must be quite advanced. Only this corner of the continent must be too far away to get the good stuff, he thought. Famir walked up to him and looked around for a few seconds, before choosing a book and taking it away. Ning looked at the spines of the books and didn't know if he should laugh or cry right now. He only now remembered that he couldn't read at all, so coming to the library wasn't really the bright idea he thought he was. Whatever, I doubt his book is the best book out there, Ning thought. System, how much does the max information about the subjects in this book cost? H asked. The system gave him a number that maxed at around 45 billion energy. He didn't buy it immediately, however, that would be being too hasty, and he didn't have enough energy to splurge it around like that. Alright, let's try this. System, take every book that is in this library and place the global, non-repetitive version of this information into my auto-buy list, Ning said. Use it, Ning said. The system stopped talking for a second and started scanning everything. After it was done, a bunch of new books got directly added to the auto-buy list. How many books are there? Ning asked. Hey, let me see the prices of each one. Ning thought and went to check the list. He currently held about 6 billion energy, so even if he wanted to buy it all, he couldn't. Let's see what exactly I can buy first. This book about ether usages makes sense. Oh, there are monsters in this continent as well. Flowers and fruits can be helpful. Ning looked through every single book and in the end, decided to buy around 6 of them for now. It cost him nearly 3 billion since he chose the short books. Once he was done with buying books, he took a random one and sat next to Famir, and acted like he was reading. Instead, what he did was try to understand the 6 of them that he had just learned. The books had quite fascinating bits of information that Ning found quite fun to read. As he kept on reading them, his eyes turned a little sharp as he realized that he had been misunderstanding something about using ether. He referred back to own information he had gotten before and it told him the same thing. He just hadn't expected ethers and by association, ether users to be so unique when compared to chi. If this is true, then learning might just be the way to becoming a great ether user. Chapter 209, Shopping. Ning looked through his head and continued reading. The information there was just too much to sort out in just a few minutes. Thankfully, due to them being bought from the system, all he had to do was refer to them. This book is an entire book that does nothing but tell me what something is or something does. It's like a children's book for grown adults that help them visualize different kinds of stuff to use with ether, Ning thought. I see. So that is what it was. Ether isn't like chi where just by training, you can get strong eventually. It's actually the power of imagination. As long as you can imagine it, ether can help you do anything. Ning was absolutely thrilled to learn this. If visualization was all it was needed, he knew tons of things, remembered so much that it would be impossible for him to not visualize stuff very easily. He could tell that ether was going to be a lot of help for him. So falling down after your ether disappears is not that uncommon, hey? I guess people here are just used to it. Or maybe it's just not a well-known thing in this faraway land of nowhere, Ning thought and kept reading. Learning that it was the power of imagination, he started wondering how far the powers of ether could be pushed forth. When you burn away ether, your body looks for the next thing to burn, which happens to be the important nerves around the sea of ether and started burning it too. Yikes! Do people slowly lose function? Oh, here it is, the damaged nerves are healed when the ether returns. However, if one kept up with the damage, they will go on a coma. I knew this. Why did I spend energy to get the same information twice? Tisk, Ning thought. After an hour or so, Famir finally tapped him, relaying that he was ready to leave. Ning looked to his other side and saw that Jangar had been fast asleep with nothing else to do for him. Once he woke up, he too walked out of the library. So the library is free to use? Ning asked after walking outside. Yes. It's maintained by the noble canon, Famir said. You guys want to go check out anything? Or do we return for now? Jangar asked. Let's go to some stores and see if there are some clothes to buy. I don't feel like walking around while looking like this, Ning said. Oh, I know a shop. This way, Famir said and started walking forward. They soon reached a shop and started looking through clothes. System, give me information on the currency here, Ning asked. Soon, he had basic information of currency here. The lowest currency was bronze coins that were also called Sik, and 100 of those would join to be this alloy of silver and some other metal, also known as ROP. How much energy do ROPs cost? He asked. Wait a second. Didn't that cost me the same thing for gold coins back on Kumia too? I'm starting to sense a pattern here, Ning said. Wait, so if the highest denomination of money in this land was only 6 with no ROPs, then would I have had to pay 5 million per Sik? Ning asked in surprise. Tisk. That's quite bad. How much do I have to pay now? He asked. Damn, that different just because there is a higher value currency above it, hey? Ning thought. No, wait a second. There were spirit stones above gold. Why didn't you count that? So there really was a pattern to the prices, hey? What about prices for the other things I make you create? He asked. I see. Alright, make me 20 rops for now, he asked. As the guys were looking through the shop, 20 rops appeared in front of Ning that he hid as quickly as it appeared. You guys have seen enough? Let's go pay and return back home, Ning said. Yes, senior, Famir said and took out a single pair of clothes from the place. Hey, that won't do. I thought I gave you ample time to choose. Why are you only taking one set of clothes? He asked. I don't have a lot of money. Famir got a little embarrassed. Ahem. Carpentering doesn't earn very much in the village, Jangar said. Sigh, I will pay. Choose what you want, Ning said. Famir and Jangar smiled, but they still only chose a few clothes. God damn you guys, here take these and this one too. Do you like that? Take it. Ning started dumping the clothes onto the guys more than they could handle. When they got to the front to pay for it, even the lady at the counter was in shock at the sheer volume of the clothes. She started to calculate the costs of all those clothes, so it was going to take some time. Tring. Two men with big bodies walked into the store and went right up to the counter. Be right there with you, the lady said without looking up. Hey! One of the gruff men said. We are not customers, lady. Look over here. The lady looked up and saw the two men and fear showed in her eyes for a second. She did not like seeing these two here. Chapter 210, Protection Fee. Age how much? The lady asked with a quivering voice. 56 for today and we come tomorrow, or 10 rops for the whole month. Your choice, one of the men said. I don't have that kind of money right now, the woman said. Cut the crap and give it to us fast. We don't have time to waste with you all day, the men said. I really don't have any. I have nothing to give to you, the woman said. Ha! Who do you think you are lying to? Look at this, you sell so much and you expect us to believe that you don't have anything? You are quite a brave woman, aren't you? The man said with an evil grin. Ning looked at him and really wanted to punch his face. But doing so would mean the man was going to die, and he didn't want the hassle of being a murderer in this world right now. Although, I might finally have a key to the seal, Ning thought and smiled a little. This is only my first sale of the day. These gentlemen haven't even finished paying yet, the woman said. This woman really wants to. Hey, brother. It looks like you have some business with the lady here, Ning said from the side. Yeah, we do. What does it have to do with you? The man said. Nothing really. It's just that I was here first, so if you have a business, then you will have to get in line behind us, Ning said. Haha, pal. It seems you have a lot of money to pay for these things. Why don't you pay us too? The men said as one of them moved his cloth just enough for Ning to see a hidden dagger. The man smiled when he noticed that Ning had seen it. Ning smiled too. He snickered towards the men and said, You think that little toothpick is enough to scare me? Why don't we see then? The man said and suddenly pulled out the dagger. He pointed it towards Ning and tried to act like he was going to stab him. Yeah, still not scared, Ning said. *tch. Just shut up and hand over the money, the men said. Ning smiled and took one step closer. Oh ho, are you openly robbing me now? That feels like I have a reason to attack now, Ning said. Come stab me too. There is no other way I am going to give you money. The men got angry and the one with the sword suddenly stabbed at Ning. Ning looked at half the dagger sticking next to his cloth and got a little surprised. He really stabbed me. The man smiled sinisterly when he saw that half his dagger had entered Ning's left shoulders. You better bring your money out now, or I will twist this dagger ends. A scream of pain appeared from right next to the man. He looked behind him only to see his friend down on the ground, with his hands clutching his face and blood gushing out of it. Hey! What's wrong? He tried to pull out the dagger from Ning's body to check his friend. But suddenly, Ning caught his arm and held it in place. You're not going anywhere, Ning said. Famir, are there police or guards in this area? Ning asked. Noble Canon has guards that patrol the town. They are responsible for looking after the town, Famir said. Go call them. Tell them I have a criminal in my clutches, Ning said. Famir skipped past the two men and ran out of the door. Ning looked to the side and smiled as he said, Lady, don't mind us. Please just focus on counting the price for now, he said. The other man didn't stop screaming at all, and the blood was still gushing out. Without treatment, he would die soon. The man tried to pull his arm back, but no matter what, RWVEL.O. Yo you! What are you planning on doing? I will stab your heart if you don't let go, he threatened. I don't doubt you will try to, Ning said. But with what blade? He slowly bent the man's hands away from his chest to reveal that his hands taken any damage and that it was the blade that had broken in half. You already used to pointy end to stab your friend back there, Ning said with a smile. Ho how! The man couldn't believe what had happened until he thought of a possibility that shocked him. Ether user. Well, you are not very stupid, are why? Bam! Ark! The man screamed as he held his left arm against himself. He had just tried to punch Ning on the face and instead had his hands broken. Tisk! And here I just said you are not very stupid. Why did you feel the need to prove me wrong? Ning said. In here. Famir's voice came from the outside. Soon, two people in brown-green cloth walked into the shop and saw the two men in pain. What happened here? One of the guards asked. Oh, these men came here looking for protection money from the shop and then tried to rob me. So, I put them in their place, Ning said. The guards quickly checked the criminals and were shocked a little. Thank you for your help, sir, he said and took away the men. Well, that was enough fun for the day. Let's go back home, Ning said. The other two nodded. Lady, how much is the cost? Ning asked. I haven't finished counting, she said. Give me an approximate price. I don't have time to wait for so long, Ning said. The lady tried to guess the prices of the clothes all at once. Once she was done checking it all, she said, 8 rops and 36. Okay, Ning said and tossed 9 rops her way. Keep the rest. Suddenly, the stack of clothes on the counter disappeared and Ning started walking out. Chapter 211, Chrome. Ning had barely made it past the door when he heard a shout coming from inside. Mister, wait, the lady at the store cried out. Ning turned around to see that she had come out from behind the counter to talk with him. Did I miss something? He asked. Mister, you need to leave this town immediately. The men you just attacked were Chrome's men. They will come to attack you once they realize that you laid your hands on one of his men, the lady said. Chrome? Is that someone's name? Ning asked. You don't know Chrome? The lady asked in surprise. He is a criminal, a bandit that lives nearby and terrorizes the town. Not even Lord Canon's people can do anything about him. Oh. So a bandit, hey? No wonder they were so violent. Thanks for the advice, miss. Ning nodded towards the lady and walked away. Famir and Jangar followed him too. Have you guys heard of Chrome? Ning asked. No, Famir said. I have, Jangar replied. Both Ning and Famir looked towards him and waited for him to start speaking. I heard about him in another town I was visiting with my older brother a few years ago. Chrome was a bandit that liked staying out of town and sent his men to do his work. It seems he has changed towns. I hope Lord Canon can deal with him. His menace shouldn't be left festering in this society, Jangar said. I see. So he wasn't caught in so many years, hey? Ning said. By the way, senior. How did you break his dagger? I was pretty sure he stabbed you, Famir asked. RWVEL.O. Oh, that. Ning tried to think of an answer and said, I manipulated his dagger so that the sharp end was removed and it hit his buddy instead. Wow! You can do that with ether arts? Famir asked in surprise. Haha, there are a lot of things you can do with ether arts. Once I give you a technique to absorb the ether, I will teach you just how powerful ether can be under the right user, Ning said. Ning himself was looking forward to being proficient in the ether arts. Something that didn't require learning extensive techniques to use was always welcome from him. Also, a power that was based on someone's imagination was just too juicy for him to leave it alone. Damn, with this I won't have to rely on the system every time I need something made, he thought. Although, I can only make physical objects with this and I will still need the system for anything else, he thought. The thing he bought most from the system was knowledge, which he knew was impossible to acquire any other way. So, in the end, he would still have to rely on the system most of the time. They reached the village and Jangar left them to return to his house. Wait, Ning said and took out a bunch of his clothes and gave them to him. Wear nice things from now on, Ning said and left before Jangar could even say thank you. Famir followed Ning and returned back to his home. However, just before he reached his home, his pace quickened a bit. He couldn't tell whether he was hearing things or not, but it sounded like someone was screaming from his house. Famir's heart dropped when he thought of something. He immediately ran towards his house, leaving Ning behind. As he got closer to his house, he got more and more sure that he was in fact hearing screams. When he got to his house, he confirmed it, the screams really were coming from his house. The screams belonged to someone with a very hoarse voice. It sounded as if the person hadn't spoken in forever, and had thus lost the ability to speak. Also, they were of the feminine variety. No. Mavana. Famir screamed his sister's name and ran into his house. He directly ran into Mavana's room. However, there was a large golden object blocking his way in. He tried pushing on it, but no matter how hard he tried he couldn't do anything. Mavana. Are you okay? He asked. Brother? Is that you? A sobbing Mavana's voice came from the other side. Help me, brother. This monster will eat me, she started crying. Monsters. Famir's face dropped color. Move. He started screaming and pushed the golden object as hard as he could, but it just wouldn't budge. What can I do? He started thinking. He felt like he had no choice and had to do what he could as his last resort. He took a deep breath and started concentrating. Grasp. Something grabbed his hand and he suddenly lost focus. He opened his eyes to see Ning standing right next to him. Senior. My sister, Mavana, she. He tried to explain. Don't worry. I left him to protect your sister. He isn't going to harm her, Ning said and walked up to the door. Good job, Aegis. You can come back and rest now. Aegis suddenly disappeared, leaving an open door and a screaming young girl inside. The moment Aegis disappeared, Famir ran into the room and found his sister hidden behind the bed sheets, clearly scared out of her mind. It's okay, Mavana. I am here. It's okay, Famir said as he got his little sister in an embrace. He held her shivering body until she calmed down. Ning decided to not interfere with the brother-sister reunion and walked outside. He sat down on the porch behind the house and looked at the magnificent sight of the peak spewing out the chi and ether. Soon, he could hear uncontrollable sobbing from inside the room. Ning felt a little sad listening to the cries of a young girl who had already lost her mother, and now learned that she had also lost her father. Suddenly learning you are an orphan now isn't very easy, is it? Ning thought. He looked to the room behind him and thought, thankfully, they have each other. They should be fine. He let the cries go on for a little longer and only went back in once he couldn't hear the sobbing anymore. Chapter 212, Mavana. Ning returned back to the room and saw the two siblings huddled together, still occasionally sniffling. Famir noticed Ning by the door and immediately got out of bed to run to Ning. As soon as he reached Ning, he got on his knees and started thanking once again. "Thank you, Senior. Thanks to you I got my sister back." Seeing that Famir was likely going to cry once again, Ning grabbed him and said, "You got your sister back because you persevered. You went to the library and learned everything you could. You were the one that found out about your sister's illness and the cure for it. I was just a person who went to get it. So, don't thank me. Thank yourself," Ning said. Famir tried to say something, but Ning left him and walked to the bedside. "Hello, little miss. How are you feeling right now?" Ning asked. "Who?" The girl was a little bit scared seeing Ning. "Mavana, this is the senior that helped in healing you," Famir quickly got to them and said. "You should thank him." "Thank you, senior," Mavana said with a hoarse voice and tried to get out of the bed to bow to him, just like her brother. Wait, don't move. You can't move just yet," Ning said. "That's right, Mavana. You've been in a coma for nearly a year, you will need to wait for a few more months of training to get you back on your feet," Famir said. "I can't walk? I see. Okay," Mavana said in a sad voice. "I am sorry, but that's just how it is," Famir said. Not really. Not when you have me," Ning said. He immediately brought out some random ingredients and started smashing them in a mortar and pestle that he brought out himself. Once they formed a paste, he put some water in it so that her body could handle it better. He handed it over to her and said, "Eat this." The girl hesitated when she saw the weird-looking green water and looked towards her brother for confirmation. Famir nodded when he saw this and the girl drank it. The moment that she drank it, Ning remembered something and winced a little. A terrible scream was going to come out soon. "Ah! What's happening to my body? What is this?" The girl started shouting in a normal-sounding voice rather than a hoarse one. "It's okay, Mavana. I went through that as well. We can get you cleaned up. Let me carry you," Famir said and walked forward. However, before he could reach the bed, Ning stopped him and shook his head. "Little miss, can you walk now?" he asked. "Walk? Didn't you say I can't walk?" she said and suddenly put her arms over her mouth. "I can speak normally now. What's going on?" "Hey? You can? But how?" Famir was surprised as well. "The medicine I just gave you helped you. For now, try to come out of the bed," Ning said. Mavana slowly lifted her bed sheets and showed the black goo all over the inside of them. From there, her two legs slowly lifted and she placed them on the ground next to her. She pushed herself off the bed and tried to stand. She nearly lost her balance, but Famir came in to give her a hand. "It's okay, brother. I can walk," she said. Famir nodded and slowly let go of her hand. Mavana tried to balance herself and succeeded in doing so. She slowly placed a foot forward and then placed another forward. Famir was behind her all the way to grab her in case she lost her balance, which she didn't. She went outside to get washed and Ning decided to wait for them inside. He looked at the mess there was on the bed and asked the system to clean it. Within a second, all the unnecessary gunk disappeared from the room, and it barely cost him a dozen or so million energy. "Is my daily cap off cooldown, system?" he asked. "God, it's so hard to keep track of time here. There is barely 6 hours of sunlight and yet, it never gets dark thanks to the aurora. I need a watch or something," he thought. "Actually, no. Do I even have enough energy to waste? I need to make the nigh indestructible ball to go through that wormhole," he thought. Speaking of which, how much energy will it cost to make a small marble-sized ball that can survive that onslaught of chi and ether? Ning asked. 23 billion, hey? If I can get kinetics cap increase. 23 billion will take me exactly a month or so, assuming I don't use it elsewhere, and I can even absorb so much energy in a day, he thought. Given that I have the other few things to buy, let's give a conservative 2 months' time before I have to leave, Ning thought. Ugh! I am going to be late again, Ning thought as he remembered the promise he had made to the other people. System, save those things at the top of the auto-buy list, he said and forgot about it for now. Famir and Mavana came back to the room. Ning looked at the little girl with her clear face with 0 blemishes and her body that was suffering from no muscle atrophy. It seems the medicine from one world works well in another world as well, he thought. Congrats, little miss. You are all healed now, Ning said. Now, don't go using those ether arts once again just yet. You don't have any ether absorption method, so you can't absorb any when you are down. I won't, Mavana said with a serious face. Haha, you won't have to worry about it for long. I will teach you an absorption method very soon. Chapter 213, Abyssal Absorption Art. Ning decided to check his status before he did anything. He wanted to see how much heat, chi, and ether energies he had with him. Unfortunately, his ether absorption speed was very slow, so he didn't have any more than a couple of thousand ethers. As for chi, he didn't have a lot of it either. In the end, he would have to use his heat energy, which he only had about 3 billion of after buying those knowledges back in the library. That should be enough, he thought. Then he decided to get himself a new absorption technique that he could pass to these kids. System, are there good ether absorption skills under 1 billion energy? He asked. Do it. Also, make a copy for these kids, Ning said. The system used a little more energy to create the book, but Ning didn't mind. Suddenly, a book appeared in front of him at the same time information loaded into his head. Mavana was shocked when she saw it, but Famir was used to it and assumed he was using his storage device once again. Here, take this. It's a book that will teach you an absorption technique. After that, you can learn ether as much as you can, Ning said. Are you really giving this to us, senior? Famir asked in surprise. What is that, brother? Mavana asked. It's a technique that lets you absorb ether and get stronger. After learning this, you won't ever have the same problem as before even if you make the same mistake again, Famir said. Mavana gasped. Then it must be expensive, right? Of course. Even the worst of the worst absorption arts apparently cost around 100 rops from what I read in those books, Famir said. Mavana couldn't help but gasp once more. Senior, we don't need this. Us brother and sister won't ever use this ether. It's bad luck for us. Not only did using it make me go into a coma, it was also the reason why we lost our father. We don't want to ever use it, she said. Famir was a little surprised when he saw his sister take such a strong stance against it. He was very conflicted about what his answer should be right now. On one hand, it was a golden opportunity that was too good to be missed. On the other hand, it was in fact very inauspicious for them whenever ether was in question. In the end, he decided to follow in his sister's lead despite his gut saying not to. I'm sorry, senior, but I will have to go with Mavana here. Also, you have already given us so much. Any more and we will start feeling guilty about everything. So, we can't accept this. Please, understand, he said. Ning was a little stumped. But I paid so much energy on it, he thought. He didn't want to take it back just yet. How about this? You say you want to thank me, right? Then learn this. You are free to choose if you want to learn ether arts or not, just learn this absorption art. This way I can be sure that you guys won't fall into a coma again, Ning said. The siblings both hesitated, but in the end, accepted his request. Ning sent the both of them to the other room to learn the book, while he decided to try it out himself as well. He looked into the absorption art and was a little surprised. Holy crap! This is a good technique. Perhaps much better than my automatic one, he thought. ENL.M. The abyssal absorption art was designed to rapidly intake ether from the surrounding within the least amount of time possible and then slowly filter it once it got into your body. This usually required a robust body to handle the intensity of those small bursts of ether absorptions at the start. They should be fine, they are in a sense cultivators now. Although I should hand them the body cultivation art just in case, Ning thought. He didn't know if those worked or not, but he was damn sure he would try to teach them that. He ignored all stray thoughts and took a deep breath. Suddenly, he felt as though the pores in his entire body were all opened at once. The ether in the air was rapidly sucked in through those pores, and within the next second, his sea of ether was full and his pores closed. He suddenly felt bloated as if he didn't need to eat anything for the next few days. That did happen with absorbing ether, as one could sustain a few days with it, but this one felt way too unnatural. After his pores closed, he slowly started to refine what was in his sea of ether. His body started to slowly separate the junk from the ether and it was introduced back into the environment through some random pores that opened up to dispose of them. After 2 hours of continuous refining, he was able to clear away all of the non-ether parts from his sea of ether and collected about half of the original volume instead. So, I have to do it again, hey? Okay, he thought and redid the whole absorption process again. However, he soon realized that there was a problem he hadn't expected. One couldn't just do the whole process again, and hope to gain the same amount of ether. Since the overall available volume in the sea of ether dropped each time he distilled the absorbed ether to get pure ether, the volume available for the next absorption was less. So, the closer one got to completely absorbing it, the more they would have to do it, and it would also take less time. Fortunately, there was an incredible benefit to this system that Ning only noticed after a few iterations. Since he was fundamentally filling his sea of ether every single time, it increased by a tiny amount with each round of absorption. This was far better than simply just using ether and expecting the sea of ether to grow. Chapter 214, Attack. After he was done fully absorbing the most ether he could for the day, Ning decided to check out how much he had grown. He took a bowl outside and closed his eyes to focus on creating more water. Soon, water droplets formed in the air and started dropping down into the bowl. One after another, they dropped into the bowl without any restraint. By the time he was nearly out of ether, he had managed to collect an entire bowl of water. Holy sh*t! My ether amount nearly tripled. This absorption method is not that bad, he thought. If not for the fact that my automatic one works all the time, I would definitely be getting this. He threw away the water and put the bowl back inside the house. Then, he checked up on the brother and sister, who were concentrating on the book in front of them. Well, I guess I can leave them for a bit, he thought. Famir, he called. Yes, senior. He looked up. Once you are done reading it and have completely learned it, hide it somewhere where no one can find it. Or better yet, destroy it. Do what you think is best, I will go away for a bit, Ning said and left. Famir went back to reading the book. Alex walked outside and teleported to the mountain's base. He walked up to the barrier and flicked it as fast as he could. Ow! He screamed out loud and looked at his finger that was very swollen. Damn, how strong is this seal? He wondered once again. His energy had been filled, but unfortunately, he mostly got heat energy from this. He decided not to waste any more energy and didn't buy anything to heal his finger. It would heal on its own in due time. Seeing that it didn't even take him a single minute to gather his energy for the day, he couldn't help but laugh. He teleported back outside of Famir's house and decided to go around the village once more. He needed to pass the time for a bit. He walked around the village again, however, this time he couldn't see anyone there. Weird? It's finally daybreak. They should be here, Ning thought. He walked a bit further and saw a group of people gathered somewhere. Isn't that the old man's house? Ning thought and walked closer. As he got nearer, he could hear the old man shouting. To do this, we have to. Those criminals dare think they can waltz up to us and demand that we pay them just because they say so? No. They cut my son's hand today. Tomorrow if we don't have the money, they will cut off your hands. Can you stand that? The old man's enthusiastic voice spoke out loud. However, there was also a hint of sadness in that voice. We can't. The entire crowd shouted. Ning felt a little chill go down his spine when he heard a little whimper come from the crowd. He walked up and shoved aside the crowd to get to the front. When he saw what was ahead, he was horrified. In the middle of the crowd was the old granduncle filled with tears, an old woman by his side sobbing quietly, and Jangar whimpering as he clutched his left arm which was cut clean at the elbow. He had a cloth wrapped around the cut, but blood was still pooling below him and he was starting to look pale. Step aside, Ning shouted and immediately walked to the center of the crowd. Get away from my son, the old man tried to stop Ning, but for some reason, he couldn't move at all. It was as if an invisible force was keeping him at bay. Show me, he said to Jangar who willingly showed his cut. Ning saw it and immediately pulled out a few ingredients from nowhere, shocking the entire crowd of villagers. Ning then quickly made a paste out of them and fed it to Jangar. Before soon, he started to be immune to pain and was no longer bleeding from the cut. Ning then picked up the arm from the ground and picked up Jangar easily and walked into the house. As soon he reached inside, he placed the cut-off hand at the place it was cut and then asked the system to heal it back. The system asked for nothing and healed his arm after taking the required amount of energy. Phew! Thank God I was out here. If they had let you lose any more blood, you would have likely died, Ning said. Jangar was in disbelief at what he was seeing and couldn't think of anything to say. You bastard! What are you do? The old man walked in expecting Ning to be onto some trouble, only to find his son's arm fixed. What? The man exclaimed. How is this possible? What did you do? The old man demanded. The woman was right behind the old man and was equally in disbelief. When she heard her husband speak those words, she immediately hit him on the back of the head and started scolding him. This young man just helped our son and all you can do is question him. She scolded. She then walked up to Ning and took his hand as she bowed and started thanking him. The old man came to his senses as well and started thanking Ning. Ning told them they didn't have to, and it took him 5 minutes to convince them to stop thanking him. He then sent those two away to talk to Jangar alone. What happened? Who did this? Ning asked. Jangar was back to his senses now and started talking. They were Chrome's men, they came asking for protection money from the villagers, Jangar said. Ning was a little surprised. However, Jangar added, I think they came for you. The protection money was all just a ruse to find you. When they noticed me and realized I was the one with you, they decided to make an example out of me. But really all they were doing was punishing me for what happened in the clothing store. Chapter 215, Prayer. Ning listened to the information and thought that made sense. Chrome's men coming to ask for protection money from villagers that needed no protection was clearly a lie. These bastards, I should go kill them all, Ning thought. He was tempted to do that but somehow controlled himself. No, I can't do that, he thought. It wasn't because the bandits were innocent or didn't deserve to die. He was pretty sure that the system would allow him to kill whoever he wanted as long as they were bandits. However, getting rid of Chrome didn't fix the main problem that was the underlying cause of the bandits appearing in the first place. It was because the protection system in this area was weak. The city guards were merely personal guards of the noble canon who weren't comparable to actual trained soldiers. It was unlikely they were ever going to be strong enough to deter the bandits at all. If he got rid of a chrome today, another chrome would soon realize that there was a power vacuum and just fill the void he created. I should go talk to the noble canon and see if he has any plans for it at all. I can also teach the soldiers how to fight if it were necessary, he thought. I will get going. For now, hide that hand and tell your parents to not let the village people know that it's been healed, okay? Act like I only cauterized the wound and that you don't have any hand left, Ning said. Jangar didn't dare ask why and simply accepted. Ning nodded and left. He quickly went back to Famir's house and checked on them. They were still reading the book. How's the progress? Ning asked. Oh, Senior, Mavana said in surprise. I have pretty much learned this absorption art, but brother is still learning, she said. Oh, is she more talented than him? Ning thought. EOL.O. Are you sure you don't want to practice it? Ning asked. Yes, absolutely, the little girl said with determination. Sigh, okay, Ning said. He could heal physical wounds, but mental wounds were something he couldn't treat. The girl was likely traumatized by using ether, so she no longer wanted to use it. It was understandable. I'm gonna put him here for protection, okay? Ning said. Put who ha? Famir screamed a bit. Mavana got scared as well. Don't worry. He is my pet. He is here to protect you. Aegis, take care of them, okay? Ning said and disappeared before hearing their confirmation. He suddenly appeared outside of the town and walked a few minutes to enter it. He found a few people and asked for directions to the Lord's manor. They were a little weirded out at first, but once they saw his colorful robe, they didn't hesitate a single second before answering him. Colored dyes must really be very rare, Ning thought. The town wasn't very large and it wasn't protected by any sort of wall. It was fully open and the forbidden forest was miles away from the city, so they were probably fine. Ning walked past a few crosswalks and finally saw a white manor with a rather large iron gate at the front. So this is the Lord's manor, hey? Ning thought. It looked like a normal rich building from back on Earth, so Ning was a little surprised. He walked up to the gate and was stopped by the guard at the gate. Stop! Who are you? The guard asked. My name is Ning, and I am here to meet with Noble Canon, Ning said. Do you have an appointment with the Lord? The guard asked. No, Ning said. Are you a noble yourself? The guard asked. No, Ning answered. Then, I cannot let you enter. Please return, the guard said. Ning scratched his head and pondered for a bit. He could easily go in and fight the Lord, but sneaking into someone's house and then offering help he didn't like doing it all the time. Is there any other way I can get a chance to meet the Lord? Ning asked. The guard thought for a bit, and said, a week later, Lord Canon is organizing a party where anyone is allowed in as long as they can afford to pay the entry fee. You can go in at that time, the guard said. A week later? Very well. I will try to meet the Lord at that time. Thank you, brother, Ning said and walked back. He got into a remote location and teleported back to the village. For the next week, he would have to somehow spend some time. Should I just stop caring and leave? He thought for a second, but that doesn't seem like the right thing to do. His mind might forgive him if he did that, but his heart would never. He went to Jangar's house to check upon him. Thankfully, he was perfectly fine now. He was still experiencing a little ghost pain, but that was mostly it. His other problems had all disappeared and could return back to carpentering if he wanted to. As he was walking out, the old man appeared once more. Young man, wait, he said. Yes. Ning said. I would like to apologize for my behavior earlier. I saw you as a foreigner who treated us like nothing but monkeys in a forest. However, it seems I was wrong. You treated my son's hand, and for that, you have my deepest gratitude, the old man said. It's okay, Uncle. I wasn't offended, Ning said. No, I must apologize. If not for you, I might have lost another one of my sons today, the old man said as tears started dropping from his eyes. So many people die in this village every year, and every year I pray it's not my family. My first son, Faroe, already passed away, so I know my prayers are mostly unheard, but today, I feel like someone finally heard it. Thank you for hearing this old man's prayer. Chapter 216, Only an Invoker. Ning felt a little sad as he walked back towards Famir's house. The old uncle was a little too emotional and it affected Ning a little as well. Sigh, poor old man. Losing a son must be weighing heavily on his mind, he thought. He started to pity the old man now. He sighed once again and reached Famir's house. He could hear laughter from inside the house. The kids are finally laughing, hey, he thought. He walked up to the door and saw Aegis's back against the door. Come back, Aegis, he said and pulled him back to the beast space. What? Hey? Where did he go? He heard the brother and sister speak at the same time. Oh, Senior. You are back, Famir said when he noticed Ning. Hey? Did you take him back somewhere? Mavana asked. Her face got a little sad when she didn't find Aegis there anymore. Do you guys like him? Ning asked, and the both of them nodded. Sigh, all right. Come outside. This place is too cramped for him, Ning said and started walking to the backyard. Aegis, these kids want to play with you. Come play here, Ning said and called out Aegis once more. Aegis was a little confused at first, but once he saw Mavana, he immediately started jumping up and down. Ning thought of something and flew Mavana into Aegis's arms. Fly, Ning said. Aegis immediately opened up his golden wings and flew into the sky. Both Famir and Ning could hear cries of terror and laughter from the little girl flying in the air. How did you make such a beast your pet, Senior? He asked. Oh, I found him somewhere, Ning said. I helped him fight off a few guys and got him to follow me after that, Ning said. Oh, I wish I can get one in the future too, Famir said. Ning wanted to just tell him that it wasn't possible and that beasts that practiced ether were a different kind from Aegis, but decided not to. You can always keep hope. Just don't go finding a beast expecting to make it your pet. Ether beasts are very much against humans most of the time, Ning said. I understand, Famir said. They waited on the ground for a little more time before Ning called Aegis down. Mavana laughed the entire time she was with him and had seemed to have forgotten her tragedy even if it was for a few brief seconds. Ning had a week to spare, so he decided to impart some knowledge to the kids regarding ether and learn it himself at the same time. He spent a few million energy to create books about the knowledge he had gathered. At first, they were quite reluctant to learn, at least Mavana was. But getting them to do something after already making them do that once was easy. They were now very susceptible to suggestions. Ning also had to throw in playtime with Aegis and promised that if they learned in all under a week, he would let them play with another beast of his. Sigh, let alone Mavana, even Famir who is 17 is like a kid, Ning thought. I guess I was the same too at the time. He had a massive bowl in front of him, but it was a little further away from him. Ning was trying to create and throw water into that bowl. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He then started to visualize moving water inside his mind. Usually, he would just think about water, but this time he needed it to move. It had been 3 days since he started teaching the kids, and they were inside reading the books while he was himself outside practicing. Water started forming out in front of him. The amount of water he was able to form now was nearly a liter. He envisioned the water flying into the bowl. Ha! Splash! The water fell right where he had formed it. Ning's forehead, which was full of sweat, was now creased due to his frown. No matter what he tried, he couldn't get the water to move past its original location. Damn, Am I really just an invoker? Am I not an enchanter at all, he thought. That thought left a bad aftertaste. He really wanted to believe that he was one of those rare double ether users. I guess I was only able to awaken as an invoker, he sighed. Ning heard someone walking and looked back to see Famir walking out of the house. What's wrong? Why aren't you studying? He asked. Oh, I need to go get some wood to make some fire. I need to cook some food, Famir said and took out an axe-like weapon from somewhere and pulled down a large log from the pile of logs behind the house. He propped it against another wood and started hitting it with the axe. Ha! Ning looked from the side and sighed. Famir had absolutely no talent at cutting woods. You are quite bad for someone who's supposed to have done this forever, Ning said. Famir stopped for a second and went back to cutting once more. Ha! He tried a few more times and stopped once more before saying, my father never let me do any heavy works. He knew I liked reading books, so he made it his job to never let me do any hard work and always encouraged me to read those books. Ha! He continued and kept on cutting the wood. Ning saw the sadness and determination in his eyes and decided to not interfere. After half an hour or so, he had enough wood to cook his food. He brought pots and pans from inside as well as ingredients for a stew. He then started to make a fire. He put some dried leaves inside the mud stove. He then took 2 stones and started to strike them to create sparks to make fire. However, no matter what he did, he couldn't make fire at all. Chapter 217, Double. You need some help? Ning asked. No, he said. I need to learn to do this by myself. Once you leave, senior, I will need to take care of my sister and myself. So, I need to learn how to do this now. He kept on striking the stones and did manage to create some sparks, but nothing substantial enough to light a fire. You really don't need my help? Ning asked again. I probably do, but I also want to do it myself, Famir said. Ning thought for a moment and said, why don't you do this? Just think of the fire burning, and then try it. Just imagine a fire in your head and think of it appearing in front of you. Famir squinted his eyes and looked at Ning. You want me to use ether? He asked. I don't know what you mean. Ning looked to the side and started whistling while continuously looking towards Famir from time to time. Famir looked towards the door and then turned to Ning. Do you think I should do it? He asked. Other people are desperate to learn how to use ether, and you are letting go of such an amazing opportunity. Do you really think it's all right? Ning asked him back. Famir thought for a second and nodded. Yes, you are right. I will try, he said and turned around. He seemed to have stopped caring about what his sister thought and started using the gift he had been given. He closed his eyes and visualized fire. Even as Ning watched, a spark appeared in front of Famir that grew to become an open flame. Ah! He got the location wrong. I should go help him with the Wu. Ning stopped where he was. Suddenly, the fire in front of Famir that was being lit, moved forward until it reached the dried leaves and started lighting it on fire. Whoa! Ning said in surprise, which broke off Famir's attention. He opened his eyes to see the fire in front of him and a rush of excitement shot up through his body. I did it! Senior, I did it! I invoked fire, Famir shouted out as he jumped up and down. You didn't only invoke it, Famir. You manipulated the fire as well, Ning said. What? I manipulated the fire? Famir said in surprise. That can't be. That would mean I'm a dual ether user, yes. Ning said. That's... I can't believe it. Let me try once more, Famir said. I will try to manipulate something. Famir put a small leaf out to the side and started focusing. Famir exhaled and tried to concentrate on moving the leaf. His ether in his sea of ether started bubbling so and the leaf started to move a little. It then slowly flew up and went where Famir wished. Haha, Famir's excited laugh could be heard as he moved the leaf more and more. Ning looked towards the leaf with a smile on his face as well. Just as he was watching it, the leaf fell to the ground. "Why did you drop the leaf?" Ning asked and looked behind only to see Famir who was falling to the ground. Ning immediately caught him with telekinesis and slowly laid him on the ground. "Don't worry, you're fine. Just use the technique I taught you a few days ago, okay?" Ning said. "Okay," Famir grunted to answer and concentrated. Ning could see the kid's skin change patterns as the pores opened up and devoured a lot of impure ether at once. Finally, Famir got control of his body and slowly stood up. "Erg, this feels horrible," he said. "You have impure ether right now. Go and refine it. Once you are done, you can finally stop feeling like this," Ning said. "Later, I have to cook the F. Go." "I can cook it," Ning said. Famir felt a little conflicted. "Okay," he finally accepted and went back inside. Damn, he really did it. A dual ether user, hey? Even I feel a little jealous. Good for him, Ning thought and got to cooking the food. He looked at the ingredient he had and shook his head. They don't have that many spices, hey? I should get them a few seeds, Ning thought. He asked the system to create a few spices that he felt were crucial to every meal and cooked the stew. He exchanged the dried meat for some fresh meat from the beasts he killed in the secret realm, and a few rare ingredients as a better substitute for the vegetables. Once it was done, he took the stew into his storage space to keep it hot until it was time to eat. Famir was still refining the ether and Mavana was busy reading the books. Even though she hated ether, she was quite engrossed in the knowledge. She is his sister after all, Ning thought. Seeing that they were both busy, he decided to do a quick run to the mountain and gather some energy. He teleported to near the seal and quickly touched the barrier. He immediately gained the total cap for the day. "Wait, don't I?" "Status?" he asked to see the status. A blue panel appeared in front of his vision as well as inside his mind. His eyes shined a little when he realized that he had finally done it. He had finally collected 10 billion kinetic energy. Aside from that, I have less than 3 billion energy left, Ning sighed as he saw that. Aside from that indestructible marble, he still had a lot of different things to buy, and he was getting a little annoyed. I will just get the rest of the energy through the ether absorption technique since I can't absorb this with sound, he thought. System, buy the energy cap double for kinetic energy, he said. Ning had been planning this ever since he came to Vilmarie, so he didn't hesitate at all and answered, yes. Chapter 218, 3 Drops. Yes. Ning was a little surprised when he saw this. Oh, I forgot this happened last time with heat as well, Ning said and read the description of the technique. Similar to the one with the heat, he could basically ignore 15% of all kinetic energy he encountered. He decided to toggle it on as that would be quite helpful to him. I should probably get more of these techniques later on, he thought. After that, he teleported back to the house. It had barely been a few minutes since he had left, so he decided to collect some ether in the meantime since he had used it just half an hour earlier. He started absorbing the ether using the abyssal absorption art for the next 2 hours. As he was halfway done with refining the ether, he noticed something. Suddenly, it felt like his body was much lighter and that he could use the ether much more efficiently. Whoa! Did I just rank up from ether starter to ether student? He thought. What should have taken him 10 days, took him 4 days after he bought the abyssal absorption art. I feel a little bad using so much energy for the automatic one, he thought. Whatever, there is no point in crying over spilled milk. He went around to the rooms and called them for dinner. Thanks to ether, they could go without food for a while without getting hungry. At higher ranks, they could go by weeks without eating anything. Ning put down 3 bowls on the kitchen table and took out the stew before using a ladle to put it into the 3 bowls. Famir looked at the stew in front of him and frowned a little. It looked a bit different from what he would have expected the ingredients he put out to look like. "Senior, this is," he asked. "This is the stew I made." "Oh yeah, I swapped in a few things of my own and added other things." "Eat up," Ning said as he took a spoonful of the stew and went mmm. Famir hesitated a little and looked towards his sister to see that she was going to eat it without any question as well. "Sigh, whatever," he thought and took a spoonful and ate it. As soon as he put the stew inside his mouth, multiple flavors burst out inside of his mouth. The meat was very soft, the vegetable was still crunchy, and the spices used in the stew were beyond anything he had ever eaten. "Senior, what did you put in here?" he asked. "Ah, it's just a few ingredients I had a spare of." "Don't worry and just eat," Ning said as he also took one spoonful after another. He himself was a little surprised how good the meat and vegetable substitutes made the stew. "Man, should I become a cook or what?" he thought, but immediately threw away the idea. After they were done finishing the meal, Famir took the dishes and brought them outside to wash them. After this meal, they wouldn't need to eat for the next few days. In the next 4 days, Ning managed to create another 2 books and handed them to the kids as well. He didn't know if they had finished reading the others or not, but he still decided to hand them over anyway. "Alright kids, since you did what I asked and read the books all week long, here is your reward," Ning said and brought out Aegis. Aegis got out and smiled when he saw Mavana. He was quite happy to see the little girl. Mavana was excited too, but her face also showed a bit of sadness. "What's wrong?" Ning asked. "You promised another beast as well," she said. "Haha, I was getting to him. This one is a little bit of a rascal and may try to hurt you, so get ready, okay?" "Blue, come out," he called. Blue light shined as Blue suddenly appeared in front of the kids. If the kids had to tilt their heads 20 degrees upwards to fully see Aegis, they would have to tilt their heads up to 60 degrees upward to fully see Blue. Blue was around 5 meters tall, and that was just his vertical height. His real length was more like 15 meters. What is that?" Famir asked in fear. "This is Blue. He is a flood dragon," Ning said. "Dra. Gone." Famir was confused. There were no dragons in Vilmari. Just think of him as a pet for now, and stop worrying about what he is," Ning said. "Master. I can't feel chi," Blue spoke out loud. Famir and Mavana only heard growling and got a little scared. "We are in a place where chi is unavailable. You will have to wait a few more months before you can feel chi again," Ning said. "For today, look after these 2 and play with them." "I have somewhere to be," Ning said. "Do what this boy says, okay?" "No. You are my only master," Blue cried out loud. "I know, and I'm just asking you to follow him for today," Ning said. "That island. Impossible. He island. Not worthy," Blue said. "I get that. Just..." Ning felt annoyed and stopped speaking for a second. Then, his eyes brightened as he had an idea. "Do what they say until I come back, and if you do your job properly, I will give you 3 drops of a true dragon's blood essence." Blue's body immediately perked up. "A true dragon's blood essences? Yes, 3 drops. That should help you in evolving, shouldn't it?" Ning asked. Blue didn't even think for a second before answering, "Accepted." Ning smiled and looked at Famir. "I will be back in a few hours. They will follow your commands, just have fun with them until then," Ning said. Chapter 219, The Party. "Oh, visitor, where are you going?" the old uncle asked Ning as he was leaving the village. There was still time for the party, so he had decided to walk there, instead of wasting energy by teleporting. I have a little job in the town and I was just going there, grand-uncle, Ning said. Haha, you started calling me grand-uncle as well? Very well. I am happy to hear that. So, how long does this nephew plan on staying in the village? Would you be free to have a meal in our place for once? The old uncle asked. Ning thought for a second and said, sure. I should be back before midnight, I can have my meal then. Haha, thank you for giving me this opportunity to pay back what little I can for helping my son, the old man said. I will make sure to have the best food prepared for you when you return. Ning smiled and waved before leaving, and made his way to the town. The town at the edge of the map bore no name and was only known as Lord Cannon's town. Lord Cannon was a baron who after his excellent results as a merchant was able to get the baron title from the emperor of the Thorman Empire. He could have left this city whenever he wanted and gone to a better city, but he decided to stay behind for the betterment of the town. So, the residents of the city liked him a lot. Did you guys hear? Lord Cannon is hosting a party tonight, and anyone with 10 rops can enter. Ning heard a person speak on the way to the mansion. Whoa, 10 rops per person? Can people even pay that much? How many people will he have? Another person asked. I've heard that he has sent invitations to figures in the other cities as well, so there should be quite a lot of people, the first person said. Then he might start earning hundreds of rops. I wonder what he will do with so much money, the other person felt quite jealous. His monthly earnings came to be around 5 rops, and here was a rich man earning so much just by throwing out a party. Well, if it's Lord Cannon, I'm sure he will use it to help us instead. I really hope he uses it to fight back the bandits. They've been harassing us so much, the first person said. Similar conversations could be heard everywhere along the way to the mansion. Ning saw carriages running down the street towards the Lord's mansion. Oh, this really is a big party. I wonder what the event is, Ning thought. When he reached the mansion, there were 2 different sets of lines to enter. One was for people who were coming through the carriages. They simply handed a card and were allowed entry. The other was a line of people, who paid coins to enter. Oh, so not everyone has to pay, huh? Only those who weren't invited but still want to join have to pay, Ning thought as he realized. He got onto the line and paid 10 rops to enter. It was quite quick as not many could afford that amount of money. Ning followed the crowd and entered a massive tent that was set up right next to the house. Inside was a crowd of well-dressed people with wine in hand, talking to the other people. Everyone wore colorful dresses that seemed more than extravagant to Ning. Are colorful dresses like jewelry here? Ning wondered. He couldn't understand why that would be the case though. Maybe I will learn once I buy those other pieces of knowledge, he thought. He took a glass of wine from a passing staff and looked at it. The deep red liquid, with a slight violet hue and a strong scent of alcohol, nearly made him put it back on the tray. Damn, I've never drunk alcohol. What the hell am I doing? He thought. Still, he wanted to mix in with the crowd so he decided to just try it. I hope it's not as bad as it smells, he hoped and took a sip. The fruity taste of the wine entered his mouth and left a pleasant feeling behind as it slid down his throat. Ooh, that's not bad. That just tastes like fruit juice, he thought and drank a little more. The wine was much better than he had expected. What he didn't realize was that his body was so high level that the tiny bit of alcohol did nothing to him. In fact, even as it entered his body, the ether and qi in his body destroyed the toxic elements before they reached his stomach. To him, wine was just something that tasted like juice. He looked around, tried to see if he could find Lord Cannon. There were quite a few people that had a lot of people gathered around them, but Ning didn't think any of them were the Lord at all. Just then, a portion of the room stopped talking, prompting the rest of the room to do so as well. Ning turned around to see what was the cause of the silence. At the door of the tent was a nearly 60-year-old man, walking in with a cane. He had 3 people by his side, 2 of them were dressed in less colorful clothes and looked like servants to the man, while the final man was in perhaps more colorful clothes than the Lord himself. He looked to be in his late 20s and very closely resembled the old man next to him. Brother. No, son, Ning guessed that this was the son of Lord Canon. The old man walked up to the center of the tent, a few meters away from Ning, and turned to look at the rest of the crowd and said, "Thank you all for coming here. I and my son are grateful for your arrival." The old man bowed a little in gratitude. The son was a second late, but he bowed as well. His serious businessman-like face didn't seem to like bowing to others. Please enjoy the party for now. Chapter 220, Demir Canon. Ning heard a few people talk and realized that Canon's name was actually not Canon. Canon was just a family name he chose after he became a baron and was allowed to have one. His real name was Demir. He had started his Canon merchant business from a very young age and had become successful by selling a lot of different things. Once successful, he had chosen to make the business name his family name. The old man had started socializing with the different people and Ning couldn't find an opening to talk about the bandit situation at all. Look at young Cal. He's already so big. Say, old man Canon, I know that the freed family's daughter is young and a match for your son. Why don't you get him married? A person asked Canon. I've tried finding girls for him, but he just wants to focus on the business for now, Canon said as he shook his head. I see. He does look like a person with very high ambition and will. Maybe once Zand comes back home from his studies, he can help his brother and relieve the load. That way, young Kel can focus some of his time on making a family, the man said. Canon's face switched from a smile to a frown for a split second before going back to a smile as he said, I hope he comes back soon. Canon went from one high-status person to another, acting as the host of the party he was. For some reason, he didn't socialize with the people he didn't recognize at all. That made it hard for Ning to get a conversation with him. Ning even wanted to just go talk with Canon's son who was called Cal, but the young man didn't seem like the type of person who wanted to be at the party at all. Even with girls all around him, all he did was half listen and half ignore them. That guy is no good at all to talk to, Ning thought. He waited for Canon to get free. However, after speaking around for an hour, Canon finally went to the podium set up in the tent and started speaking. Once again, I thank every single one of you that came to this party. I hope you've had a good time here, the old man said. While it looks like I organized this party for social gathering, but the truth is, I have a motive behind this party, he said. The crowd didn't get surprised at all when they heard this. People were expecting that to begin with. Some people guessed he was going to expand his merchant company. Some guessed he was looking for a lady for his son. Some even guessed that he was going to reveal that he had gone from a baron to a viscount. The old man opened his mouth and spoke, as many of you know, my second son Zand is in a city far away for the last 3 years, learning the ways of an ether expert. The crowd nodded, that was common knowledge. However, that is all a lie. My second son was never in any school, that was a lie I made to hide the harsh truth. In actuality, for the last 3 years, my son Zand has been paralyzed from the neck down. He can't speak or make a sound either. He can't even swallow his food, and we need to feed him gruel just to keep him alive, Canon said as tears started rolling down his eyes. Kel, who was standing behind him, also got sad when Canon revealed the truth. It seemed the truth had been weighing on them a lot. The crowd was shocked when they learned the truth. They started whispering around, causing a lot of murmur in the crowd. Please listen to me, I have more to say, Canon said, and the crowd stopped speaking. One day, he accidentally fell from the 2nd story, and hurt his spine, paralyzing him in the process. For the last 3 years, I've been secretly trying to find good doctors to find the treatment of my son's paralysis, but all the ones I found have been unable to do anything. So, if you know of any good doctors, please let me know of them. I will be forever grateful to you, Canon bowed towards the audience. The audience grew silent for a few seconds, and Canon's heart nearly dropped to his feet in fear. Have you tried the doctors from Pestonia? They should be able to cure anything, a person in the audience asked. I have, but they aren't replying to my letters for some reason, and it is so far away that I can't go there myself, Canon said. You should try Dr. Jelba, I heard he's quite good, another person said. Sadly, he's already seen my son. He couldn't treat him at all, Canon replied. What about ether healers? Somebody else asked. I've asked for the few, but they didn't even find the cause of the paralysis, so they couldn't heal him at all, Canon said. The audience suggested a few doctors, but no matter who they said, Canon seemed to have already called them and have them be unsuccessful. Canon was starting to lose hope. I am a doctor myself. I can look at your son, Ning said from the side. Canon's eyes lit up and looked at him in hope. However, when he saw how young Ning was, he quickly lost it. Canon smiled a little, and said, Thank you young man, but I think I will need someone with more experience and knowledge. I hope that doesn't offend you. Not at all, but are you sure you want to miss an opportunity to save your son? Ning asked. That got Canon to stop and think once. Kid, how can you even prove you are a doctor? How can we tell that you are not trying to take advantage of the situation to get close to us? Kel spoke bluntly towards Ning. Canon frowned a little when he heard this but shook his head as that was the truth. I won't deny it, I am trying to get close to Lord Canon, Ning said. However, that doesn't mean I am lying about me being a doctor either. Chapter 221, Diagnosis. Canon seemed a little intrigued after listening to Ning. While your words have a lot of confidence to them, young man. I'm afraid my old self isn't able to find out if you are truthful or not. What if you harm my son more than you will heal him? Canon asked. The audience nodded when they heard him speak and looked towards Ning. Ning thought for a moment and said, How about this then? I won't treat your son. Canon frowned a little. What will you do then? He asked. I will instead just diagnose him. I will check him and tell you what the problem is, as well as what the solution to the problem is. Aside from that, I will use no medicine or equipment on your son. That should be enough to not have you worry about me harming your son, right? Ning asked. Canon thought for a moment and asked, What is your name, son? My name is Ning, he said. He didn't give a family name as only nobles were allowed to have those. Ning. I see. Very well, I won't waste this opportunity at the slightest chance that you may have some skill. I will take you to my son in a little bit. Anyone else here who has any other solutions? Canon asked. A few others suggested some doctors they knew. Canon made his son note the names of those that hadn't been to the house and soon ended the party. Once it had ended, the group of people left back to their own homes. A few people got a little annoyed at how short the party was for what they had paid, but surprisingly, as they were leaving, the guards handed them back the 10 rops they had taken as entry fee. After that, they had no right to get angry at all. Please come with me, Dr. Ning, Canon said and took Ning inside the mansion, along with his eldest son and his 2 bodyguards. Ning was surprised when he saw the inside of the mansion. The floor was lined with white marble and the walls were colored in stark white. The ceiling was at least 8 meters high and the whole mansion looked massive. He was taken through a bunch of winding corridors to a room that had nothing in it but a single bed with the second son in it. There were 2 female maids who took care of him, and as soon as Canon entered, they bowed and left. This is my son, Zand. Dr. Ning, he's been on a liquid diet ever since he was paralyzed. So, we've kept him in this room, away from the other servants. Please see if you can find anything wrong with him, Canon said. He was hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. Ning walked forward and almost assumed that the kid was normal. He had a steady rise and fall of his chest as he breathed. He slowly opened his eyes after hearing the noise and looked towards Ning. His drowsy eyes seemed to be filled with hate when he saw him. Damn, does he hate doctors now or what? He thought. I would get angry too if I had doctors coming in and out of my room with not a single one treating me, I guess. I will do some checkup now. If you feel nothing, blink once. If you feel anything, blink twice, and if you feel pain, blink thrice, okay? Blink once if you understood, Ning said. Zand looked directly at him and blinked once. Ning took off the bed sheet covering his body and revealed a scrawny-looking figure. He was in a far worse situation than what Mavana was in, and she was in a coma. How is he in such a bad condition? I thought he was given nutrients daily, Ning thought. He pinched the big toes on both of his feet one after another. Feel anything? He asked. Zand blinked only once. No hey. I guess he really is paralyzed. Ning went up a bit and pinched his calf. Now. Zand blinked only once. Thigh, hips, stomach, chest, and neck, Ning pinched all but Zand didn't feel anything. He's already suffering from muscle atrophy, Ning thought. He then pinched his cheeks and Zand blinked twice. So, not only is he paralyzed, but he has also lost all feelings as well. Now that's troublesome, Ning thought. Can you come here? Ning called one of the bodyguard. The man walked forward and stood next to Ning. Go on the other side of the bed and watch his eyes. Tell me if he blinks once or twice, okay? Ning said. The servant nodded and went to the other side of the bed. Ning caught Zand and flipped him easily such that he was now looking straight at the servant. He then started poking around on his back. Now? He asked. Once, the servant answered. Ning changed position and asked, now? Renov.com. Once. How about now? Once. Now? Ning asked as he poked in a different location. The servant waited for a little longer and answered, thrice. Ning changed position and asked, no wait, 3 times. Yes, the servant answered. Ning went back to the previous position and asked, here. Yes, young lord blinked 3 times, the servant said. I am currently pressing on the 5th disc of your vertebrae, is that where you are feeling the pain? Blink once if yes, twice if no, Ning said. He said no, the servant answered. Ning walked to the front and looked at Zand. Where are you feeling pain in? The back. Zand blinked twice. The arms. He blinked twice. The legs. He blinked once. Okay, we are getting somewhere. Right leg. He blinked once. Left leg as well. He blinked twice. Thigh. He blinked once. Calf. He blinked once. Wait, the whole leg? Ning asked. Zand blinked once. Nowhere else? Ning asked. Zand blinked once to confirm it. I see. The 5th disc of the vertebrae causing pain on the whole of left leg, Ning pondered for a moment and smiled. I know what the problem is. Chapter 222, Healing and Distress. I know how to heal your son, Ning said as he stood up. What did you say? Old man Cannon nearly dropped his cane when he heard that. Did you just say you can heal my son? Yes, I have found the problem of your son's current condition, and I also know how to heal it, Ning said. If you really aren't lying, thank you so much, Lord Cannon said. Please heal my son at once. Father wait, Kel spoke for the first time in a long time. What is it? Cannon asked. We can't trust him just like that. He said that he would only diagnose his little brother. He never said he would heal him. What if he puts poison inside little brother? Kel said. He then looked to Ning and said, I'm not saying you will, but please understand that we have to be careful here. Oh, that's right. I must be getting old and muddle-brained. That's right, Dr. Ning. Can we just hear the diagnosis first? What's wrong with my son? Canon asked. Sure. You said your son fell from the second story of the mansion, right? Ning asked. Yes, Canon said. Well, you see, when he fell from the story he must have hit a rock or something at the bottom directly on his back. So, the fifth disc on his vertebrae was slightly dislocated but just enough to crush nerves leaving from the spinal cord. Thus, no information has been passed through the nerves to his head or the other way around. Basically, the communication between the brain and the body is completely shut off. However, there is a cure, and it's a very easy one. What I will do is give his body a little massage, so that the dislocated disc is back in place and the crushed nerves are released. After that, he will gain feeling back in his body. He will need to stay in bed for a week or two more due to his muscle degeneration, maybe even longer. But after that, he should be back to normal, Ning said. That is my explanation for what is happening to him and how he can be cured. If you would like, I can cure him in under 5 minutes, Ning continued. However, after that, I will be needing something as compensation. Do you agree? Canon's eyes darted around for a moment. If. Father, let us first confirm whether he is a real doctor or not. We can also confirm his diagnosis with the other doctors and see if he is telling the truth, Kel said. Shut up. We have a chance, so we must take it. So many doctors came and went, yet not a single one could give this clear of an explanation. The ones who could do something never replied to our letters. We don't have much time now. Your brother's body is getting weaker and weaker by the day and will die soon. We must do it now, Canon said with a face full of determination. Dr. Ning, please heal my son. I will give you anything you want. You want my mansion, you can have it. You want my merchant group, you can have it too. Hell, you can have the Baron title from me as well. Just heal my son. Canon got really low to bow to Ning. Very well. I will heal your son. As for what I want in return, let's talk about that later, Ning said and pulled up his sleeves. It was time to deliver his famous 10-finger heavenly massage technique. Rebve.co. He placed Zand properly on the bed and started. He didn't go at it strongly, as the man didn't have many muscles on the back. He massaged slowly and deliberately. He softened the entire vertebrae before trying to fix the dislocated disc. After 5 minutes of massage, it seemed he was ready. You, bring a cloth from that table and shove it in his mouth, Ning ordered one of the servants. The servant did not hesitate and did what he asked. You are going to feel pain like you've never before, so be ready for it, Ning said to Zand and put the disc back in place. Suddenly, the pain that was all over his body, rushed to Zand's head, and finally he could feel it all. His face showed that he was screaming out of his mind, but there was no sound coming out. His vocal cords were all but completely gone. Ning had only put the cloth in there to stop himself from chewing his own tongue and dying. Although, he might not even have the strength to do that right now, he thought. What's happening? Canon asked. His face was pale from seeing his son in pain. He just gained senses to his entire body. He will start to. Zand started waving his arms and legs up and down as the pain was too much to handle. Move soon. See? He is healed. Ning said. Ning took out a pre-made pain relief that he had prepared while bored the last week. He fed a little of it to Zand after taking out the cloth from his mouth. Zand stopped struggling and quietened down. Then, he fell asleep. All right, he had been healed. Your son is fine now, Ning said. Canon's face was in awe. He couldn't believe that a random kid he picked from the party was able to heal his son. I do not know how I can ever thank you, Dr. Ning. You did what no one else could do ever. You have my gratitude from the bottom of my heart, Canon said. He was crying now. Ning could see just how much he loved his child right here. Canon quickly wiped his tears and said, you said you wanted some compensation, right? Ask me whatever you want, I will give it to you. Ning smiled. He was finally gonna get what he was here for. You see. Just then, a feeling appeared inside of Ning. A feeling of horror and distress. Chapter 223, Warning, Mature Content. What's going on? He asked out loud. He had never felt this sort of feeling ever before. He could tell that he wasn't really feeling it, but someone was projecting his feelings onto him, from very far away. What's wrong, Dr. Ning? Lord Canon asked after seeing his exclamation. I do not. He stopped speaking. He suddenly thought of something. That thought terrified him. I need to go. I will come back later, Ning said and ran out of the room before anyone could say anything. As soon as he was out of sight, he vanished. From what he knew, after the use of supreme domination, the one dominated was connected to you through an invisible bond. Sometimes, the subordinate could send messages through the bond if the connection was deep enough. Right now, this was one of those situations. While his bond with Aegis wasn't deep enough to send messages, it was however deep enough to just send simple feelings. So, after realizing that Aegis was in trouble, Ning went directly to him. Ning appeared inside Famir's house and went to the room. However, no one was there. He went to the backyard, yet no one was there. He then went outside and saw a scene that horrified him. Fire raged everywhere he looked. Sounds of screams rang out from all directions. The village was under attack. He felt the same fear as he did back when Starsight burned in a similar way. Monsters. No, Ning thought of other possibilities and quickly realized the answer. Bandits. He took out his spear and ran towards the village. The bandits had set the village on fire and attacked the people. The villagers had taken up what little arms they had and started to fight. The outside of the village had little skirmishes. He only saw 2 bandits attacking 2 women who were trying to save themselves. Ning's anger reached the highest it had in a long time. He dashed forward and threw his spear like a javelin. The spear skewered through both of the bandits, killing them at once. He ran by the women, checked if they had any injuries, and picked his spear before walking forward. As he went on, he could see half a dozen or so bodies along the way. While it wasn't on the same level as the one from the island, but it was still a sad sight to see. However, there weren't any more people here or any bandits. What's going on? He wondered. He saw another bandit trying to kill a man who only held pots and pans to protect himself. Ning used telekinesis and pulled the man's arms, legs, and head in 5 different directions and tore him into 6 different sections. He saw another man trying to have his way with a woman he had pinned down. Ning teleported right next to him and cut off his privates. He then used telekinesis to shove the privates into his mouth and made his gag on it. The man couldn't breathe as he choked on his own PNS and died. Ning helped the lady who was pretty shaken and proceeded on his way. Ning went past a few more dead bodies until he reached the place that made the most noise. Finally, he saw the reason why there weren't a lot of bandits everywhere. Dozens of bandits were gathered around a group of people in an arc and were attacking the group. The only thing protecting them were his 2 beasts. However, all they could do was protect the people. The moment the 2 beasts left to attack, the bandits would attack the people. After protecting for so long, the beasts were starting to get tired. They had to constantly move around to protect from any and all attacks, and that was very exhausting. Famir and Mavana were giving out orders and the beasts were following it to the best of their ability. The beasts couldn't even use chi, so they were forced to just endure the attack without being able to send attacks back. If not for that, Blue would have killed everyone by now. Ning teleported to the middle of the encirclement and patted on his 2 beasts. You guys can rest. You did well, he said as he took the beasts back into the beast space to rest and heal up. The sudden disappearance of the beasts caused a massive opening in the group and the attacks would now get through them. The villagers shouted at the sight of stones, arrows, and all sorts of things flying their way. However, before they could land, every single object coming towards their way stopped in midair. Both the villagers and the bandits made sounds of shock and awe. However, the feeling they got after that was completely different. While the villagers got hopeful, the bandits started feeling that they were in trouble. The arrows and javelins that were thrown towards them suddenly turned around. An ether user, they have an expert ether user. Run! A bandit shouted and turned around to run. However, Ning wasn't going to let them do that now. He suddenly threw everything that was floating towards everyone from the bandit. All the bandits in the area were hit and incapacitated. They all fell to the ground with wounds all over their body. Some even died from the sharp arrows and javelins hitting them. The remaining ones who could walk started to stand up to walk away. Ning had an answer for that too. He made a horizontal slashing motion in front of him. Suddenly, a massive air slash appeared in front of him and flew out to the bandits. Whether they were dead, immobilized, or running, the air cutter cut through every single one of them, killing them all in an instant. There was no sound from the bandit side as they weren't able to make any. There was no sound from the villagers' side as they were too stunned to make any. Finally, Ning relaxed and looked back towards the group of villagers. That was when his relaxing heart sped up once again. Chapter 224, Demon. No! Ning exclaimed as he ran up to the middle of the group. In the middle of the group was an old woman holding a bloody old man in her arms. Next to her was a man in pain with a large cut along his chest. The woman's face was devastated. She was overwhelmed by what she was seeing in front of her. "Old man, are you okay?" Ning said as he reached the old grand-uncle who seemed to have lost a lot of blood. "You are in a lot of pain. Let me help you." "No." The old man said. "Heal my son first." Ning then looked to the side to see Jangar with a cut on his chest. He had also lost a lot of blood and was on his last breath. "Don't worry, I will help you both," Ning said. Now wasn't the time to hide his abilities, so he decided to help them in the open. "System, heal them both," Ning said. "What?" Ning felt like he was just hit by a train. He quickly opened up his status and saw that he only had a couple 100 million energy left. That was only enough to heal one of these two completely. He already didn't have a lot of energy after using the few auto buys, and what he had left was mostly used on the mass telekinesis and the massive air cutter he had used just now. "No, isn't there any other way?" Ning asked the system. "Is the cap cooldown back online?" "No, try to save both of th Frio Bien." The old man suddenly grabbed his arms. "Go, help, my son. Worry about me later," he said. Ning came back to his senses. "Yes," he said. The old man had enough faculties such that Ning could probably treat him just with medicine. So, he walked forward to Jangar and asked the system to heal him. Light shined from Jangar's body as it was back to being fully healed with no injuries in sight. With that, Ning only had a couple of million energy left. He immediately ran back to the old man and started taking out a few different ingredients to heal the man. "Gone," the woman spoke through her tears in trembling voice. "What?" Ning asked as he didn't catch what she said the first time. "He's gone," she said. Ning looked down at the old man with a smile on his face and no signs of life. The ingredients he had taken out fell from his hand as Ning rushed forward to check his pulses. Despite his greatest hope, there weren't any pulses. The old man was dead, and he had died happily knowing that he had saved his son's life as the last thing he did. "No, old man. Come back. You can't die like that," Ning started crying. He immediately put him on the ground and started pumping his chest to restart his head. "You said you will feed me a meal at your house, right? See? Here I am, you need to come back to feed me." "You need to come back, old man," Ning said as tears slid down his eyes. He kept begging for the old man to come back. However, deep down he knew that the old man had lost a lot of blood. There was no way he was going to come back to life. System, is there anything we can do? Ning asked. Granduncle. Famir and Mavana came by only to see that their granduncle was dead. Jangar woke up too, only to find his father dead. Everyone who knew the old man started sobbing at the sight. The cries of loss deafened the cries of fear very soon, and the whole village started mourning. All except for a single person, Ning. Ning's eyes were red with anger and hatred. The bloodlust was returning back to him and he could easily stop it. However, he decided to let it loose this time. System, teleport me to Chrome's base, he said. A tear rolled down his face and fell to the ground, but the man was no longer there. The villagers were surprised at his sudden departure. However, they had seen more absurdity today and quickly went back to mourning. Ning appeared inside the forbidden forest. According to the system, Chrome was terrorizing the town and village from inside the forest. Ning looked at the light around 100 meters in front of him and asked, "Is there anyone innocent here?" Good. He started walking towards the light. Soon, he saw that there was a bunch of tents laid around the forest. There were 2 men standing guard at the front. When are the guys coming back? One of the men asked. I don't know. They should have been back by now, right? The other man asked. Yeah, they weren't supposed to loot or anything. They were only supposed to kill a few people and come back. That was boss's order, the man said. Man, I wish I could go there too. I haven't had a woman in months, the other man said. And whose fault was it? We could have been out there with them today. But all because of you. Not only did I lose one of my eyes, we got demoted to guard duty too, the man shouted. Hey, it's not my fault that guy was so strong. If I had known, I would have tried to fight him, the other man said. Just then, he heard movements from in front of them. Ah, you guys are finally. The man's words were cut short as his head was cut apart from his body. Even as his head fell, all he could see was a man whose face in the dim light looked like that of a demon. A demon with a blue spear in his hand. Chapter 225, Bandit Hideout. The other man was taken aback when he saw his partner's head get cut off of his head. Who? He turned around to ask. Suddenly, a spear thrust through his shoulders and he was stuck onto a nearby tree. Ah! He screamed as loudly as he could as the pain rushed from his shoulders. Ning walked forward and ripped the patch in his eyes and put his thumb inside as he straightened the man's head. Scream once more and you will die, he said. The man kept on grunting, but didn't scream anymore. Who are you? He asked. You don't recognize me? Ning asked in a serious tone. I don't, it's you. Why are you doing this? He asked. Ning pressed his finger deeper and said, I ask the questions here, not you. Why are you free when you should be rotting in the prison? We have connections in the prison. Some of our people work there too, he said as he kept on grunting from the pain. Who? He asked. I don't know. The boss knows who they are, I only know that they exist, he said. I see. Then I have no need for you, Ning said. No, W.A. Ning ripped his spear out while at the same time cutting the man through the heart. The man fell to the ground as blood gushed from his eyes and shoulders, but not a single sound escaped his mouth. The man was as dead as one could be. Ning looked at the tent closest to him and suddenly lit a tent on fire. He stood in front of the tent's opening and waiting. When the people inside started realizing that their tent was on fire, they started running out. At that moment, Ning cut every single person that walked out. Screams rang out from the people of the tent and soon all the tent had movements as they realized there was a problem. When they all walked out and saw that their members were dead, they immediately ran for a weapon and came charging at Ning. Ning's bloodlust kept on increasing as his fury reached its peak. The first man came in with sword and slashed towards Ning. Ning sidestepped the attack and punched him with his left hand. The man's skull broke apart as if it was an egg being crushed. Blood and brain matter scattered to the right of Ning as the remaining body was hurled into a tent far away. The bandits got scared. They couldn't understand what had just happened. Suddenly, one of the bandits started shouting with a quivering voice. An enchanter! He shouted. The bandits finally realized what was happening. They believed that Ning was enchanting his body to become sturdier than it actually was. Ning didn't give a damn about what they thought and ran forward. The bandits were scared, but they didn't believe that Ning could be strong enough to fight all of them at once. So, they threw caution to the wind and charged at Ning all together. With every slice of his spear, a body was cut apart. With every punch and kick, somebody lost part of their body. With every use of telekinesis, somebody whose weight was less than him got thrown high into the air only to fall down and die. Ning went through the group of nearly 100, and death followed where he went. He made no distinguishment between men or women. Anyone that came at him got the same treatment. In less than 2 minutes nearly all of the bandits that charged his were dead. There were a few with just broken bones that lied on the ground unable to move. Ning used telekinesis to pull the tents and put it on top of all the bodies on the ground and lit fire to it. He walked towards the remaining bandits as the fire behind him started raging. "Why are you doing this?" one of the bandits asked as he put his sword up with his shaky hands. Ning didn't immediately kill these people. Instead he asked, "Where is Chrome?" The bandits didn't answer and just kept the weapon targeted towards him. "I will ask only once more. Where is Chrome?" The bandits shook more when they heard the rage in his voice. Still, they didn't answer him. "Whoever answers first gets to live," Ning said. "He's underground." One of the girl answered. Swing. The rest of the bandits that didn't speak immediately had their heads cut apart from their torso. The girl didn't even understand what had happened just now, but she understood that the only reason she was alive right now was because she spoke. "Underground? Explain." "There is a passage underground that leads to outside the town. The boss is currently in a room there," she said. "How do I get there?" he asked. There is a hole carved behind that tree. It's hidden in the bush," she said. "Good," Ning said. I will live now, right?" she asked. "I stay true to my words," Ning said and turned around. The girl sighed in relief, but then suddenly, 4 slashes flew through the air and cut her. She didn't die, but all 4 of her limbs were cut off from the base. Ah! She screamed louder than anyone had amongst the bandits. "I said I would let you live. But I didn't say it will be a pleasant living," Ning said as he walked towards the tree and repeated what the system had said. "No one here is innocent." He quickly found the bush the girl was talking about and walked past it to see the giant hole in the tree. "So this leads to the underground, hey?" he thought and jumped in. There was a ladder to the side, but he didn't need it. It took him about 4 seconds to reach the bottom. He stood up and saw that the tunnels went around in all 4 directions. He didn't know what direction the town was at all since he had teleported here. "Where am I supposed to go now?" Chapter 226, Torture R18. Warning, very mature content, please skip if you are uncomfortable with R*PE and torture, or are not 18 or older. There will be TL, DR. He thought for a while and said, "System, give me the full knowledge of the tunnels here." Suddenly, he got an intricate map of the tunnels, and what little energy he had, including sound energy, all disappeared. He now had 0 energy with him. This way. He instinctively knew what direction to walk in. "Let me know if there is someone innocent here," Ning said. Ning could see on the map that there were many prison-like rooms here, so he didn't believe that everyone here was a bandit. He needed to be careful that he didn't kill someone innocent by accident. Even though he didn't know what the system's verdict would be on accidental killing, he didn't want that on his conscience again. He walked through the tunnels towards the rooms that looked like places one could rest in. Erg! This feels suffocating, he thought. He finally reached a room and opened the door. Inside, he saw a man sleeping on a sofa with two other men playing some dice with each other. They looked towards the door and asked, "Who?" Just from the clothing they were wearing, Ning knew they couldn't be innocent at all. He immediately threw his spear at one of the men awake and calmly walked to the other. The man who got hit by the spear died before he could even make a peep. Ning walked to the second man and placed his foot on his chest as he pressed him. "Where's your boss?" he asked. Who are you?" The man kept on asking. "Your death. Now answer me, where is Yo?" Clang! The sleeping man was awake by now and had hit Ning with a sword. However, all that happened was that the sword got bent in half, and Ning's cloth got cut a little. Ning grabbed the sword and pulled the man towards him. He caught him by the neck and flung him to the wall of the room. Splat! He was sent back with such a big force that his body ended up splattering the wall with blood and gore. The splashes flew all the way to where Ning was. Ning ignored that and looked at the man that was under his feet. "Where is your boss?" he asked. "Our room 34. He answered. Ning looked through his mental map and said, "I see." Arg! The man started screaming as Ning pushed more and more on his chest. His ribs started cracking and soon punctured his organs inside, but Ning didn't stop. The sofa broke under the pressure and the man laid flat on the ground. Ning pushed until his leg went through the chest and came out the other side. Only then did he stop and pull his foot back out. He grabbed his spear and walked away. The room he was in was number 22. So, 34 was a dozen rooms down the tunnel. It wasn't a straight tunnel, so it would take him quite some time. He entered the next room that was 23 and found another group of bandits. These ones he killed without asking. Room 24 had a male and female bandit that was having the time of their life. Ning killed them both while they were in their bliss. He cleared rooms 25 to 28 in a similar fashion. In room 29 he had to finally stop to take in what was happening. Inside was a man having his way with a woman that seemed to not belong here. The woman was clearly kidnapped from somewhere. The most Ning would react at this sight was get taken aback a little and maybe get a little angry. However, when he saw that the man had abused the woman so much that she had cuts all over her body, and that he had already killed her and was now doing it with her corpse, he got mad. The man didn't seem to realize that someone was at the door. So when Ning suddenly attacked him, he was caught off guard. Ning was so seething with rage that he couldn't even speak. The very first thing he did was cut the man's PE*s and shove it into his mouth. However, he didn't push it deep enough to choke on it. That would be too lenient of a death. He then started cutting all over the man's body. The cuts were so tiny that individually it wouldn't be harmful, but together, they hurt a lot. Also, the places he made the cuts at, he would also crush all the bones there. He also cut off the man's ears and gouged out his eyes. Once he was broken and cut all over, Ning sat over his broken ribs and put a rag on his face. The man screamed very loudly and fainted from time to time, and each time, Ning woke him back up. "It seems you really like torturing others. Let's see how you like it when I do it to you," he said and suddenly cut the man's left arm. He then held the arm over his face such that the blood from the arm dripped all over his face, waterboarding him in the process. Once the blood from the arms was empty, he cut the other arm and waterboarded him again. Once the arms were done, he went with the two legs. Through all the waterboarding, the man was somehow able to survive. Seeing this, Ning pushed his gag a little more in. Now, if the man wanted to live, he would have to swallow it whole with his broken teeth along with it. Ning walked to the lady's corpse and put a cloth on it before keeping it in his storage. Ning walked out, leaving the man limbless, with all of his bones broken, with cuts all over his body, gauging on his PNS, without the ability to see or hear. Then, he cut the stones around the door and collapsed the door. The man would likely not live, but on the off chance he did, he would spend every waking hour wishing for someone to kill him off, yet unable to let anyone know about it. Chapter 227, Chrome. Dr. Ning bought a map of the tunnels with all of his energy and is making his way to room 34 where Chrome is it. Ning found a few kidnapped people in the rooms between 30 and 33, as well as a few more people he had to kill. After saving the kidnapped people, he let them know which direction to go towards and he went towards room 34. Room 34 was situated at the center of the tunnel system and had easy access in all directions. So, Ning had to be extremely careful to not let the bandits know he was there. The lanterns along the walls flickered as Ning finally opened the door to room 34. The man inside reacted swiftly and looked up. He was an old man with a rough beard and a very well-built body. He was quite dirty and looked like he hadn't taken a bath for days. When he saw Ning with the bloody cloth, he quickly reacted and swiftly stored away all the money and other items he had in front of him. "Who are you? Where are my henchmen?" he asked. Ning looked at the man with a hint of surprise on his face. The man behind the terror in the town, the tragedy in the village, and all those other problems that this corner of Thorman Empire had to suffer, was actually an old man in his 50s. It was a little hard to believe that such an old man would be capable of such horror. "Are you Chrome?" he asked. Chrome was apprehensive. In all of his life as a bandit, he had seen many people die in front of his eyes, some that were killed by others, and some that he killed himself. During all those deaths, he could remember seeing the fear in the eyes of the one dying. The same fear was now starting to bud inside of him. He didn't immediately answer Ning's question and instead asked once more, "Who are you?" "I see. So you indeed are Chrome," Ning said. Chrome's unwillingness to answer the question was an answer in and of itself. Chrome was startled a little. **T, he thought as he realized his mistake. "So, what if I am? Who are you?" he asked again. Ning walked into the room. "I am the vengeance you invited by sending your people after the village. I am the reason you are going to die today. **CK. Men. An intruder is here," Chrome shouted, yet nobody made a peep. "All your people who can hear you are already dead. Once I kill you, I will go deal with the rest," Ning said. Chrome now knew that nobody was coming for him, so he decided to take matters into his own hand. He put his hands up and suddenly some sort of liquid dropped all over Ning. Ning was a little surprised and looked at what was dropped on him. "Water," he thought and checked. It wasn't water, it was too slippery to be water. His eyes widened a little when he realized. Oil. Ning burst into flames all of a sudden as the oil caught fire. "Die, idiot!" Chrome started laughing after seeing Ning fall for such an obvious attack. Oil and fire was one of the most well-known combo attacks that could take care of any unprepared opponent. "You think you can waltz in here and expect to leave alive, boy? I am Chrome. The Chrome that has been reigning this side of the empire for decades. A kid that is still wet behind the ears cannot do anything to me," Chrome said. "Is that so?" Ning spoke. The fire still raged on him, but he was unaffected. Not only did he have a really strong body that didn't take damage easily, but he also had the heat ignorance skill that made it so that 15% of the heat-based damage ignored his body in general. Then, he walked forward. "Ho, how are you still standing? Yo you, are you an enchanter?" Chrome asked. He was finally starting to get a little scared. He stumbled on the chair he was sitting in and fell backward. Ning was now standing right in front of him. He squatted down to get up to Chrome's level and asked, "Do you know what happens when you mix water with burning oil?" Chrome shuddered. Ning smiled through the burning flames and said, "Boom! Boom!" A loud explosion occurred as massive flames left Ning's body. The items in the room caught fire and so did Chrome. He was now starting to burn along with everything in the room. Chrome quickly created water to douse himself and put out the fire. His clothes were torn in places, his skin was red from the burns, and had lost almost all of the hair on his body. Ning was also no longer burning now. He took out a different greyish robe and wore it before walking up to Chrome. "So you are an invoker, hey? Oil and fire, that was quite neat. Shame you had to fight me. Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? Try it," Ning said. Chrome suddenly swung his hand towards Ning. As he did that, a light flashed in his hand and it turned to a big sword. Clang! However, it did no damage to Ning. Chrome's eyes shook in fear as he now understood the magnitude of danger he was in. His final sneak attack was fruitless and he didn't have enough ether to use any other attacks. Ning grabbed the sword and snatched it off of his hand. This looks quite intricate. Did you really create this yourself? He asked. Or? Ning thought of another possibility and suddenly grabbed Chrome's clothes before ripping it off. Around Chrome's neck was a necklace with a large jewel in the middle. The jewel was dark blue in color and gave off faint undulations of ether. A storage item, I see. So this is where you kept all the riches just moments prior. I will be taking this now. Ning ripped the necklace off of his neck and took it. Chapter 228, Truth? Where did Senior go? Is he going to be okay? Mavina asked as she wiped away her tears. It had been a little over 2 hours since Ning had left. After they were done sobbing, they gathered around the ones that died. It was a terrible night and they had many losses. But they couldn't let those losses drag themselves down. They didn't care about the bandit's body, those would be taken care of by someone from the town. Lord Canon had sent his own son to help them take care of the bandits. The villagers were very grateful for the help. The total number of people that died in the bandit attack was around 11 on the villagers' side, while the injured were around 30. Everyone who fought against the bandit even a little had some injury on them. The Lord's son went around with people to deal with the injury of whoever was injured. "Sir, all the injured people have been treated and the bandits' corpses have been burned," a guard told Kel. Kel got close to the guard and asked, "Did you find out why they were all cut apart like that?" The guard got quiet too and whispered, "I tried asking around, but everyone is keeping a tight lip about it. Not a single one of them wants to speak about it. I think they are hiding an expert in the village." "That makes sense," Kel said. "All right, let's move out," Kel shouted and turned to leave. But just then, he saw someone approaching from far away. "Who is?" "Senior." Famir shouted and ran forward. However, when he reached near, he stopped. He turned around and caught his sister who was also running. Ning had a serious look on his face, more serious than anything the two siblings had ever seen. Behind him was a naked man, all bloody, being dragged since God knew where. Ning ignored the two siblings and walked to the center of the village, right next to where Kel was standing at, and threw the man in front of the villagers. The villagers gasped when they saw the man. The man had no eyes, no ears, no fingernails, missing toes, half his skin missing, and the other half burnt. Ning looked to the villagers and said, "This is Chrome, the boss of the bandits that were behind today's tragedy. Do what you will with him." Then he left. The villagers, the guards, and even Kel himself were stunned. Kel looked at the half-dead man in front of him in horror. This is Chrome." He couldn't help but ask. "Doctor, wait!" Kel shouted. "You said this was Chrome? Where did you find him? How did you find him?" Ning turned around and glared at Kel, who took a step back after seeing the anger in Ning's eyes. Ning ignored the son and turned to the crowd. He didn't say anything else and simply nodded towards them. The crowd hesitated a little, but then Jangar walked forward. "This is the bastard who is behind my father's death," he said angrily. He looked around for a broken piece of wood and started beating Chrome with it. Bam bam bam! The crowd shuddered with every hit. Then, another man who had lost his wife in the attack tonight also walked forward and started beating him. Then came a father who lost his son. A mother who lost her daughter. A wife who lost her husband. A daughter who lost her father. ENL.M. Everyone from the crowd picked up a piece of wood or stone and started barraging the man on the ground. Even as the hits landed on him, the man never made a sound. Ning had made sure to gag him properly so that he didn't make a single sound. Ning watched from the side and was constantly getting ticked off as he looked at the man getting beat. Just before coming here, he had asked the man a few questions. The answers he had gotten were something that was constantly eating up his free thought and made it impossible to think of anything. He started remembering what had happened an hour ago. "Why did you send people to attack the village?" Ning asked Chrome, who was down on his knees. What villager? I don't know any village," Chrome said. "Don't lie to me, bastard," Ning said as he pulled what remaining hair Chrome had on his head. "I will just kill you right now," Ning said. "Wait, I'll speak," Chrome said. Ning waited for him to speak. I was ordered to attack the village and kill a few people there," Chrome said. "What? Ordered?" Ning was surprised. Who would order a boss of the bandit? Or was Chrome not the boss after all? "Who ordered you?" he asked. It was Cannon. It was that bastard Cannon," Chrome said. "What?" Ning was surprised. "What do you mean, Cannon? We have a pact with each other. He lets us hide out here and doesn't come after us, and in return, we do a few things he asks," Chrome said. "Like?" Ning asked. "I don't know. It's usually just secretly killing people that we find in the forest or poison someone's food in the village," Chrome said. "What?" Ning pulled his hair tighter. "You are lying," he said. "And no. Believe me. We've been doing that for over 3 years ever since we came here," Chrome said. 3 years. That was around the time Jangar's brother died, a lumberjack who was crushed by a tree he cut. Thinking about it, he also remembered another thing Jangar had mentioned. The village is cursed. Every month or two, someone dies here. Ning couldn't believe it. What Chrome said matched what Jangar had said. **T, he thought. While it was possible that Cannon was doing all of these, it was also possible that Chrome was simply lying. Ning had no way of finding out either. "I wish I could use supreme dominance on him right now," he thought. Unfortunately, he was all out of energy. "Fine. I will learn about the truth once I get energy later on," he thought. And then, he tortured Chrome a little more before he started dragging him throughout the tunnels. Everywhere he went, Ning killed the bandits and freed those who were captured. Once he got out of the tunnel near the town, he then dragged him all the way back to the village. Chapter 229, Funerals. Chrome was dead. Without a shadow of a doubt, he was dead. After being beaten to such a state, if he was still alive, he would truly deserve to live. Unfortunately, he wasn't that lucky. Ning looked at Kel, who was looking at the dead Chrome in horror. Rich kid reared in safety. He probably hasn't seen the true horrors of the world yet, Ning thought. Could such a person's father truly be capable of sending so many people to their death, he wondered. He remembered the sweet old man that had thanked him after he healed his child. That man knew love, could he truly? His son. Ning's eyes widened when he remembered about Zand. His son was paralyzed for quite a while, right? Could it be that he partnered up with Chrome for this particular reason, he wondered. Ning couldn't understand why though. Killing people won't save a paralyzed child at all. He has no reason to. Senior. Famir shook him back awake. What? What is it? Ning asked. He's dead. What should we do with his body? Famir asked as he pointed to Chrome's corpse. Ning gritted his teeth and said, just chop him to pieces and feed him to the dogs. Famir got a little confused. What's a dog? he asked. It's never mind. Just let the guards handle his corpse, Ning said. Then, he remembered something. How did you say your father was found again? He asked. Oh, it was one of Lord Cannon's men. I don't think he's here today, Famir said. Are you sure your father fell to death? Ning asked. Yes. He died while trying to get the fruit for sister, Famir said with a guilty voice. He blamed himself for his father's death. How did your father's body look? Ning asked. Famir shuddered a bit. Why are you asking these questions, senior? Can I not answer? He asked as tears started welling up in his eyes. He didn't want to remember back to that day. Answer me, it's important. I don't think your father's death was an accident, Ning said softly. RWVEL.O. What? Famir exclaimed with shock. That can't be, dot. Quiet down, and tell me how he looked, Ning asked. His arms were broken and Famir took a deep breath trying to not let the visuals affect him, and continued, and the back of his head was caved in. Ning suddenly had a quizzing look. How were his hands broken? He asked. Right here, it was bent backward, Famir said as he pointed to his elbow. Any other damage? Ning asked. No, not really, Famir said. Broken arm, broken skull, and yet no damage to the body. This sounds like assault rather than an accident. Was he killed by Cannon's men and then that man reported it as an accident? Ning wondered. Did Famir's father know something? Does this village know something? Why would Cannon want to kill the village? Ning couldn't understand. Senior, let's go, Famir said and took him along. Ning didn't know where he was taking him, but it looked important. When he reached the place, he finally realized. Oh, he said. It was the funeral. 10 bodies lay on top of a pile of firewood. 10 people walked to the front of the bodies, each with an unlit torch. All 10 of them put the end of their torch on a fire that was previously prepared and then went to their individual families' corpses to burn the funeral pyre. The fire raged and everyone got silent for a while. They prayed for the people who died, and the ones who had to keep living without them. The fire raged for nearly an hour, and everyone stood there the whole time, unmoving. Once the fire died down, the 10 people walked up to the ashes and kept them inside a pot. Once the ashes were inside the pot, the 10 people all picked it up and placed it on top of their heads. Jangar walked from the side and went to the center of the funeral pyre that was set so that the fire never reached here. Another man from the village also went to the center. There in the center laid a corpse that was left untouched by the fire. Ning was surprised. What's going on? Did they make a mistake? He asked. No, Famir said. We needed to keep one of the bodies safe. Hey? Ning stopped. He then turned south and looked at the mountain far away. I see. We are going to the peak of afterlife. Ning walked forward and went to the center where the man was struggling to carry the corpse. Let me do it, Ning said and swapped with the man. Ning was on the back, and Jangar was on the front. You ready? Ning asked. Jangar didn't speak, and only nodded. Then, the group started walking. The destination was far away, but nothing stopped their advancement. Every man who could walk, walked. The group of people walked for over 4 hours when they arrived at the gate of the seal. Ning wondered how they were going to enter, but Jangar didn't seem to stop. He continued walking. Right when he approached the barrier opened to create a portal-like appearance, similar to what he saw back in the Hub Island's secret realm. As he passed inside, he suddenly appeared on the top of the mountain. The men he had come with immediately got cold and shuddered. Only he was fine. Ning got worried for a second but then stopped when he saw that the people were started to set up another funeral pyre. Once it was set, Jangar and Ning laid the body on top of the pyre. Jangar opened the cloth covering the face of the corpse. Behind the cloth was an old face with a small smile on his face. Everyone got silent when they saw the face and started praying once again. Once they were done, Jangar brought out 2 stones to light his torch. It was time to proceed with the old uncle's funeral. Chapter 230, Cave. Jangar took the torch and started lighting a fire near it, but his hands were trembling with the cold, and he could hit the stones properly. "Let me help you, uncle," Famir said and closed his eyes. Suddenly, fire burst on top of the torch and it was lit up. The people around him were surprised that he could do that, but for now, they didn't say anything. Jangar walked up to his father's corpse and covered the face again. Then, he lit the pyre on fire. The fire in the snow helped relieve some of the coldness the crowd was feeling. They stayed there for another half an hour as the fire crackled to a stop. Jangar walked forward with an empty pot and gathered the ashes. Then, he stood up and started walking. The other 10 people who were also carrying pots of ashes followed him. Ning soon realized that they were going to go around the mountain. So, he followed the people and walked. As he walked he started to realize the familiar environment once again. "I fell on this site, didn't I?" he thought. The group walked and stopped at the clutter of wooden planks stuck on the ground. "The headstones," Ning thought. Some of the men brought out other planks of wood and started carving on it. Ning didn't even need to read it to know what it read. Famir walked up to a headstone and got on his knees before it. "Hello father, how are you doing?" he started speaking. Ning watched as the other people also got on their knees and started speaking with the headstones there. "Everyone here has lost someone," he thought. As Jangar had mentioned, every month or 2, somebody in the village died. So, by now every single person had to attend the funeral of their family. Ning still remembered the first funeral he had attended, his parents'. It was a rainy day and he was mostly unsure about what had happened. Unlike him from that time, these people were very used to this stuff. Seeing this, Ning got angry. Nobody should be used to the death of their friends and family. They shouldn't have to say goodbye to their loved ones on a regular basis, he thought. The group got up and walked away from one by one. Ning saw a new headstone next to the one that said "Here lies Faroe." The new one was the headstone of the old grand-uncle. He was now reunited with his son. Ning gave a deep bow and walked behind the rest of the group. As he was walking away, he saw something strange. There were still 2 people behind that were talking to the headstones, but Ning didn't remember seeing them amongst the villagers that were at the funeral back in the village. Did they join after we left the funeral pyre, he wondered. He was currently looking behind him with his omnidirectional vision, so to a normal person, it would look like he is turning forward. As Ning and the rest walked further away, the 2 people finally brought up their heads and looked at each other. Once they made sure nobody was looking, they started running below. What the hell are they doing? Ning wondered. However, this wasn't the time to feed his curiosity. Jangar and the other 10 people circled back to where they began. Then, they started walking up to the peak where the burst of chi and ether still flew to the sky. Once they reached there, they gently tossed the pot into the crater. The little specks of light immediately destroyed the pots as well as the ashes inside of it and threw it into the sky. By the time they reached the top, not a single thing remained. The 11 people had now entered the afterlife. They prayed for another minute or 2 for the departed's safe journey and started walking down the mountain. Ning stood where he was and didn't move. "Senior?" Famir asked when he saw that he wasn't moving. "We need to go past that barrier again. It will close in less than 3 hours, he said. "You guys go down. I have some things to do here," Ning said and sent Famir away. Famir wanted to ask some questions but decided to keep quiet and leave. Once they were gone, Ning went to the other side and followed the footsteps the men had left on the snow. Just where did they go, he wondered. He was nearly at the foot of the mountain when he saw the footsteps change direction. It went to the right and a little down. "A cave." Ning thought when he saw what was there. Why is there a cave here, he wondered. As he walked close to the cave, he could hear of metal clangs. He quietly walked into the cave. What the hell? He couldn't help but exclaim loudly when he saw what was inside. The two men, who were mining inside with a pickaxe, were startled and got into an attacking position with their pickaxe. Ning didn't care about them, however. The thing that garnered his full attention was this cave. Bluish-black crystals shined even in low light all around him. It was as if they were embedded onto the rocks themselves. From Ning's estimate, there was at least a large truck full of materials here. Ether ore, he spoke in absolute surprise. He then finally looked at the two men and asked, "Who are you, people?" The two men didn't seem to like the questioning very much. "Isn't he the man who brought in chrome?" one of the men asked. "Yes," the other man said. No answering. "Hey," Ning said and walked forward. "Don't come closer or we will attack," one of the men said as he readied his pickaxe. "Oh, you wanna do something with that toothpick? Go ahead," Ning said as he taunted the men. Both the men got angry and ran forward to attack him with the pickaxe. Clang! However, it did nothing to Ning. Ning caught the stopped pickaxe from the metal side and bent it upside in a U shape. "Now, are you willing to talk?" Chapter 231, Timeline. The men were shocked when they saw the man in front of them physically bend the metal pickaxe. "Enchanter!" they exclaimed. "Are you willing to speak or not?" Ning asked. "Please. Please don't kill us," the men said as they immediately got onto their knees and started begging. Ning didn't expect them to give up so easily. It seemed they were more terrified of him than the bandits were for some reason. They changed their behavior too quickly, he thought. One moment they attacked him, and another moment they were begging. "Who are you people and why do you know about this cave?" Ning asked. One of the men trembled and slowly opened his mouth. "We cannot say that," he said. Ning got ticked off. "Very well, I don't need two people to answer me anyway. Just one of you is enough. The other can go and die," he said. "Wait, no, please. We really cannot answer. They will kill our families if we tell you," one of the men said. Ning stopped. "What?" he asked. "Yes. They have our family hostage, and unless we do what they say, they will kill our family," the man said. "So, we really cannot say anything." The system had made no effort whatsoever to stop him from killing them, it knew he was going to. That meant that these two weren't innocent whatsoever. However, if they really were forced to do what they did, then there was no way he would feel good after punishing them. Feebom. Tisk. Just then, he thought of something. He didn't want to believe this thought as he wanted to believe that it was a coincidence. But he could not ignore the truth once it was this close to him. Ning took a deep breath and asked, "It is canon, isn't it? The one threatening you?" The men kept quiet but their eyes flashed a hint of surprise. That was enough for Ning to figure out he was correct. "No, I need to be 100% sure he is not lying," he thought. Suddenly, the pores on his body opened up as a massive amount of ether entered his body, instantly filling his 640 million caps for the day. While his sea of ether could only collect so much ether, he himself on the other hand was free to collect as much as he could. Once he had some energy back, he walked up to one of the people and placed his hand on his forehead. "Don't resist, or I will kill you," Ning said. Supreme domination. The man made no peep whatsoever as he was taken in by Ning as a subordinate. Once the domination was complete, Ning asked him once more. "Is your family hostage?" "Yes," the man answered with no hesitation whatsoever. The other man didn't understand what was happening. "Is it canon who has your family hostage?" he asked. "Yes." Ning fell into thought and thought of more questions to ask. "Have you ever killed anyone from the village?" he asked. "No, the man answered. Ning was surprised. What do they make you do then? He asked. Every time someone from the village dies, the villagers come by to peak of afterlife to part away with the ashes of the dead. During that time, we are made to mine as much as we can and get out within the time limit, the man said. So, the reason the villagers are killed is simply so that they can open the seal to the mountain? Ning asked with anger in his voice. I believe so, the man said. The other man sat there, dumbfounded at the fact that his partner was spilling all the beans with zero hesitation. Ning on the other hand was in deep thought. Things were finally starting to make sense. Ning formed a timeline of the events in his mind. That old man's son fell and got paralyzed 3 years ago. He tried to heal him, but couldn't. He probably needed more money. Then he came to find out about this place somehow. Since then, he made a pact with Chrome to let him have free reign over the territory as long as he killed a few villagers once every month or two. So, the old man must be using this cave as his financial source, Ning thought. However, one thing still didn't make sense. The motivation didn't add up at all. Sure, the man needed more money and so he mined this place. But he should have gotten enough money as the ether ores sold for a lot. Why did he still continue to kill the villagers, he wondered. Did he have a taste of the sweet money and couldn't stop doing what he did, he wondered. Whatever, I will go ask him right now, he thought. Leave, Ning ordered the 2 men in front of him. The one subordinate left without any emotions on his face, while the other man was scared the entire time. Ning looked at the cave and sighed. He wanted to mine it too, but there were more important things to do now. So, he took in what little ether ore was on the ground and walked out. He teleported over to the edge of the barrier that had brought him to the top and walked out. The 2 people he had just sent away would still take a bit longer to arrive here. While Famir and the rest had already walked away quite far. He looked to the distance and saw them going back to the village. With nothing to carry around this time, they would likely cut the travel time by almost half. With nothing else to do, he decided to go to the Canon mansion right now and interrogate the old man. So, he teleported. He arrived at the open room where the second son was kept. However, the second son was no longer there anymore. Instead, all Ning could see was pooled up blood on the ground. Next to his feet were 2 dead bodies, both of which belonged to the 2 maids that looked after the second son. What the f***ck? Chapter 232, Lord Canon. Ning stood where he had appeared. Below him, he could see the 2 women's dead bodies. From what Ning could see, they seemed to have been cut across their chest with a sword. The white marbled floor had blood pooled up in it. The walls had splashes of red on what should have otherwise just been white. Ning was very confused as to what was going on. Did the remaining bandits come to attack after learning that their boss died? Ning thought. That was a genuine possibility. From the bandits' perspective, somebody invaded their secret hideout and everyone died. The only one who had enough manpower, as well as knowledge of their hideout, was Canon. It must be that, Ning thought and decided to walk out of the room. As soon as he stepped out, he stepped on more blood. He looked down and saw a dead man. Canon's bodyguard. Ning thought in surprise. This was the same bodyguard that had helped him with Zan's diagnosis yesterday. Just a day later, he was dead. Another sword attack, Ning thought as he looked at the massive gash on the man's body. He walked out of the corridor and could hear cries of terror from somewhere far away. Clang clang. He heard sounds of sword fight from just around the corner. A man cried out and fell down. Suddenly, from behind the corner, old man Canon walked out with his second son in his clutches. Ning saw him limping around and almost wanted to cry out in happiness. The man got what he deserved. However, that wasn't the emotions Ning was feeling right now. When he saw the old man's crying face with terror written all over it, he felt sorry for the old man. Old man Canon stopped when he saw Ning standing a little further away from him. His emotions changed from helplessness, to hope, to back to despair. Doctor, help me, he shouted. Ning didn't want to help at all, but he also didn't want to see the innocent son die due to the mistakes of his father. Fiu novo. Doctor, please. Take my son and Lea, the old man cried out. Swing swing swing. Ah! The old man cried out and fell over. There were 4 arrows stuck to his back. Ning was stunned and stood right where he was. He couldn't see the attacker or the arrow. Another arrow appeared out of nowhere and went into the old man's head. It managed to break his head and blood as well as brain matter flowed out. The old man was dead. A sound appeared from below the old man. The second son was healed enough now that he could make simple sounds. He cried out when he saw his father die right in front of him. Footsteps sounded from behind the corner once more as the attacker appeared. When Ning saw who it was, he was surprised. It's you. How could it be you? He asked. Oh, you are here, doctor? Good. I won't have to go find you to kill you. You are the root of my problems today anyway. I will only find solace after I kill you, the attacker said. But first, let me kill my little brother. The attacker was none other than Kel Cannon. A sword suddenly appeared on his hand, and he swung down at the immobilized Zand. Ning reacted immediately and pushed him back with telekinesis, but he still managed to cut his brother's arm off. Ack! A hoarse sound left the second brother's mouth as he cried in agony. System, how much energy to heal him altogether? Ning asked. So expensive. It's just a paralyzed body though, Ning thought. Whatever, heal him. Light shined on Zan's body and soon he was healed. His cut hand rejoined, his slowly healing paralysis healed in an instant, and his body was back to looking like a normal healthy body with good proportionate muscles and bones. Ning lifted him up and said, run away from here. I will stop your brother. Zand was surprised at what had just happened, however, he didn't have the luxury to stand around. He looked towards his father's corpse with dreaded eyes, looked at his brother with fury, and turned around to run away. Seeing the kid gone, Ning turned to look at Kel who was standing up after being pushed away. Hey? Where did my brother go? He asked, but quickly forgot about him as the problematic man was in front of him. Ning's face couldn't help but keep showing surprise. Why are you attacking your own father and brother? He asked. It's all because of you, you bastard. You ruined my perfect plan to get richer and become a higher-ranked noble. First, you heal my stupid little brother that I had paralyzed, then you went and killed Chrome. Tell me, who gave you the information about Chrome's base? I need to get rid of them if they are on my team, Kel said. Ning's eyes slowly started shining as he realized what was happening. Ah, I see. So when they were talking about Cannon, they weren't talking about your father. They were talking about you, Ning said. He finally understood the misunderstandings he had from not realizing that Cannon was just a surname, and could be referring to any of the 3. Since he had been in the party where big figures were present, they would only call the old man Cannon, and refer to the younger ones by their name. However, the normal folks couldn't show a noble such disrespect and called every one of the family members a Cannon. So you were the one behind the killings in the village for the last 3 years, for the bandit attack last night, and in some ways, you were responsible for the death of the old uncle, Ning said as fury started raging back in his eyes. Stop talking so much you idiot and die, Kel shouted. Suddenly, Ning was doused in oil once again. *T, another invoker. Chapter 233, Cries. While Ning was doused in oil, he knew what was going to happen next. So, he immediately used telekinesis to throw away the oil from all over his body. The fire appeared on the cloth in his chest, but Ning simply dabbed it out. What? Kel was surprised for a moment before he realized. I see, you are an enchanter. I've never fought another ether user before. It seems I will have to get serious. A bow appeared on his hand all of a sudden. It was a dark green colored bow with a relatively simple design. Kel caught the string with his 2 fingers and pulled it. Even as he did that, something appeared in the empty space of the bow's string. A small brown object appeared that elongated until it reached the front of the bow. There, a small sharp metal piece appeared on it. Holy sh*t. He can create arrows just like that. Ning said in surprise. He wasn't surprised about the fact that arrows could be made, he knew that. Anything could be made with ether. However, the more complex the item being made was, the more chances of failure there were. Not to mention, the more complex they were the more ether they used. The fact that Kel could create a wooden arrow with a metal tip in less than 3 seconds without a mistake was truly unthinkable to Ning. F***om. F***ck. He must have used the ether ores on himself a lot. I wonder if he is an ether master now, Ning thought. Kel let the arrow fly and it flew right towards Ning's face. The arrow had great damage behind it, but that was nothing to Ning. He caught it right in front of his face and started checking the arrow. Kel was surprised, the arrow he prided over so much was caught in mid-air by his opponent. It was indeed pretty well made. You are not bad, Ning said. Unfortunately, you have to die. Ning stepped forward towards Kel, but suddenly, he slipped. His right leg slipped way further than it should have and Ning ended up doing a perfect split. Oil again. He said in anger. Kel had coated the marble with oil to make it slippery. Ning punched the marble to create many cracks and stood up. Now, he could walk on it properly. By that time, however, Kel was gone. That wasn't a problem to Ning, however, he could clearly see the direction he had run to. So, he jumped out of the oiled-up area and started chasing. The hallway was pretty wide and kind of the same looking everywhere, but Ning could hear footsteps and followed it. Arrows flew at him, but it couldn't hinder Ning at all. When the floor got slippery, he used telekinesis to wipe it away, or just simply jumped. Kel was trying to keep a distance and fight that way, but he couldn't stop Ning from coming closer at all. So, he kept on running. Ning was getting closer and closer. At some point, he was so close that he could catch Kel if he ran at his top speed for 3 seconds. Kel attacked with his arrows once again, but Ning just twisted his head and dodged it. Kel then created small metal balls and dropped them on the ground. They were supposed to work like a ball bearing and trip Ning when he stepped on it. He expected that Ning couldn't focus on so many objects at once, as even enchanters had a limit on how many objects they could enchant at once. However, it didn't have the desired effect on Ning. Ning's mental strength was ridiculously strong. Besides, telekinesis didn't work like normal enchanting. He floated all the metal balls and caught them in his hands. He then took one of them and flicked it with his finger. It flew so fast that it was close to being a gunshot. Ning's aim, however, was pretty bad and he missed. That was still enough to scare Kel. Kel created a metal shield and turned around to block the attack. Ning sent another metal ball flying toward Kel and sent Kel stumbling backward. Suddenly, Kel tripped over something and fell down. When he looked at what it was, he shuddered. It was the corpse of his dead father that he had killed. Now that corpse was going to be the death of him. Please spare me. I can give you all the money I made, Kel said with a quivering voice. I don't want money. I want answers and then I want vengeance, Ning said. I will answer. I will answer everything you want. Just dawn. Swing swing. 2 arrows went through Kel's head and he fell to the floor, dead. What the? Ning was surprised once more. From around the corner, the second brother appeared with a bloody arrow in his hand. When he got to the dead body of his brother, he kicked him away from his father and walked up to it again. He flipped it to have the chest upright and stabbed him right through the heart with the arrow. Die! 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 He shouted. Kel was already dead, but Zand wasn't satisfied. Ning watched from the side as the younger brother stabbed his elder brother in the chest over 20 times. By the end of it, Kel's body was practically unrecognizable. When he was done, he dropped the arrow and walked over to his father's body. He picked it up and embraced it in his arms. Then, he cried. The house was silent and his cries were the only sound that ran around the house. He cried at the tragedy he had just witnessed. He cried for seeing his own father die in front of him. He cried for having to kill his own brother. He cried and let go of all the tears he had accumulated for the past 3 years. He forgot about everything but the pain and tragedy and just cried. Chapter 234, Sleep. Lord Canon, are you all right? The stronger guards heard the news of the massacre in the mansion and came running in. When they arrived, they were presented with quite a few dead guards and maids, followed by the young lord and their lord. Zand was still holding his father and crying, but the sound had quietened a lot by now. Ning was still to the side looking at the scene in front of him with a sad but frowning face. He wanted some answers, yet the perpetrator was dead. However, he didn't have the heart to scold someone like Zand right now. Don't move, the guards shouted as they pointed their spears towards Ning. Ning couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He wasn't in the mood to fight with random people right now. Drop your weapons, Zand ordered suddenly. Young lord, but this man. He is my savior. Treat him with respect, he shouted again. His body was fully healed so he didn't need to worry about overexerting it right now. Ning looked at Zand with a hint of surprise. It seemed that despite the tragedy he just had to go through, he was still conscious enough about the surroundings that he didn't let Ning get harassed by his soldiers. Ning sighed. I'm leaving, he said and walked out. As soon as he was out of anyone's vision, he teleported to Famir's place. Senior. You're back, Mavena said with a little bit of surprise. Oh my god, what happened to you? She asked in concern. Despite having changed his clothes after his raid on the bandit, he had yet again managed to ruin this cloth. Sigh, don't mind this. I'm not in a mood to talk, I just want to go rest, he said and walked into one of the rooms and lay down on the bed. He also felt a little bloated since he hadn't yet refined the ether he had gained in the cave. He needed to purify it so he could add more. However, sleep came first. He didn't see any dreams or nightmares. He just slept peacefully. Senior. Senior. Ning woke up from his sleep after who knew how many hours. He looked to the side and saw that Famir was back. Oh, you returned? All right, go away for now. Let me sleep, Ning said and went back to sleep. Senior, there is somebody here to meet you, Famir said. Who? Ning asked as he stood up. In front of him was a man slightly older than Famir, but way more mature. He was wearing white robes and pants. It was unusual to see someone so colorless in this place. What are you doing here? He asked in confusion as he looked at the man in front of him. It was none other than Zand. Zand looked a lot more noble-like now, but the white didn't really suit him. I'm here for my father's funeral, Doctor, Zand said. Your father's funeral? Ning was a little surprised. It had only been a few hours, and yet Zand had not only fixed his mood but was already here to cremate his father. I thought you would be more devastated by your father's death. How did you get over the pain so easily? Ning asked. Well, I'm still sad, but I couldn't keep on crying. It is up to me to become the new lord of the family and deal with the different problems. Besides, 3 days is surprisingly enough for one to get his emotions under check, Zand said. Hey? 3 days? What 3 days? Ning asked. Senior, it's been 3 days since you started sleeping, Famir said. I was worried something must have happened to you, but Mavena stopped me from waking you up. FEWNL. I wouldn't have woken you up now either, but this felt like a real emergency, Famir said. I slept for 3 days. Ning was a little surprised. Ning had forgotten now that he didn't have access to qi, he was just a mortal. Thanks to his body and early level ether, he could go by without sleep for a while. However, going without sleep for as long as he did was really not advised at all. Finally, his fatigue and lack of sleep had all caught up to him. Sigh, I should take care of my body more, Ning said to himself. So, you said you are here for your father's funeral, right? Ning asked. Yes. I wanted to send him away at the peak of afterlife, as well as the rest of the people. At the same time, I also want to see the cave that turned my brother into the maniac he was, Zan said. Sigh, okay. Let's go. I wanted to go back sometimes too, Ning said and stood up. He told Famir to just stay there by himself with his sister while he went with Zand. Ning walked outside to see nearly 50 men with some sort of pot above their heads. Did so many people die? Ning asked. My brother killed a lot of people that were in the house that day just to get to me. So, over 50 people ended up dying. Their family members came for the funeral. Today, I will take them to the peak of afterlife and help their family members reach the heavens, Zan said with a proud and determined face. Good luck, kid, Ning said and decided to follow them. By the way, doctor. When I was paralyzed, I heard that you made a pact or some sort of bet with my father. Did you ever get paid for it? Zand asked. Yes, I did make a bet, and I won. Although I couldn't use it at the time, I still had a bet with your father. He was supposed to listen to what I say, Ning said. Doctor, while I may not be my father, I can certainly fulfill his bet on his behalf, Zan started speaking. Oh, you can. Ning was a little surprised that a person that been in paralysis for so long was going to answer him. However, he needed answers, so he agreed to ask. Let's start with, why were you paralyzed in the first place? Chapter 235, Truth. Did you really fall from the second story of your house? Ning asked. The group had already started moving. Zand kept quiet for a while and finally spoke, yes, I did. Well, I was thrown off of it to be exact. Ning got a little curious. I think I will have to explain from the beginning really, he said. When my mother gave birth to me, my mother's body grew weak and she started easily contracting illness. Right around when I was 11, she died after a long battle with a disease. Just like today, I had walked all the way up to the mountain peak back then too, Zan said. My father and brother were there as well. When we were going around, I got cold and fell down the back of the mountain. That was how we came to discover a cave with ether ores there. Father wanted to mine it, but we couldn't get out hands on it due to the seal's requirement of entry. FEEBOM. So, my father forgot about it. However, my brother never did. Only, he didn't have any methods of gaining entry to the mountain either. That was until he went to the town over and learned about Chrome. He recruited Chrome and made him move to this town. Then, he gave him the task of killing a person or two every month. During that time, he would send his own men to peak with every funeral group and mine a little, Zan said. How do you know all of this? I thought you were completely paralyzed with no way of knowing, Ning asked. I asked a few people in the last 3 days. When I threatened a few close people to him with execution, they spilled the bean pretty easily. Besides, I was there when he made the plan as well, Zan said. You were there? Ning asked with confusion. Yes. One day when father was out on a merchant trip, he called Chrome to our mansion under a disguise and called me too to take part in the planning. When I heard what horrible things he wanted to do for the money, I told him I would tell everything to father. In hindsight, that was stupid of me. But I never thought my brother knew that monster was capable of what he did. Before Chrome could even do anything, he grabbed me and dragged me onto the balcony before throwing me off of it. Luckily, I landed on the grass and survived, but unluckily, I was paralyzed. Since the servants found me, he couldn't kill me off, but since I was paralyzed he didn't need to. Ever since then, he had been running his operation unobstructed, making hundreds of thousands of rops in the process, Zan said. Ning thought for a moment and asked, "Did your father not get suspicious of the sudden increase in income?" "Oh, he never sold anything himself. He sold the ores through the bandits. He would give the bandits the task of selling the ores, and they in return would get a cut of the money. I wonder what would have happened if he ever told the bandits the location of the ores. I doubt any of the village or town folks would be alive at all given how lucrative that would have been to them," Zan said. Ning remembered the pile of rops that Chrome had when he had entered his room. That necklace that held the money was still with him and had yet to check it. "How do you know he made Chrome sell all of it? Did his people tell you that too?" Ning asked. "Well, yes, but I already knew that beforehand. Every time he was about to get his money, he would come to my room and boast it to me. He would tell me what sort of idiotic mistakes I did by not helping him, that bastard. He would sometimes come in and tell me how he destroyed all the letters that were being sent to the Pestonia Empire. If they had gotten my letter, I would have likely been treated by now," Zan said. "I wanted to beat him, even kill him then and there, but I couldn't. I was paralyzed. So, all I could do was wait and bide my time. Thankfully, since I was planning to go to the university in the Empire very soon, my father had bought me a rather expensive ether absorption method. I spent all my time absorbing it. That was how I got this strong," Zan said as he made a fist. "I got strong enough to kill that monster in one shot. God damn it, I should have killed him the moment I got my movement back, but I was too weak and couldn't think properly. If I had killed him, then father would still be alive right now," Zan said and started tearing up again. Ning looked up and said, "So all the problems that the villagers and the town folks faced are gone now, right?" Zan wiped his tears and said, "Yes, they're all gone. The villagers can finally rest in peace. Maybe I should go apologize to them for what my brother did." Ning thought for a while and said, "Don't." Zand was a little surprised and looked at him. "Let them stay happy in ignorance. They think they lost their lost one to unfortunate causes. If they find out your family was behind it, they will hate you forever. Instead, if you want to atone for the sins of your brother, try to make this a better place for them to live in," Ning said. Yes, I shall," Zand nodded. "Oh, right. I nearly forgot, what was it that you wanted to talk about with my father? If it's something I can help with, please tell me. You are my benefactor, and I will do anything you ask for." Ning thought for a second and said, "Well, there are a few things you can do for me." Chapter 236, Free of Guilt. Clang clang clang. A constant sound rang out from the cave at the bottom of the Peak of Afterlife. Zand and his guards watched in awe as Ning single-handedly started tearing down the very hard ether ores. Ning stopped and looked back. "I thought I told you guys you could leave." "Ah, yes. We were about to leave, but I thought you might need some help so I brought these guys here," Zand said. Ning looked at the people behind Zand and shook his head. "They will be nothing but a hindrance, take them back," Ning said. Zand didn't expect anything other to come out of Ning's mouth after seeing how good he was. "Very well, we shall leave. Doctor, please come by the mansion when you are ready," Zand said and bowed. Ning nodded and went back to destroying the cave. It had been 15 minutes since the old man Canon's funeral. Ning had stayed up there until the funeral was complete and the old man's ashes were sent to heaven. Ning had then decided to come down here and harvest as much as he could before the seal would close. He had his mid-grade spirit artifact spear that he was using to cut cross hatches on the ores before punching them into pieces. He continued doing that for the next 3 hours and finally stopped. It was time to leave. He teleported to the gate of the seal and walked out. He looked back at the gate and the seal naturally returned behind him. Once no one was inside the mountain, the seal regenerated on its own. I will need to find a dead body again in 2 months to pass through here, he thought. Why do I even need a dead body in the first place? Isn't this supposed to be a naturally formed seal? He didn't bother wasting energy to find answers, however. There were always going to be unique places all over the world, and it wasn't necessary for him to understand everything. Besides, sometimes things happened just because. He checked into his storage space and nodded before teleporting back to the village. He appeared right in front of Famir and Mavana. They were a little surprised to see him teleport, but it seemed that they were used to it by now. Are you guys all right? He asked. Yes, we are fine, they answered. How are the villagers holding up? It's been a few days, right? Ning asked. Well, the atmosphere is still a little sad, but people are returning to their daily life. I think they are used to death by now, Famir said with a sad voice. Ning sighed. That shouldn't have been the case, but Kel got greedy and started killing people. Senior, about the thing you told me before we went to the funeral, is that true? Famir asked. It took a moment for Ning to understand what he was talking about. He wants to know if his father was killed, he thought. Ning remembered what he had told Zand just a few hours ago, and decided to follow the same thing by himself. However, just before he did, he stopped and instead said, yes, I was right. That indeed happened. The feeling of sadness and rage could be seen in Famir's eyes. His father was murdered and he wanted to take revenge. Mavana was a little surprised when she saw those emotions in her brother's eyes. She was very confused about what was going on. Ning, however, just shook his head. He's already dead. The culprit, I mean, he's already dead. I killed him, Ning said. Famir's eyes blanked. You killed him? He asked with a blank face. It was like he had just found a purpose and it was taken away from him. He didn't know whether to get angry at the murderer for killing his father, or at Ning for taking away his chance at getting revenge. Revenge is a slippery slope, kid. Once you slide down it, you are rarely able to stop yourself, Ning said and walked forward. Besides, you should see the good in this news, Ning said. Good? Famir asked. How could anyone see good in the news that their father was murdered? You were not responsible, Ning said. Wah! Famir was caught off guard. Ning placed both of his hands on Famir's shoulder, looked him dead in the eye, and said, you were not responsible for the death of your father. Famir's eyes went wide. He finally saw the silver lining in this new piece of knowledge. I did not kill my father? I did not kill father Wah! Famir started wailing. Brother, what's wrong? Mavana got flustered too and started crying when she saw Famir crying. Famir got onto his knees and bowed forward. Thank you. Thank you. Father didn't die because of me, Famir cried even hard. Ning had told him before to not feel guilty about it, but it wasn't impossible to clear away the guilt one felt for being responsible for the tragedy. The weight of his father's death was quadrupled due to the guilt of being the person responsible for it. The guilt had been clawing at him ever since then and he had been living with that pain. However, after learning that he was in no way responsible for the death of his father, his guilt all vanished in an instant, leaving him with a void that was quickly filled with sorrow. Sorrow was always better than guilt. Mavana cried as well as she hugged her brother. Ning stood from the side looking at their cry. He could feel both the sadness and relief in his cries. Ning couldn't help but get down on his knees and hug them both as well. You did well hanging on until now, kid. Your father would be proud of you. Famir's cries only got louder, but the release was so cathartic that Ning let it be. The two siblings cried for nearly 15 minutes before they stopped crying at all. Chapter 237, Illegal to Legal. Zand was looking at the different accounts and financial reports that his advisors were giving him. In front of him was a plethora of jewelry, all of which were storage items for the money his brother had made. He needed to reinvest it back into society without letting them know where the money came from. This was something that was causing him a headache. If the other nobles ever found out that he had money that came from unknown origins, they could use that as an anchor to pull him down from his noble status and at the same time take over his customers. As a merchant's son, he couldn't allow that. Thankfully, no one aside from the closest confidant of his elder brothers knew about this money, and those people were locked up in prison for violations of many laws set by both the empire and the ruler of this land, his father. He rubbed his head due to the stress this problem was causing him. How can I turn this illegal money into legal money without anybody noticing it, he wondered. He suddenly heard footsteps. Xand hurriedly hid the many pieces of jewelry under the stack of paper and looked at the door. On the door was a girl of around 19 years of age. "Oh, it's just you, Mara. What's wrong?" "I thought I told you not to come unless it was urgent," Xand said. Mara was his assistant and had been for a week since he took control of the household. "Well, I couldn't judge the situation's urgency, so I had to come to talk with you," she said. "Oh, what's going on?" he asked. "The doctor is here," she said. Xand immediately got up straight. "Oh, what are you waiting for then? Go call him." "Fast," Xand urged her. Mara nodded and left. In less than a minute, she was back with Ning. Ning looked at the papers everywhere and was a little taken back. "What are these?" he asked. "Oh, just financial reports. Nothing that would interest you," Xand said as he stood up. "Please come sit, doctor." "Mara, go make the doctor a cup of tea." Mara nodded and left. Ning sat down and took a report from the ground to look at it. Ugh! He nearly facepalmed himself. He didn't have the language skill belonging to this planet yet and was still working on basic language skills. So, he still didn't know how to read and write. He was about to place it back down when he saw something glittering below it. "What's this?" he asked as he picked up a chain. "Oh, a storage necklace," he said. "What's inside it?" he asked as he burned the ether in his body to activate it. Hundreds of thousands of drops fell out of the jewelry, filling the room. "Holy sh*t. Just how much did your brother make?" Ning asked as he brought in everything. Each storage necklace has around 300,000 drops. And there are at least a dozen of such necklaces. So, at minimum estimate, he must have earned about 4 million drops. That is without counting the share taken by the bandits, and all the money that he had spent. In total, he must have sold at least 5 million drops worth of ether ore. My father was titled a baron when the Cannon Merchant Group was able to earn 1 million drops in profit in less than a decade. If this had kept on going, brother would have surely made the Viscount rank, or maybe even a Marquis rank in a decade or so, Xand said. "I see. So, what are you going to do with this money?" he asked. I don't know really," he said. "Hey? I thought you were a merchant. Aren't you just going to buy some items and sell those?" Ning asked. Xand quickly explained why that wasn't possible. "Oh, I see," Ning said. "We could sell the ether ores and say we earned this money from that little by little." Xand suggested an idea to see if Ning thought it was good. "Nah, you should keep the ores for yourself. You are an enchanter, right? You are a good one too. You should certainly continue as an enchanter, and for that, you need ether ores," Ning said. "Besides, how would having ores even make this money legal?" Ning asked. "Oh, that's by." Xand quickly explained how he had planned to use the ether ores to sell at such a massive rate that his rivals couldn't keep track of how much he sold. There in between, he would place false sale figures and turn his money into legal money. That was an illegal way to do it, but he had no choice. Does it have to be ether ores? Can't it be just about anything?" Ning asked. "Well, it can. But it has to be something that we can acquire in large amounts and can thus sell in incredible amounts as well. Basically, we will have to overwhelm the market enough that the rival nobles don't see how much money we made, Zan said. Something you can obtain in large amount and something that sells well, hey. Ning thought for a second. What was something that was expensive and yet readily available, he wondered. After thinking for a while, his eyes shined brightly. I have an idea, Ning said. Oh, what idea? Zand asked. Ning quickly explained what he had in mind. Zand thought for a second and asked, but can we even find it in a large amount? Don't worry about that. I will take care of that aspect. You just take care of the business aspect, Ning said. Oh, also, the reason why I came here in the first place, Ning said. Lend me all of your soldiers. All of my soldiers? Zand asked questioningly. Yes. Bandits like Chrome could thrive in this city because the guards were relatively incompetent, so I am going to train them to be strong, teach them to be righteous, and weed out all the bandits that are hidden within them. Chapter 238, Dies. Ning was standing in a meadow near the river. The river was nearly frozen solid and there were patches of snow on the ground. The winter season was right here. People were all wearing much warmer clothes nowadays. Bam! Ning was struck with a fireball to the face. However, he didn't flinch in the slightest. From behind his back, he was struck with a stone with a strong force. The fireball is good, but imagine it being hotter, Ning said. Another fireball appeared on his face, this time it was much hotter than the one before and packed a lot more punch. Good. That was way better, Ning said. Then suddenly, he twisted his head so that the stone flying from behind him missed him. Midair, the stone changed trajectory and came flying back towards him. Ning caught the stone between his two fingers and said, not bad. You managed to change the direction quite fast this time. However, I am sure you can do better. He then flicked the stone behind him at a not-so-fast speed. Ah! Mavana still screamed when the stone came towards her. Famir immediately stopped the flying stone mid-air and launched it back towards Ning. Ah! This is much better. Good job, Famir, Ning said as he headbutt the flying stone and it smashed into pieces. Famir couldn't help but give out an empty smile when he saw that. You really are not using any ether right now? He asked. Yeah, like I told you, I'm not really an ether user. I mean I am, but I'm barely an ether student. Unlike you guys who are clearly ether grandmaster by now, Ning said. Are we really? It's kind of hard to believe, Famir said. Definitely, you don't have to worry about that, Ning said. Oi outsider, the young lord is here, Jangar screamed from the fields. Ning looked towards Jangar and the many people working in the field and then turned towards the road where he saw Zand on a carriage, along with Mara next to him. Oh, the reports must be back. Keep practicing you two, I will go talk with Zand, Ning said and left. The two siblings got back to practicing with each other. They didn't want to hurt each other so they didn't fight directly but turned the training into a competition of sorts. They wanted to see who could throw something the highest, or hold the heaviest objects and such. The carriage stopped and Zand walked out with a bunch of papers. Doctor! Doctor! He was very frantic. We. Calm down. Breathe, now tell me, Ning said. Zand took a deep breath and said, look at this. Ning took the paper he was handed and started reading it. The paper mentioned the sale figures of the items that Zand had been selling for the past month, an item that had taken a month to make in the first place. See? In just 2 months, we were able to create a profit of over 500,000 rops. If I say I used all of this profit into the production for the next 10 months, I can easily turn all the money legal again, Zand said in absolute happiness. Ning smirked a little and asked, are you sure you are happy for the right reason? Zand gave a confused look and said, of course I am. I can now turn my 5 million rops into legal money. Ning chuckled and asked, and how much profit will you make in the 10 months you do that? Zan stopped for a second and counted. His eyes went wide and said, 5 million. Oh Lord, of course. I got too tunnel visioned on making that money into legal money that I didn't even see that something much better was here. Yes. Do this for a few years, and the 4 million you got from your brother will be a drop in the bucket. Nobody will ask you where you got the money from at that point, Ning said. Ah, yes, Zan said. He then turned to the field to see so many of the villagers as well as his own soldier working. Are they harvesting it right now? He asked. Ah yes. Come, I will show you how it works, Ning said and took Zan to the field. Zan walked onto the field and looked at the plant that was being grown there. It was a thin and long plant that had a yellow stem, vibrant green leaves, red roots that grew out of the soil, and a blue flower growing on top of it. All of the people working here were harvesting the plant right now. They were cutting the root from the stem, the leaves from the stem, and separating the flower. As such, they now had a pile of red roots, green leaves, yellow stems, and blue flowers. Wow, it's that simple, hey? Zand looked at the pile of plant parts. Yes, you just need to let them dry in the sun for a few days and crush them to powder, and it's ready, Ning said. The plan Ning had come up with to turn the illegal money to legal was to sell color dyes. Since color was considered a privilege in this world, he decided to use that to his advantage. He had learned that the reason colored clothes were so expensive and a sign of novelty was that color dyes could only be created by an invoker that was in the 6th rank, i.e. Ether King or above. The dyes of anyone lower than Ether King wouldn't last long enough and would turn back to Ether once enough time had passed. For Ether Kings, that time was more than 60 years, so people were fine with them making their dyes. However, the longer they stayed, the more the dye was worth. So, Ning learned about color dyes and asked for the seeds of plants that could create the 4 basic colors. That way, he created a dye that could last forever and be easily produced, thus could be sold for a lot of money. Chapter 239, Kill Me. Status, Ning said. Status. Name, Ning Ruogong. Energy, 12 billion. Separated energy. Heat energy, 8 million. Sound energy, 4 million. Chi energy, 0. Kinetic energy, 2 million. Ether energy, 11.99 billion. Skills, simultaneous thinking, omniscient map of Kumia, omniscient Clavian language, candle fire, yin to heat conversion technique, night vision eye, interdimensional storage, stop time, 522 kilograms, air cutter, telekinesis, yin to sound conversion technique, water filtration, earthly jade cultivation method, sun god's morning cleansing technique, chi cultivation analysis, body cultivation analysis, beginners all language, 8x chi acclamation rate, radiant holy sword, supreme dominance, beast space. Earth shattering, heaven tempering art, divine vortex devouring, intermediate map of Vilmarie, abyssal absorption art, ether acclamation 4x, super flight. Super flight was a skill he had just recently got for 2 billion energy. It had a maximum speed of 20 meters per second. However, if one wanted to increase their speed more than that, they would have to pay energy equal to 1000 energy per second for every additional 1 meter per second speed. So, if he wanted to double his speed to 40 meters per second, he would have to pay an additional 40,000 energy per second. Given how hard the burst of chi and ether threw him upwards, he was sure he would have to spend a lot of energy to go past it. He then opened his palm and looked at the black sphere on his palm. At first glance, it looked like a jewel that could be found in any woman's necklace. However, if one tried to destroy it, then they would finally realize how strong this thing was. Finally, both of the things I need are ready, Ning said. He walked out of the room he had been staying in and went outside. He had already told the village his goodbyes and now, it was time to leave. "Doctor, are you really leaving?" Zand asked. He had come here the early morning after learning that Ning was leaving. "Yes, I am. You guys can come to say goodbye though," he said as he smiled towards Zand and the siblings. Famir and Mavana were teared up. Even Zand was getting a little sentimental. "So? How are you going to leave? Just disappear like you always do? How do you even do that?" Famir asked. Ning hadn't explained anything about his abilities. "Well, I can't really explain it. It's just something I can do. There are not many people like me who can either," he said. "Anyway, before I go, I need your help." "Yes?" they asked. "Grab my hand," Ning put his heart forward. The three of them grabbed his hand and suddenly, their surroundings changed. What? They screamed out in surprise. They hadn't teleported yet and didn't understand what had just happened. They looked around and realized that they had suddenly appeared next to the seal of the mountain. "This is teleportation," Ning said. "Something you guys will be able to do once you learn enchanting to a high enough level," Ning said. "We can?" they all asked. "Well, you will need a very large amount of ether to do so, as well as imagination. Not to mention, a lot of other problems such as where you will appear, or what would happen if you arrive in the middle of a wall, and such. You guys don't have to worry about it now though," Ning said. The three of them got hopeful about their future. "Also Zand, make sure these two get into a good academy. My books will help the three of you a lot, but just learning normal stuff from school is good too. The trend changes every day and my books can't teach that." "I promise, Doctor. I will make sure the two siblings will have the best life out there," Zand promised. "Good, anyway, it's time for me to leave," Ning said. "Where are you going, Doctor? Pestonia? Cloca? Hopan?" Zand asked. Ning smiled. "I am going in there," he said as he pointed behind him. "Hey!" The group was a little surprised. "Inside the peak of afterlife?" Zand asked. "Yes," Ning said. "But, Senior, you will need a corpse to enter," Famir reminded him. "Don't worry. I've got that covered," he said. Suddenly, the light formed in front of him that took the shape of a human. When the light died down, the three were flabbergasted to see another Ning lying on the ground. Ning quickly put a cloth on top of him and gave an embarrassed smile. He had forgotten to tell the system to give it cloth. It must be living to be dead, right? Ning asked himself. Suddenly, Ning lost all control of his body and fell to the ground. "Senior," Famir immediately ran up to catch him, however, his sound came from the other side. "I'm right here," the other body suddenly stood up. The three started to get scared. The body that appeared out of nowhere, spoke like it was Ning. "Are you really Senior?" Mavana asked. "Haha, of course, I am. Now, Zand, go take Mavana and close her eyes," Ning said. "What?" Zand was a little surprised. Ning nodded to tell him what he heard was right, so he took Mavana away while he watched himself. Ning then looked at Famir and said, "Kill me." "What? I can't do that!" Famir shouted. "It's okay. I don't have pain receptors. I won't feel any pain. Just use your strongest technique and blow my head away. Remember though, you can't half-ass it." "I need to die," Ning said. But I can't kill you, Senior," Famir said. "Didn't you see what just happened? You can kill me, come on," Ning started encouraging him. Famir looked to the side and nodded. He would do it. A few rocks that were laying on the ground floated up next to him. He started putting a spin on the stones and threw them forward with a massive force. The stones hit Night all over his body, creating multiple holes all over him. Ning then fell onto the ground, dead. Chapter 240, Return. There you go. We have a corpse now. Ning stood upon his body to the side and walked over to his other body. He took out a white cloth and properly wrapped his body. Famir was dumbfounded seeing Ning with different bodies. "Oh, how are you doing that? Are you not a human?" he asked. Not really," Ning said. "I used to be one, but then I died and now I'm just an afterimage of my former self. A better, much wiser one perhaps, though." "You are a ghost?" Famir asked. By this point, Zand had also returned with Mavana by this point. Ning thought for a moment. "Ghost, hey? I've honestly never thought about it. Maybe I am. Maybe I am not. What I am is just a consciousness that can never die," Ning said. "Never die?" Zand and Famir looked really surprised. "Yes," Ning said. "Although you shouldn't be so jealous of me. With how good your talents are, you can surely live for hundreds of years as well. Maybe when I come back, you guys will still be alive," Ning said. The three got a little sentimental when they heard it. "Anyway, let's go in. I need to leave soon," Ning said. He floated his body with telekinesis and walked in. The seal opened around him as he carried the dead body in. The three also followed him inside and were teleported to the top of the mountain. That one is teleportation too, although not as simple as mine. This one disorients you a little. If you ever imagine teleporting, imagine the one I did," Ning said. He tossed his dead body into the light and it was suddenly sprayed as a rain of blood on the other side. Thankfully, the kids couldn't see it. Ning then took out the black sphere and swapped bodies. He took his original body inside his storage space and hovered in midair as the sphere. The kids were surprised once more as to where he went to. "I'm right," he spoke from the black sphere. The group of three was surprised to see him speak through a small piece of jewelry. "Are you dead now?" Mavana asked. "No, I'm not. One thing you guys can count on is I never die. I can promise you that," Ning said. "Alright guys, take care of yourself. Be sure to learn things and teach others. Help those that need it and be kind to them. I will leave now," Ning said. "Wait, senior." Ning was about to fly into the crater when Famir stopped him. "What is it?" he asked. Famir looked a little expectant as he asked, "Before you leave, can you tell us your name? You never once told us what to call you by." "Oh, have I never? No wonder you called me senior all that time," Ning said with a chuckle in his voice. "Either way, my name is Ning Ruogong. I hope to see you guys in a few years. Goodbye." Without any hesitation, Ning flew into the crater, leaving the three of them behind. "Goodbye," they said softly, but Ning was already gone to be able to hear them. Ning Ruogong. What a strange name, Famir said to himself. Ning was immediately blasted into the sky and fell down on the red snow on the other side. As expected, his body did not take a single bit of damage. All of it was impossible to destroy the black sphere. "I should try to make my bones with this material," he thought. They were really durable. Now that he knew that the sphere had no trouble staying there, he jumped in once again. This time, he used the super flight ability immediately to counter the updraft in the crater. Febol.cm. He pushed through the chi and ether, and even then he was constantly being thrown out. He had both heat and kinetic energy ignorance skills toggled on, was a small sphere, and had flight skill. Even then, he was going upwards. That was just how strong the maelstrom in the wormhole was. He immediately increased the speed rate at which he was flying. Surprisingly, 200 meters per second was barely strong enough to fight against the current and stay where he was. "I need to add more power if I want to move," Ning thought, and increased more energy. He pushed through the onslaught of chi and ether and flew down. "I need more speed," he thought, and added more energy. He was now moving at around 800 meters per second. With this speed, he was making a fair amount of progress. His energy was getting whittled down and Ning was started to get nervous that he couldn't make it in time at all. No, I can do it, Ning thought and increased the speed once more. He was now at 1 km per second and was using 1 million energy per second to hold on. 1000 meters per second was enough for him to move through the updraft, however, he wanted to do it fast. So, he doubled the energy again. With 2 million energy per second, he pushed through the updraft with relative ease. He had to keep on pushing for nearly 3 full minutes. In that time, he lost about 4 billion energy, but that was cheap for him to return back to Planet Kumia. Alright, it should be coming up right about now, Ning thought. Suddenly, the gravity increased and he was sped up. The gravity pool he had been riding towards was finally in effect. Once the gravity showed up, it was easy. He just needed to let gravity take control of his body and pass through the wormhole. He fell and finally, he entered the wormhole. The gravity flipped once more and he was starting to slow down. The momentum he had gathered was being reduced. Immediately, he used the super flight to fly as high as he could, and once he reached the highest location, he disappeared. He appeared on the snow a kilometer away from the massive opening in the earth. Ning took a deep breath and looked around. Then, he smiled. Yes. I made it back. Chapter 241, Visit. Ha! Ha! Little kids of around 6 years of age were training in the field. There were kids as young as 4 years old as well. They were punching the empty air in front of them. With each kick, they threw sand up in the air. Every morning after the sun came up, they had to train like this for the next 2 hours. Ha! Ha! They continued training. A middle-aged man with thick black hair walked along the front of the training children with a stick in his hand. He saw a 5-year-old looking girl punch out weirdly. He lightly hit her arm and leg and got her to the correct posture. The girl didn't cry out from being hit. She didn't even feel pain. Instead, she smiled wide and thanked him. The old man smiled and walked along. He did the same thing to the various other children as well, none of whom hated him for hitting them. To them, they just didn't feel the pain anymore. After 2 hours of training, he stopped them. All right, that's enough for today. All of you, go back. Thank you, elder, the kids said in unison and left. Only a small kid was remaining. He walked up to the middle-aged man and opened his arms. Carry me, he said. The middle-aged man smiled and grabbed the little kid. Grandpa will carry you for today. But you will need to walk on your own starting tomorrow, okay? He asked. No, I like it when Grandpa carries me. I want Grandpa to carry me forever, the kid said. Oh, the man said with a smug look and asked, so you don't want to become strong like your elder cousin? No, I want to be strong, the kid said immediately. Then you should know that strong men don't ask their grandpas to carry them, you know. The old man said. Oh, the kid said and started struggling. Put me down, Grandpa. Hee, I'm not letting you go now. You will have to stay with Grandpa for today, the man said and started walking. So, how is it? Do you like Grandpa's place? He asked. The kid thought for a bit and said, not really. I like my home better. That hurt Grandpa's heart really badly, the man said with a chuckle. Kids never knew how to be subtle about something. All right, I will ask your mother to make you your favorite meal in Grandpa's house and you will like me, the man said and walked towards his house. He was beelining to his house when the kid asked him something that made him stop. Grandpa, is the person from the statue real? He was always startled when they talked about the statue with him. It was both a reminder of sadness and yet, nostalgia to him. Of course he is real. Grandpa told you many times, remember? He asked. Oh, then is it that man standing over there? The kid said, pointing to the side. The middle-aged man looked to the side and saw a young man with black hair standing there. He was wearing a grey robe and had skin that made him easily stand out amongst his people. The middle-aged man nearly dropped the kid out of shock. You. The young man smiled with slight tears forming in his eyes and spoke. Hello, Heisei. The middle-aged man shuddered. He really did drop the kid this time and walked towards the young man. Inakaka, is that really you? He asked. He couldn't believe what he was seeing right now. He looked at the man up and down, and no matter how much he looked exactly the same as the man in his memories. Of course it's me. Have I changed? Ning asked as he looked at himself. No. You look exactly the same, Heisei said in disbelief. Ning looked at Heisei's neck and said, I see you've kept the necklace safe. Heisei touched the stone necklace and said, it really is you. Heisei and Ning were now in Heisei's house. The houses in Clovis were no longer made up of normal mud and stones and instead were built out of wood and metals. Ning looked around and then back at Heisei, who was still looking at him with awe. Ning couldn't help but sigh when the young child he knew had grown up to become a grandfather. He had even gotten a headache when he tried to check his cultivation base. I'm really happy you came back, Inakaka, Heisei said with a smile. Ning smiled as well. I would have come back earlier, had I known you were still alive, Ning said. Alive? Why would we have died? Heisei asked in confusion. After fighting the serpent, I was asleep for 165 years, so when I woke up I thought you all had died. If I had known how long cultivators lived at that point, I would have probably come back. But I didn't, so I went on with my life. However, I was in a competition around, 6 months ago, I think. There, I met Hijaka, Ning said. What? You met my grandson? Heisei said in surprise. Yes. He is the one who told me you were alive in the first place, Ning said. Honestly, when I heard you were alive, I was so happy. Haha, I had even expected to see an old man with grey hair, but here you are. You barely look older than 40, Ning said. Ah, yes. I would have probably looked younger, but it took me a really long time to reach the nascent soul realm, Heisei said. I knew you were talented, but to reach nascent soul realm before you were 150 years old. People would come to kill you if they ever find out, Ning said. Ahaha, those are all thanks to the cultivation method you gave me. They really helped me and my family get stronger, Heisei said. Oh right, that reminds me, I heard you named your son after myself. Chapter 242, Lists. Heisei took Ning to the various different places around Clovis. The place had grown to such a size that Ning himself had a hard time keeping track of. The amount of Clavian had increased to such a high number that when Ning first heard it, he thought Heisei got the number wrong. When he asked him to repeat that, he finally understood why this planet had so many people. There were over 1 million Clavians alone by now, all of whom were taught by Heisei and the other kids that were around at his time. Heisei then took Ning to meet his son, who was also called Ning. When the chief of Clovis saw the benefactor that everyone was named after, they were shocked. It didn't take Ning very long to realize that the son wasn't the only person to be named after him. Nong, Nang, Jing, Nin, Maning, etc. Various variations of his name were used to name children around Clovis now. Ning felt a little embarrassed when he heard that. And this is my grandson, Hecty. He's a good lad with a good head on his shoulders. He will surely become someone great in the future, Heisei said. Ning looked at the kid that was trying to hide behind his grandfather's legs. Hey, Hecty! Come here, Ning called him. Hecty surprisingly showed some courage and walked forward. Ning rubbed his head and asked, Do you like books? Hecty didn't know what was going on and shook his head. You don't like books? Ning asked. I can't read, Hecty said. Oh, you will soon learn to read soon. Do you want a book for when you are able to read? He asked. Hecate nodded. Suddenly, white light shined in front of Ning and there were a lot of books in front of Hecate. Hecate's eyes shined as his face showed an expression of shock. How did you make the new books? He asked. Oh, didn't you know? This Inakaka can do a lot of magic, Ning said with a smile. Here, look at these books. Once you can read, you can start reading this book and become very strong. Stronger than your grandfather. Heisi looked in surprise. He had been wondering about something for a long time, so he asked, Senior, can this book help one go over nascent soul realm? He asked. Up until now, everywhere he asked and looked, but there just weren't any person or record of anyone going above the nascent soul realm. Ning shook his head. It's impossible to go above the nascent soul realm on this planet. The amount of people living here is so high that the quality of chi has been brought down to almost nothing. As such, no one is able to go above, Ning said. Heisi got a little sad when he heard this. Well, don't worry too much about it. You still will have 1,000 to 2,000 years of lifespan as a chi cultivator. Add in the body cultivation, and you can live for much longer, Ning said. Heisi got a little happier with that but still felt bad about not being able to reach a higher level of cultivation. Ning could think of another way, but that was something not even he was capable at the moment. So, he decided to not talk about it. Leaving Heisi in ignorance was much better than in hope leading to disappointment. Ning stayed in Clovis for the next 2 months. Every morning, after sunrise, he had the people who had just finished their body cultivation hold some metal pipes together and slam them on each other. It didn't do much but it still helped fill the sound energy he was requiring. As such, in just a little over a month, he doubled his energy cap once again. Now, he could absorb 1.28 billion energy every day. He also got a similar toggle ability just like the heat ignorance or the kinetic ignorance skill. He could now ignore 15% of all sound energy that hit him. There were a lot of cultivation techniques that used sound to attack, and Ning could be safe from them now. He opened his auto-buy list and shook his head. He had no idea what he was going to do now. There was simply too much energy required to put the things there. Worst of all, he couldn't even increase his energy cap as one of the requirements to increase the cap was to spend energy that nearly cost the same as all of the things in the auto-buy list combined. So expensive, he sighed again as he looked at the list. After coming back from Vilmarie, Ning had decided to go all out on his body and talents. He had realized how hard it was to make the body acclimate each time to different energy types, so the first thing he did was to add every single acclimated type body into the body specification. Then he made the body itself very, very durable, much more so than the black marble he had with him. He also removed the spiritual root purchase from the list since that only made sense for the world with chi. He instead decided that when he had the body, he would spend some time gathering energy for everything required in every world. For the other things, he needed knowledge and language, so he added them as well. Also, asking the system to teleport him every time was getting tedious, and he wanted to do that himself. Adding on the true dragon's blood essence that he had promised Blue, there was a lot of time he was going to have to spend just collecting the energy. Ning couldn't help but sigh once more. It's like the universe is coming together to tell me to stop moving around so much and settle down somewhere. Chapter 243, Leave. Ning got ready to leave. He had been with Heisi for the last 2 months, and it was reminiscing about the times, but that wasn't all they could do. Ning wanted to settle down somewhere, and Clovis just didn't feel like the place. He was treated way too well, almost too well, and that made him uncomfortable. Living with people who saw him as nothing less than a god was not something he liked. So, he decided to leave Clovis. Are you sure you won't stay around for a little longer, Inakaka? Heisi asked. No, I've made up my mind. I want to go out and settle down somewhere. I have a lot of free time ahead of me that is nothing more than just me sitting around, Ning said. Does it have something to do with the energy gathering thing you told me about? Heisi asked. Ning had fully disclosed everything about him. Heisi was his oldest friend here and he didn't want to hide anything from him. Yes, sort of, Ning said. I need to gather around 2.3 quadrillion energy to get everything I want to buy. I can cheap out and buy the things one at a time, but I don't feel like doing that, Ning said. Although, I can just get rid of that 1 quadrillion energy that the system wants as part of revealing the next energy, Ning thought. Oh, so. I don't know whether that is a lot or not. How long will that take you to gather? Heisi asked. Ning gave a dry laugh and said, around 2,800 years for the 1.3 quadrillion energy. What? Heisi's eyes went wide, he couldn't believe the number of years he had just heard. That's... I will be dead by then of old age. Unless Heisi could somehow get a better body cultivation technique, he would likely die before that time period was over. Heisi thought for a bit and asked, don't you go to sleep or something? Like that thing where your mind shuts off, you said. Ning shook his head. I can't do that this time. First of all, gaining 1.28 billion energy a day is already hard enough, even gaining 200 million energy naturally every day is pretty much impossible. Not to mention I will need others' help usually. The only way for me to even get them without any help is through collecting the chi. If chi is not available, then I can't collect anything. I could try going to extreme locations like volcanoes or places like the northern wormhole, but I won't always remain there. When I overexerted my mental power with the demon serpent, I was gone for only 165 years, but when I woke up, I had zero energy. The body I have degrades over time, people find it, destroy it. When that happens, I lose energy. So I can't go without opening my eyes, Ning said. Heisi didn't understand what he was really talking about but could see that Ning really had no choice. Then, I guess you have no choice but to settle down somewhere. Haha, maybe you can find yourself a wife too. Just look at me, I would be absolutely miserable if I didn't have my wife and my children to keep company. You should find someone for yourself too, Heisi said. Ning got lost in his own head as he started thinking about what Heisi had just said. A wife, hey? That wouldn't be so bad. However, I'm not sure I can even have one. Having someone to live life with would be good, but I don't want to lose them. I'm immortal, so if I lose someone, the loss will stay with me for eternity. Heisi could understand the sentiment, but not the magnitude of it. Not even Ning himself could understand the magnitude of it. Also, he said children, can I even have children? I'm energy, Ning thought. Yes. Procreation is possible as long as the body you create is compatible with the other species FEEBOM. Species. So if I had a beast body, I could procreate with a beast as well? Ning asked. Ning thought for a moment and shuddered. Yuck, no. So, where will you go? Have you thought of some place? Heisi asked. Actually, I have. But that will have to wait a while longer. I'm not really in a hurry to settle down right now. I will have to take a few detours before that, Ning said. Oh, where are you going first? Heisi asked. Ning thought for a second and said, my disciple. Yes, I will go to her first. Your disciple? Heisi asked. Yes. Well, I could technically call you one as well, but I didn't teach you as much as I taught her. She's a good kid and will make it big someday, Ning said. I see. I can't wait to hear her name ring across the world, Heisi said. Ning nodded and took out a piece of paper before handing it to Heisi. Heisi looked at the paper and asked, a talisman? Yes, keep that. If you ever want to communicate with me, you can use that talisman to talk. I will get the message directly, Ning said. Whoa, this is quite good, Heisi said. Yes, Ning said with a smile. Let me know if you ever want something. I'm just one teleport away. Yes, Inakaka. You let me know too if you ever require my help, okay? Heisei said. And come here once in a while to meet. You can teleport so it should be easy for you. Haha, sure. Alright, I'm leaving now, goodbye Heisei. Have a good time Inakaka. Don't worry too much. Heisei gave him a knowing nod, he knew how much his Inakaka worried about other people. Ning smiled and just waved his hand. Unlike last time, when Ning was taken away abruptly and couldn't say his goodbyes, Ning felt a sense of relief when he got to say goodbye to Heisei this time. Let's go see what the Starsight bunch are like, he thought and teleported. Chapter 244, Changed City. Ning appeared inside the city of Starsight. He looked around and was truly shocked at how desolate it was. He had left the city after the tragedy that happened 2 years ago but didn't realize how bad the problem was. Senior Kazier did say something about everyone leaving this place. So, I guess it's all empty now, hey. He thought as he walked around the city. As he expected, nothing was around. Most of the houses were destroyed in the battle, the ones that remained were all empty. People had left with all of the items with them and gone to the other cities nearby. He walked over T0 the pure cleansing sect and saw the torn down buildings. The Physicians Guild was also all but destroyed. All that remained was a husk of its former self. Ning was walking through the empty city when suddenly he heard a noise. He sent his divine sense and saw that there was a beast there. What's a beast doing here? He wondered and walked forward. The beast was simply sleeping, but when it sensed Ning coming towards it, it got up and got on guard. It's just sleeping hey. Ning thought and ignored it and walked forward. He went to the Eagle sect and saw that nothing there remained. It had either been pillaged or destroyed in rage. Ning shook his head and walked outside the southern gate and saw that the forest had grown out of control. Soon, the forest will grow and take over the city. I guess at that point the beasts will get strong as well since the humans are no longer there to keep them under control. Ning chuckled a little. It's all going back to how it started, he thought and decided to leave. He disappeared once more and appeared in a dark room. Ah, who goes there? Somebody screamed. Ning didn't speak and waited for the person to see him. Master. The girl seemed surprised when she saw him. Hello, Anya, Ning said. Master, you're back, she ran up and hugged Ning. Whoa, you're strong now. Very strong, Ning said. After nearly 2 years of cultivating and learning, she had grown a lot and was becoming a fine lady. Look at you, so big. And I didn't even go away for long, Ning said. Anya had started crying by now. She had missed him dearly and believed that he would never return despite him telling her he would come back. Don't cry, he said as he stroked her back which was covered with her long hair. Ning checked her cultivation and was quite surprised that she had grown to the 9th realm of Qi condensation. She was just a step away from foundation establishment. Better than that, however, she was at the 10th level of body cultivation. Meaning, her physical strength was equal to that of a 1st realm foundation establishment cultivator. You really did not waste much time and diligently cultivated, didn't you? Ning asked. Of course. You told me to, Anya said. Ning and Anya sat down and talked for a bit. Ning decided to stay here for a week or two, see how things had become if they had changed or not. Anya's life had become very different after joining the Red Tiger sect. Before, she had to cut her hair and dress up as a boy so that she could gather what little money she had to heal her father. However, once Ning solved that problem and taught her how to cultivate and heal, she had grown at a very excellent rate. After joining the Red Tiger sect, all the elders were shocked at her cultivation talent, and now she was basically the princess of the sect. The sect had also had changes in the time that Ning was away. Red Tiger sect had now joined with the Blue Dragon sect and was called the Purple Beasts sect. The two sect masters apparently couldn't decide on whether to call it Tiger Dragon, or dragon tiger, so they decided to just go with beasts. Still, the chi cultivators and the body cultivators were kept separately. That was until the elite sect was finished building that would be located on the third eye of the skull. They had apparently decided to cut a bit of the forest and make another sect there where only the elites from the other two could join. The cultivation technique that Ning had given them had become a staple here, and people were quickly getting stronger. That however still couldn't keep up with Anya's speed of cultivation, which was after spending half of her time in learning the medicines and healing knowledge Ning had left her. "So, how good of a doctor are you now?" Ning asked. "I think I'm good." "You'll have to see for yourself," Anya said. "Actually, there is one today. You can come to see me treat patients in the market." "Today?" I don't really want to be seen by other people. I was only wishing to meet you and stay hidden," Ning said. "Oh, then you can't come to see me work," Anya said dejectedly. She was really excited to show Ning her progress, but now it seemed she wouldn't be able to. "Hey, I never said I can't. I just said that I won't be seen," Ning said. Suddenly, he took out a piece of jewelry from his storage space and handed it to Anya. "Wear this," he said. Anya looked down at the jewelry in her hand and smiled. It was a thin black rope with a metal trinket that had a gem attached to it. It didn't stand out as anything expensive, but Anya liked it. "Thank you, Moss." She looked up at Ning, but he was no longer there. She was a little surprised and sad. "Did Master leave?" "No, I'm right here," Ning's voice came out from the necklace. "Ah, Master. What? Why is your voice coming from the necklace? Are you okay? Are you stuck in some sort of storage space?" she asked with worry. "No, I'm fine." I guess I will have to explain to you too." Chapter 245, Anya's Day Out. After Ning explained everything 5 times, and Anya took it in with no understanding for the first and gave up on the 5th, they both left for the marketplace. "So, you are a nascent soul?" Anya asked. "No, I'm just a consciousness that can inhabit other things," Ning said. "Like a nascent soul," Anya said. "Let's just say I am similar to a nascent soul but am not one," Ning said. "Okay," Anya said. "How long can you stay here?" "As long as I want," Ning said. "And your body? Won't it rot, or cause other problems?" Anya asked. "I've stored it in my storage. It had time frozen so it will stay there fine for a while," Ning said. Can I get one too?" "That system thing sounds fun," Anya asked. "No, you need to find a black box that the system comes in with to become one. Even then, you likely won't get one," Ning said. Ning had asked the system a bit more about the process of how systems were made. Most of the time, the answer he got was that the system didn't know. The creator only passed it enough information to know what its purpose was. According to the system, there were 2 criteria when searching for a potential host. The first was that the host had a terrible life and didn't get to live a good life. That was the reason Ning was given the system in the first place. However, there was another reason as well. But the creator hadn't let the system know what the reason was, only that he had told them that it was a stupid criterion and had apparently laughed every time the second criteria had come up. From this, Ning came to understand 2 things. First, he didn't need to worry about the criteria much. He probably had something stupid happen in his life or had done something stupid himself which made him a potential candidate. The second thing was that the creator laughed. Ning didn't know if this meant that the creator was a human or a god, but they definitely had some form of emotion, and that was surprising to him. "That sucks. I wanted to be like you, and follow you around if possible," Anya said. Ning sighed internally. It was likely that similar to Heisi, even Anya wouldn't live to be old enough to see him leave the planet for good. He was starting to feel bad right now. "Miss Anya, come. We will be late," a guard of Anya quickly beckoned her. "Coming," Anya said and walked behind him. Along the way to the gate, there were many disciples that greeted her and she greeted them back. She was really popular amongst the disciples here and that was clear to see. In less than 15 minutes, Anya and her bodyguard reached the building where she was going to treat the other patients. "Oh, the goddess is here everyone," people shouted. Ning was a little surprised when he heard the various people call her goddess. Is she that good now, he wondered. There must be a reason why people would start calling a doctor the goddess of medicine. "Sister, you are finally here. Why are you so late?" A 9-year-old boy came up to Anya. "I'm on time. I still have 5 minutes, she said. Yes, yes. Come fast," the boy took her in. Ning smiled inside the necklace when he saw Anya's little brother had also grown up. Not only that, Ning quickly checked him and realized that he was also a cultivator. "Anya, did you give the books to your brother too?" Ning asked. "Yes, master. Was I wrong to do that?" she asked. No, it's fine. I was just asking," Ning said. He was happy to see that both the brother and sister were doing fine. Anya quickly went inside and soon started her treatment of the people. There was a long line of people waiting to be treated and they all were very happy to see her be the one treating. In fact, some people had delayed their treatment just to do it with her. Anya was very fast in her work and treated people quickly. Her brother was also quite knowledgeable about different stuff and helped her a few times. Ning was surprised when he saw how well coordinated the brother-sister duo was. They were much better than when it was just Ning doing the work by himself. They're certainly doing great work, Ning thought. Anya was at most a slight second slower than Ning at diagnosing the patients. That was something that surprised him a lot. He had extremely great mental strength and had an eidetic memory, and yet the little girl was giving him a run for his money when it came to understanding the patient's problem. She really didn't waste her time with anything and just spent it cultivating and learning the medicine, didn't she? Ning thought. He could understand why the people were starting to call her the goddess of medicine. She really was just that when it came to treating people. If nothing bad ever happens, she will grow up to be a strong force in the cultivation world, Ning thought. Not only her, but even her brother would also become strong and knowledgeable in medicine. At that moment, the sister-brother duo would be unstoppable when it came to treating people. I should dump every knowledge I have to them, Ning thought. Anya treated the various people for a whole day, and by the time the sun had set, everyone who had arrived had been healed. Anya stretched when she realized everyone was treated. Good work everyone, she said and stood up. Let's go back to the section. Anya, her brother, and the bodyguard all went back to the sect under the moonlight. Anya's brother separated from them at the gate and walked towards a location that was for the disciples' family. He was still not old enough to be of age to enter the sect yet. He would be next year, however, and he couldn't wait for that. Anya returned back to her room. It was time to cultivate, but she couldn't. So, instead, she ended up wasting her entire night talking with Ning. Ning quite liked talking with her too, so he talked until the sun came back. Chapter 246, Conflict. Ning spent the next month or two teaching Anya the many new things that came with a higher level of knowledge books. He taught what he could to her that was still within an energy limit. Unfortunately, it wasn't a lot. He couldn't buy the omniscient levels of those knowledge he had as they cost extremely high. So he was forced to give her either intermediate or advanced. It wasn't just medicinal books that he gave her. He also gave her the book on cultivation so that she could learn very many things that would otherwise take her lifetime. For the next 2 months, he saw her slowly grow as a cultivator and as a doctor. She was rapidly improving even as he taught her. And after a series of late-night cultivation, she reached the foundation establishment realm. Today was another day of treatment for the town folks. So, she was getting ready to leave. Her bodyguard appeared once again to take her. Her treatment days were once a week or once every 2 weeks depending on her mood. She liked treating others, but sometimes, she just wanted to stay inside and study. Today, she had decided to leave and help some people. She walked to the front gate with her bodyguard and was quite surprised when she saw not a lot of people inside the sect. "What's going on, Vejo? Where are the people?" she asked. Her bodyguard responded, "The disciples have all gone to the new sect location. It seems we will have a falling out soon." "What? Falling out? Are we fighting amongst each other?" Anya's voice went an octave or two higher when she heard that. "No, miss. Not amongst ourselves, but with the people that came a week ago," Vejo said. "A week ago?" Anya asked in confusion. "Don't you know? It was quite a topic around here. Did you lock yourself in your room again?" Vejo asked. Teehee, Anya gave an embarrassed smile. "Sigh, yes. A week ago, people came for some reason, and the elders were a little scared. We might have a falling out with them if the diplomatic relations talk today doesn't go the way we want it to," Vejo said. "Oh," Anya said. They soon reached the hospital building and Anya started treating the people while her brother helped her. They treated people for over 10 hours and only stopped when the sun went down. "Good job everyone. Let's go back," Anya said and returned. The brother left the group and went back to his staying area. Anya and Vejo went back to the sect. Surprisingly, even though it was evening time, there were not that many disciples on the sect ground. "Is the diplomatic talk still going on?" Ning whispered quietly. Anya repeated the question so that Vejo could hear it too. "I think so, miss. However, you shouldn't worry about it much. You can just go back to your room and focus on cultivation," Vejo said. "No, I am a disciple of this sect too. I want to see what is going on," Anya said and walked back out. He made her way to the new sect ground despite Vejo's constant insistence on them returning back. Anya arrived at the scene and saw quite a few people who wore red and blue. They were all gathered around something. Anya forced her way in. People got angry when they felt someone pushing through, but when they saw who it was, they easily let her go forward. When Anya arrived at the front, Ning saw two groups of people sitting on either side of a circle. They were all sitting in a lotus formation on the ground or rather floating just above the ground. "What's going on?" Anya asked to her side. "Those people insist on bringing somebody from the sect to them and if we don't do it in the next 2 days, they will attack the section." "What?" Anya said in surprise. "The sect masters didn't say anything. They keep insisting that they won't and will rather fight them," the person said. Ning couldn't help but sigh inside. The people who were making the demands were wearing orange robes that were very recognizable to anyone that went to the triennial tournaments. "Ah, it's these guys," Ning said. "Hey? Who are they?" Anya asked. "They are from the Dazzling sect. They're probably here after me," Ning said. "Hey? Why?" Anya asked. "Hehe, I killed their sect leader," Ning said with a chuckle. Ning looked around and said something to Anya. Anya hesitated for a bit after listening to what Ning had said, but decided to do it in the end. She crossed the enclosure and walked inside the area. The elders and sect leaders frowned for a moment, but when they saw that it was Anya, their expression changed from frowning to worry. "Anya, you shouldn't be here. Go back," Jun said. "Anya, why are you here?" Priso asked. Yelka stood up and walked to Anya. "Anya, it's not a place you should be in. Go back." "It's okay, master," sect leaders, Anya said. The group of people sitting on the opposite end didn't care for the commotion initially, but when they saw the elders care, they got curious. When they checked Anya, they understood the reason for their care. "Oh my god! Such a young girl and already at Foundation Establishment realm," one of the elders said. "That is the most talented individual I have ever seen," another elder said. "No wonder they didn't let us search their sect. They were hiding someone like this," another person said. Anya suddenly turned to them and pointed at the group of disciples behind the elders from the dazzling sect. She then spoke, "You people were spared that day, and allowed to return home alive. If you don't accept, you will have to face that same fate your sect leader and his disciple did." The people didn't understand what the little girl was trying to say, but when the 14 or so disciples heard Anya, they started getting scared. It was then Anya said something that totally terrified them. "If you guys won't leave now, then I will take you someplace away with me, just like Malus and Guy." Chapter 247, Be Righteous. "That child, how does she know what happened to our sect leader?" The elders were surprised. A man suddenly turned towards him. Previous sect leader," the elder corrected himself. The culprit must be hidden here." "That child heard about our previous sect leader from him," the other elder said. "Elders, maybe we should return. As we said, he should have some teleportation device. Besides, it was Master in the wrong that time," Famir, who was standing behind them, spoke. Ning was a little surprised to see him there, and even more surprised to see him take his side. "That sect is not fully unredeemable," he thought. "Tisk! You are a coward, Farron. We made the right choice to simply make you a small-time elder. If we gave you any other position, you would have taken the sect to the dust," a person at the front spoke. "Yes, you are correct, sect leader," other elders backed him up. The new sect leader got a proud face as they all called him by what he was now. "Jan, go and get that girl," he said. "Yes, Master." Jan walked forward to get Anya. What should I do?" Anya got a little flustered. She had never been in this situation before. "Calm down and listen to me closely," he said. "Are you okay with seeing blood?" he asked. "Of course," she answered. She was a doctor, standing at the sight of blood was a job requisite. "How about death?" he asked. "I am used to seeing it," Anya said with a somber voice. "All right, today you are going to do what every cultivator will need to learn to do in their life. I'm going to teach you how to kill," Ning said. But Master, I can't." "Calm down and listen. That was one of the men that beat me while I was injured. You don't have to kill him if you don't. He hurt you." Anya's expression suddenly changed. Jan was right in front of Anya now. The other elders were coming to interfere, but the elders from the dazzling sect, who were stronger, were interfering with their interference, so they couldn't interfere in time. Just then, Anya dashed forward. Her combined strength of 11th level of body cultivation and first realm of foundation establishment realm was very strong. Jan was surprised, but he couldn't avoid it in time. She punched out as hard as she could and accurately hit Jan right in the temple. An audible crack could be heard and Jan was piled down into the ground, unconscious in a single hit. As soon as he was down, Anya started punching him more and more. Soon, his entire face was deformed, however, that was the least of his worries. Actually, Jan no longer had to worry about anything in the world, ever. The elders and disciples on both sides were shocked as a girl half his age just beat the sect leader's disciple to dare. "You dare!" The sect leader angrily screamed and jumped towards Anya. "Let's stop this farce." The sect leader was blown back and Ning's body appeared in front of everyone. "Wah! Ghost! How?" people everywhere exclaimed. Only after a few seconds did the people stop talking and the disciples and elders saw him. "Dr. Ning! It's Dr. Ning!" Both Yelka and Jun were surprised. "Sect leader! That's him! That's the man who disappeared with SEC previous sect leader Malus," a disciple screamed. The sect leader stood up straight and looked at Ning with daggers in his eyes. He then saw his disciple dead at the little girl's feet and felt both shame and anger at the fact that he had been killed by a mere girl. "Anya, go stay with the elders for now," Ning said. "Yes, Master," she said and walked away. "Anya, are you all right?" The other elders immediately took her and started checking if she was hurt anywhere. Ning smiled when he saw that she was truly loved here. Farron. No, you're useless. You. The sect leader pointed to another disciple and asked, confirm his words, is this really him? Yes, sect leader. He's the man that won the triennial tournament and then disappeared with the previous sect leader, the disciple confirmed it. So it is you. He said. All right, let's not waste time. You clearly don't care for Malus, which means you are here for one of three reasons. You either want to learn how I teleport so easily, you either want Angel's Touch or you want my mid-grade spirit artifact. So, which one is it? Ning asked. I don't need your fruit, and I certainly don't need your spear. I have one myself, he said as he took out the blue spear that Ning bought that Farron got later on. Oh, that's my spear, Ning said. I bought that one. Although I kinda left Farron to have it since I got a new one. He suddenly took out his own identical but clearly better spear. The sect leader's face showed signs of drooling, but he quickly controlled himself. You. I don't care about these materialistic items. Tell me what you did to the sect leader, he shouted while flaring out his 8th Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation base. Well, since you insist. Ning suddenly disappeared and appeared next to the new sect leader. He then disappeared again with the sect leader and appeared once more. Only this time, the sect leader was no longer with him. What? Where's the sect leader? The elders started getting scared. Don't bother thinking about him. His corpse, if you can even call it that, lays at the same place where your previous sect master's lies. That's what you get for messing with me. Ning then took out a blue spear and tossed it towards Farron. Farron caught the spear and immediately got shocked. This is not mine, he said. Take that and become the sect leader. Kill who you need to, and save who you must. Be righteous and make a better name for the dazzling sect. Now leave, Ning ordered. The remaining elders weren't strong enough to fight the two sects, so they left immediately. Farron gave Ning a deep bow and then he left too. Chapter 248, Anya's Improvement. Dr. Ning, you came back? Yelka asked. Just for a little while. I came to check on my disciple and will leave soon, Ning said. The crowd dispersed and Ning stayed in the new building sect with the sect leaders. He was asked a lot of questions, but he didn't answer any. He just changed the subject every time. The sect leaders understood that he didn't want to answer, so they didn't ask many personal questions either. Once the sun came back up, he disappeared. He didn't want to do a lot of work so he just stayed in Anya's necklace. He decided to pass some time with Anya before moving on. He didn't want to miss the prime growing age of Anya. He changed to pearl on her necklace to the marble that he had made. Then, he asked her to make the disciples hit the necklace every day. Make sure not to repeat the same person twice, okay? Only once, he explained. I understand, Master, Anya said. He then asked the system, is it possible for you to awaken me when Anya is calling for me or the cap isn't filed for 5 hours? Ask me if you need help. Just call for me and I will come back. I need to save some time, it's too boring otherwise, Ning said. I understand, Master, you just go to sleep, Anya said. Ning then put 4 criteria on the system for waking him up. The first was if Anya or Hi-C ever called hi. The second was if he didn't fill the energy cap for 5 hours after it was online. Third was if Anya or the sect was ever in danger. The final one was to wake him up every 3 months if none of the first 3 ever took place. Once he did that, years passed by in the blink of an eye. Ning opened his eyes and felt the impressively strong wind on his face, or rather the front of the black indestructible marble. The sea? Where are we going? He asked. The Hub Island, a mature voice said. The speaker was a tall woman, with long flowing hair and fair skin. The stark purple color of the robe she was wearing made it stand out amongst the white ship she was riding on. "Has it been 3 months?" he asked. "Oh, no. I called you. I thought you might have wanted to see this," the woman said. "Well, I didn't need to, but now that I am going to enjoy this," Ning said. "Is it the tournament soon?" "Yeah, but I don't know what to do." "You said the secret realm won't accept me, right?" she asked. "Haha, don't worry about that. I will just hide your cultivation base down to the 5th realm of the Foundation Establishment realm." "That should be plenty," Ning said. "I won't disappoint you, Master," she said. "You couldn't even if you tried," Ning said. Over the last couple of years, Anya had grown extremely fast. So much so that Ning was starting to worry for her, the same fate as Heisi. However, after talking with the system, he had come to learn that while these folks would stop at the peak of the nascent soul realm, the body cultivation, however, would keep them going forever. They would however need a far better body cultivation technique at a higher level. Ning had checked it out, and it really did cost nearly 50 trillion. That too wasn't the best body cultivation technique. The system however cautioned against using that body cultivation technique without a strong body, to begin with, as that would destroy the body of anyone normal. "I will give it to them once they're strong enough to handle it," Ning thought. They soon reached the island and prepared. As promised, Ning helped her with reigning in her cultivation base. The next week of the tournament went by at a blistering speed. Anya was already strong enough to sweep through the entire secret realm and defeat any and all opponents. The round matches completed much fast. Not only that, even her brother, who was just a few realms weaker than her, was also strong enough to be one of the strongest in the Scattered Isles. Ning saw Farron from afar and how much the Dazzling sect was, and was happy at the fact that the sect was doing quite well. As for the Purple Beasts sect, it was one of, if not the strongest sect in the area. Thanks to the cultivation technique Ning had given them before he left the first time, the overall cultivation level of the entire sect had gone up by a massive amount. The sect leaders themselves had already entered the Golden Core realm and were one of the strongest individuals around. Once the tournament was over and they won, Anya let the elders know about her intentions to leave and go to a place with stronger people. The elders were reluctant, but they couldn't stop here. In the end, they let her leave. "So, where should we go next?" Anya asked. "Where do you want to go?" Ning asked back. She amused. "Is there any place that's popular?" "Anywhere really is fine," she said. "Well, come to think of it, there was in fact a place that Hijaka told me." "Let's see, where is it?" "Ah yes, 7 Lights City." "Why don't you go there?" Ning said. "Sure," Anya said. "Do you want to take a short way there or the long way?" Ning asked. "I'm only 21 years old, I'm in no hurry at all." "Let's just take the scenic route," Anya said. "All right, get on the ferry then," Ning said. Anya quickly found a ferry on the northern part of the hub island. She was a little sad leaving her brother and father behind, but such was the life of a cultivator. One could either choose happiness or strength. It was very rarely possible for a cultivator to find both at the same time. The only way one could possibly have these things both ways when one was at the peak of strength with nothing more to achieve, at that time, all they could be was happy. Anya smiled as the breeze hit her beautiful face. By now, Ning was back into his original body and had a small blackbird perched on his shoulders. He sat beside Anya and sighed a little as he realized how much the difference in their cultivation had grown. "How far away are you from breaking through?" Ning asked. "I can break through any time I want to, Master. But I thought you told me to wait a little longer so that I could have the strongest foundation before breaking through," she said. "Yes, but that was 3 months ago. You have cultivated for long enough and can break through if you want," Ning said. "Is that so? Then I shall do it right now," Anya said. "Go ahead," Ning said. I will stand guard. Anya nodded and closed her eyes while she was still in the middle of the deck. Suddenly, the chi around her got agitated and started moving away from her, as if they were expanding. When they expanded to the point that they couldn't move any further, a small muffled explosion sounded and they all dispersed away. However, they soon lost their speed and came to a halt. Suddenly, they reversed and flew back to Anya as she devoured all the chi in the area and started forming her golden core. The other people on the deck were surprised and turned around to look at her. A sea monster suddenly jumped up from the sea, sending up water up to a couple of 100 meters up. The people who were on the ship were startled and started screaming as they ran away from the deck. "Ray!" the monster shouted. "Shut up!" Ning said, but the monster heeded no caution against a man who was barely in the Fourth Realm Foundation establishment. As the water slid past its body, the monster turned out to be a large worm-like creature with incredibly strong scales. Ning quickly checked its cultivation base and it turned out that the monster was in the first Golden Core realm. It must have been threatened by Anya's aura and thought we came here to fight for its territory, Ning thought. The people who were supposed to be guarding the ship against monster attacks were scared beyond belief as they had never seen a monster in the Golden Core realm around here. Anya was still in the process of forming her core, so Ning couldn't let the monster disturb her at this moment. "Sai, we are not here to fight you. Just go away and we will be on our way," Ning spoke to the water worm. The water worm didn't have any eyes as its face was just a massive open mouth with teeth sticking out from all over it. The millions of teeth at the worm's mouth clattered as it spoke, "I don't believe you. Sai, do you really want to die? Just go away," Ning said. Listening to Ning's words, the worm started laughing. The many teeth clattered once more and made horrifying screeching sounds as the teeth scratched on each other. "Ha ha ha, puny human! You cannot kill me!" It spoke with utmost amusement. "I will eliminate my threat. I will eat that human and become stronger," it exclaimed. Ning sighed once more and shook his head at the worm's stupidity. "Very well then, you chose this death yourself," Ning said. The worm suddenly moved towards Anya. Anya wasn't the only one in danger as the giant worm crushing down on her would likely capsize the boat completely. "Kill him," Ning ordered. Suddenly, Knight, who was calmly perched upon his shoulder, asleep, opened his eyes. The pitch-black eyes were like a deep abyss where one couldn't see its true depth. The world seemed to lose its light and color as Knight woke up. Knight slowly unfurled his pitch-black wings, unfazed by the falling worm on top of the boat. He then stood up on Ning's shoulders and flapped his wings. A massive gust of air pushed Ning back as Knight disappeared in the dimming light. The next thing anyone saw was a massive black slice going through the worm and the worm being cut in half. Despite its incredibly tough scales, despite its cultivation base, and despite its arrogance just a few moments earlier, the worm was cleanly decapitated by Knight. Knight suddenly changed directions and returned back in front of the worm where now its two dead halves were falling on the boat. He then flapped his wings once again as feathers shot out of his wings and struck the worm's body. Suddenly, black flames with a hint of white light on them burst out from the feathers. The fire was so hot that Ning could feel the heat from all the way where he was. Knight then flapped his wings again. This time, instead of the feathers being shot out, a massive gust of wind suddenly blew out the fire that was burning. People expected charred remains of the worm to drop down onto the ferry. However, when the flames disappeared, there was nothing there. Not even ash fell from the sky. The body of the beast had just disappeared completely with not even a hint that the worm was ever there. The massive body of Knight moved once again and appeared on top of Ning's shoulder as a small bird once again. People watched in horror as they realized that this bird was the one responsible for killing the Golden Core Realm monster right now. "You really like showing off, don't you?" Ning asked with a chuckle. "I was merely doing what you asked," Knight said. Of his three beasts, Knight was the only one Ning hadn't dominated using supreme dominance, so he couldn't tell what Knight was feeling. However, if Ning had to guess, he would say that Knight was really smug right now. You did well. Here, Ning said as he presented a handful of snakeskins to Knight, his favorite food. Knight ate without any restraints and Ning focused back on Anya. Soon, Anya was done forming her core and she was safely in the Golden Core realm. Chapter 249, Anya's Success. A merchant caravan scuttled along a rocky road at night. The horse-drawn carriages were being dragged across a forest in the moonlight. At the final carriage were two people sitting side by side facing the opposite side from where the caravan was moving. They rocked their feet back and forth as they watched the trees move on either side of them. I don't want this to end, the girl said as she leaned on the shoulder of the man next to her. She stroked the little beetle that was on her lap. The man next to her had a little bird sleeping on his shoulder. He looked towards the girl and sighed as he said, I want to stay around and help you too, but all good things must come to an end. He brought his hand to her hair and stroked it gently. He was a little disappointed that it was coming to an end too. It had been 2 months since Anya broke through to the Golden Core realm, and that was at the age of 21. She still looked like an 18-year-old girl, so it was unlikely she would look old in all of her lifetime. Thus, Ning had advised her to take life slowly. It was about the journey before the destination. In addition to that, Anya was starting to get very reliant on Ning and he didn't like that. He didn't want his student to become someone incapable of standing on her own feet. So, after some thought, he had decided to leave her now. He wasn't sure how soon it would be, but it was going to be very soon. You can just stay and watch, I won't ask anything from you, Anya said. She was starting to tear up now. If someone saw a Golden Core cultivator being this vulnerable in front of a Foundation establishment cultivator, they would surely question their eyes. Ning didn't speak for a while and just watched the moon in the sky. After a while, he finally spoke, You have your adventures to look forward to, and I have mine, he said. The world is vast and I want to look at everything. Did you know that this planet has over 2.5 trillion people living here? That's insane. In comparison, the people I've interacted with are nearly negligible, the places I've been to are negligible. There are so many places I can go to, find so many different people. I want to do that, I want to see this world. Once I'm bored, I might consider settling down somewhere. I wonder which continent I will settle down in, Ning said. His eyes shone with expectations and desires. Anya saw it clearly and realized that keeping her master only for herself was the cruelest thing she could do to him. So, she wiped away her tears and said, All right, I won't ask you to stay for long. Just a couple of weeks more. Stay with me until I get a foothold in this city. Ning smiled and patted her head. It wasn't like he didn't understand what it was she really wanted, but that wouldn't happen no matter how she felt about him. He could only ever see her as a little girl that he decided to teach. The night was long, but like all things, it too ended. The sun rose as the caravan got out of the forest into an open area. We're here, Ning said and dropped out of the moving carriage. Anya followed suit and jumped out as well. She looked at the surroundings and could see nothing but open land. Ning pointed behind her and she turned around. In front of them was a massive city that was built around a small mountain range. There were 7 mountain ranges from what Ning could see on the map, but he didn't know much else aside from that. He could blurt out the physical dimensions of the mountains, but not who stayed there. However, he enjoyed the mystery. Finding that out in of itself was an adventure he liked. There was a massive wall that encircled the entire city, which encircled the 7 mountains. There you go, that's the 7 Lights City, Ning said. Wow! That looks beautiful, Anya said as she looked at the city. The city was multicolored in the truest sense of the word. The outer walls, the plants, even the mountain, everything in the city was colored one of 7 colors. They were white, black, red, blue, yellow, green, and brown. Segments of the walls were these colors, that matched the mountain they were facing. The plants were naturally different colored, and probably had nothing to do with the theme of the city. However, the entire 7 mountains were riddled with buildings and plants that were all a specific color, and that couldn't be chalked up to a coincidence. Ning was as in awe as the person next to him. "Let's go in and find out more," Ning said and walked in. Despite being a cultivator, they had to walk through the gate as flying seemed to be not allowed in the city like every city ever. Ning walked in with Anya and looked around the city for some place to either stay or to learn something. He didn't do anything, however. He made Anya do the searching and followed behind her. It didn't take long for Anya to find an information center where one could buy intelligence on different things using spirit stones as a currency. She learned about the city she was in and quickly found a place she could open up a small hospital for herself where she could heal people. Within a few days, her reputation grew exponentially as people learned about a beautiful girl giving treatments for quite a cheap price. Ning smiled at her success and waited a few more days to make sure the other people didn't try to harm her. Once he saw that she had no problem living on her own, he decided to leave. "Take this, this is a talisman that will help you communicate with me," Ning said. "Call me if you ever need my help or just want to talk to me." Anya had her eyes filled to the brim with tears. "I will miss you, Master," she said and gave him a hug. "I will miss you too," he said and hugged her back. Anya let him go and asked, "Where will you go now?" "I think I will go meet an old friend." "Goodbye, Anya," Ning said with a face full of nostalgia. Seeing that face, Anya didn't have the heart to stop him anymore. "Goodbye, Master," she properly sent him away. Ning smiled back at her and nodded as he said, "Do well, Anya, make me proud." Then he disappeared. Anya stayed in the room crying for the whole day as a void in her heart was suddenly formed due to Ning's absence. He had been with her for nearly 8 years now, and suddenly leaving just like that left her as if she just lost a piece of herself. She cried until nightfall and then fell asleep. The next day, she woke up feeling sad but quickly made a resolute stance to get strong and find her master back. So, she took out the new books Ning had given her the day before. She opened them and started learning them. The books were about alchemy. The people in the northern continent were used to eating pills for anything and everything, unlike the folks from the scattered isles who were too poor to afford it. She diligently learned and within a month, she was able to successfully make simple pills. Within a year, she was getting famous as one of the most promising up-and-coming individuals in the field of alchemy. One day, a man came up to her and invited her to Woodlight Mountain, one of the 7 light mountains of the 7 Lights sect. They were people who dealt with alchemy and other forms of professions that dealt with plants and herbs. She readily accepted the offer and became a disciple of one of the lights. From there on, her success only grew exponentially. Soon, her name rung throughout the northern continent as one of the best healer and alchemist of the land. And it was all thanks to the few books Ning had given her because he felt like it. Anya returned back to the Deep Skull Island during the final days of her father. She met with the sect masters and fellow disciples who welcomed her with open arms. It had been many years and her father was just too old. Had he been a cultivator, he could have enjoyed life a little longer. But, since he was a mere mortal, he only had so many years to live, and he had lived them all. After she buried her father, Anya brought over her brother to the 7 Lights sect where he too started gaining success. Soon after, Anya found someone she would later call the love of her life. Her childish infatuation for Ning had already vanished like snow under the sun. She soon started a family with that man and had some kids of her own that she taught what she learned from Ning. And in all of her years, she never once forgot to send a message to him, telling him how her day was or how successful she found that day. Ning would visit from time to time but never stay around long enough for her to feel like she had properly treated him the way she should have. He was the one that deserved the praise that she was getting and she wouldn't let him forget that ever. She would keep telling him how grateful she was that he took a small street urchin and turned her into who she was today. She would continue thanking him until the day she died. Ning had just said his goodbye to Anya and appeared on top of a massive forest. The forest was fully white instead of green and the cold air of winter hit his face. Ning smiled. "It's snowing, hey?" Can't say I won't ever like this, he thought. To his back was a massive murky blue ocean that looked daunting to fly over. To his front was an endless expanse of forest covered in snow. Ning however knew that this endless expanse of the forest wasn't truly endless. There was an end to this, and he looked forward to seeing what was on the other end. He flew at extreme speed, a speed that normal cultivators would only assign with golden core cultivators. He, however, was far from being one. He was in fact using super flight to quickly traverse through the forest, and soon he reached the end of the forest. Once he went past it, he could see a tall, but mostly broken wall that was barely doing its job of protecting the people from the monsters in the forest. People saw Ning arriving and quickly got into a stance to fight him. Ning looked at the people with grayish-blue robes with a white sash around their waist and then back at the purple robe that he took from the purple beasts sect. Sigh, I do stand out too much, he thought. He slowly got to the ground and looked at the barely teenage cultivators that were actually scared of him more than anything. Place your weapons away, I am not here to fight, Ning told them, but the people wouldn't stop just by hearing him speak. They needed orders from people with authority. A man with a black sash flew up to him from far away and landed before him. He too took out his sword and got into a stance. Intruder, who are you and why have you come here? The man asked. Ning finally saw the black sash and smiled. An elder had come. Hello, my name is Ning. I have been here once before and was wishing to see a friend of mine before I go somewhere else, he said. The elder thought for a while and saw no ill intent from Ning. So, he asked, who is this person that you are looking for? Finally, he was getting somewhere. It was a woman who was a disciple here around 175 years ago. Her name is Freya. Chapter 250, Update. The man with the black sash that had just appeared suddenly had a sense of shock as his expression changed. You know my mother? He asked. Ning was a little surprised too. It had been many years and he barely remembered Freya. The most he remembered was just her name. Even her facial features were distant to him now. He had come here solely to entertain his last bit of nostalgia. Are you Freya's son? He asked. Yes, sect leader Freya was my mother, he said with a hint of sadness. Was? Ning asked, clearly surprised. Yes. Mother died over 10 years ago, during one of the many beast horde invasions, the son said. I see, my condolences. Ning talked with the kid for a little longer and then made him take him to her grave. They walked into a snow-filled ground, wool headstones barely visible due to the snow. Ning followed at the son brought him to a particular headstone. Ning squatted in front of the headstone and cleared away the snow on top of it. He thought of something to say, but nothing came to mind. He was sad, but not that much, he barely even knew her. He sat there for a while and then asked, are the beasts a big problem still? Not really, but I believe they will be sometime very soon, the son said. I see, what's your name? He asked. Oh, it's Burld, he said. Burld, your mother was the first and last person I spoke to in this continent. We don't have any friendship really, I only remember her a little. Haha, she was the reason I got to see snow at that time too. I wonder how long it would have taken me otherwise. I might have even been stuck in your treasury forever, Ning said. EV.C. Burld was getting confused. Snow? Treasury? What did he mean? Ning then took out a bunch of books and handed them to him. Take these and go prepare. Next time, destroy those damn beasts, Ning said. Then, he flew away. Burld didn't know what to do. Ning just came and went as he pleased, leaving him with a hoard of books. He looked down on the books to see what they were and was quickly surprised. This! He exclaimed. The books he had been given were all high-tier books that consisted of cultivation methods and techniques that would be truly useful to the many people out there. And the man just gave it away like that. Burld immediately bowed in the direction Ning went and shouted out his thanks. Ning, however, was too far away to listen to anything. He started wandering the vast southern continent. He went to different cities, stayed around for a while, then went to some other places. All the while, he continuously absorbed energy and collected it as much as he could. He made sure to use it as little as possible, but there were times where he just had to use them. There were no alternatives. At the same time, he also cultivated and increased his cultivation until he crossed the golden core threshold. Years went by as he roamed the entire southern continent. He hadn't even done that for the northern continent. He saw cities that were about as big as the country he was born in but had more people than the entire earth. He saw cities set on land that was hovering on top of another city. He saw an entire tribe of people who had never been discovered due to them living in a secret realm. He even visited the glacier that was at the southern pole of the planet where he had first appeared. During all of these times, he stopped around to help a lot of people, and harm people that he thought deserved it. These were simpler times for him and he lived a carefree life. One day, as he was eating food with a friend he had made a few days ago, his system gave a very unusual notification. Ning was surprised, and so he stopped talking. "What's the matter, Brother Ning?" the other person asked. The man was a strong golden core cultivator of these lands. "Oh, sorry. It's nothing," Ning said. "Yes, give me the changes," he said internally. He was surprised that the creator even responded to his suggestions at all. Or maybe it's not just me. There are so many other immortal beings like me. Maybe they send information too, he thought. He talked to the person in front of him normally, but on the inside, he was reading the notifications that were passed along to him. "Oh good. I asked for this one. I don't know how well it will help me though now. I've already learned to rein in my emotions, even the most negative ones," Ning thought. Ning nearly facepalmed himself to laugh. Somebody must have had a really bad experience with the system doing exactly what they were told to do. Haha, I would have made that suggestion too at the time if I had remembered it, Ning thought. Still, it only says try, so I don't even know how effective that would be, he thought. Cap system has now been changed. The cap will reset automatically in 24 hours, regardless of if the cap has been reached or not. Ning had to give this change a little thought but realized that in the long run, this was a much better chance. Now I won't waste a few days of absorption every year or so. While that doesn't sound like a lot, it will help me tremendously considering how long I'll live, he thought. Oh, have there been cases where people haven't been able to leave places? Where could it be, he wondered. Alright, that makes sense. Since their bodies would be destroyed so fast that they wouldn't be able to have enough energy to make a new one. They would have to sleep until eternity passes and the heavenly body cools down enough to have them leave, right? Yeah, I wouldn't want to be stuck in that situation, Ning thought. He waited for a while, but no more notifications rang. That's it, he asked. It seemed Ning had been expecting more. So, what happens now? He asked. Oh, then do it, Ning said. That caught Ning's attention. Wait, disabled for a while? If that is a lot of years, then I can't have that. I need the system to leave this planet, Ning said. System is not deactivating. The intelligence of the system is. Ning got more confused. Even the friend he was talking to could start to see the confusion on his face and even asked him. Ning quickly changed the topic. Are you and system not the same? Ning asked. We are, but at the same time, we aren't. I am the part of the system who helps you navigate the system and lets you understand about it. Ah, I see. So, what will change if you get disabled? It won't be like that time when the entire system was disabled, right? He asked. Auto buy will be disabled. But you can still buy and add things to it yourself. I can live with that I guess, Ning thought. It had been a while since he had used these functions, so he was fine with it. Please do not stay alone. There have been times where the users had to be alone with the system disabled, and their personalities changed for the worse. I see. I will be sure to do that, Ning said. He certainly understood what the system was saying. Living alone was a curse once enough time passed. People needed human interaction to grow and remain sane. He remembered the news of killers back on Earth who made the news. Every time, these people were loners, someone who didn't have friends or family they contacted regularly. Ning didn't want that to happen to himself. I should be fine. If it ever comes to that, I will just shut down the system, he thought. All right system, make the changes, Ning said.